Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates lost again to the Tampa Bay Rays. They got shut out in Thomas Harrington's debut. They lost 7-0. Game 3, third and final game of the series, is today. Pirates can avoid being swept with a win. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you going to do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you going to do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
It's Nicholas Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did. It doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3-room Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Jefferson Starship lands the ship at Jurgles on May 3rd. Don't miss the iconic Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees live in the Pittsburgh area this May. Jefferson Starship, May 3rd at Jurgles. Get advance tickets on sale now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good rich guys.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Many websites selling medication may look professional and legitimate, but the vast majority of sites selling prescription drugs are doing so illegally. Have you seen websites that don't require a prescription or offer to ship medicine internationally? Then you've seen a rogue website. Often they sell fake meds with too little, too much, or no medicine at all. Criminals use websites to sell counterfeit medications that may contain life-threatening toxins. Dot Pharmacy is a website verification program that helps you identify safe and trustworthy online pharmacies. You know where .com is located in a website address, right? That's where you'll find Dot Pharmacy. And because it's part of a website address, Dot Pharmacy cannot be faked. Think that a seal on a website means safety? Only Dot Pharmacy websites are fraud-proof. Purchasing medicine online doesn't have to mean risking your health. Finding a safe online pharmacy is easy. Just look for pharmacy to the right of the dot in website addresses. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you, and it's hump day, but I am kind of a little bit depressed. I know, it's unusual. I'm a little depressed. Pirates aren't winning games, and the Steelers don't have Aaron Rodgers officially, which I know there's reasonable explanations for both. Penguin season's almost over, which isn't depressing, but actually kind of is when you think about their season as a whole. I just haven't thought about them in a while enough to care, to be completely honest with you, so that's a bummer. Is this the worst time in Pittsburgh sports history? Could be, maybe. We've already talked about that. Yeah, I'm just sad. I'm excited for the home opener still to enjoy the camaraderie of Pittsburgh fans. You can see the Fan Morning Show there on Friday. We'll be there watching the Yankees and the Pirates play. And if you come, you might get to meet my new girlfriend. She'll be there with us. She's going to come to the game and hang out with us. So me, Crowley, Dorn will be there. Anybody who wants to come out. We're usually we were out in center field last year. I don't know exactly where we'll be this year. Probably the same space, but come out and enjoy the season opener. I know it's tough. I know it's hard. I know it's going to be difficult. But if you come out for any reason, come out because we're there. So this is just the logical breakdown of where we are in the Pirates season. They couldn't beat the Marlins in the opening series, even though the Marlins are a very unestablished baseball team. That's one thing. Then you have the Rays, who, I mean, they're not the greatest team in Major League Baseball, beating the Pirates twice now. So the Rays have won the series. The Pirates will now have gone 2 series without winning it. Winning 1, I should say. And then, so they'll be, they've got 2 series losses on their road trip to start the season. And then they're going to come home and start Mitch Keller against the Yankees. Paul Skeens will not pitch against the Yankees, at least from what I understand right now. Yeah. And then how about this piece of news? David Bednar was the corresponding move in the call-up of Thomas Harrington, who he didn't do very well against the Rays yesterday. Thomas Harrington did indeed struggle. Is this an indicator of his entire career? Absolutely not. Give it patience, give it time. I understand, though, if you're out there, with the trigger-happy reaction. No, I'm not going to be, but you're going to feel. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it's tough. David Bednar getting sent down to AAA, though, is probably the weirdest move I feel like I've seen in a while. It's like, no, it's not uncommon. Like, it happens from time to time, occasionally, where you'll see an established veteran get sent down to the minors. I remember Miguel Sano of the Minnesota Twins. I don't know if you remember him, but I remember when I was growing up, going through high school and then into college, I remember he was an all-star. He was big time. He was part of the Minnesota Twins, big home run team, the one that set the record for single season home runs as a team a few years back. My man, though, the following year got sent down to single A to get some reps. So, I mean, it's not like this has never happened before. The Pirates didn't invent let's send the established veteran all-star guy down to AAA. They didn't invent that, or down to a minor league organization. They weren't the ones to invent that. But is it weird? Yeah. I'm trying to wrap my head around why the Pirates decided to send him to the minor leagues. Maybe just more reps? I mean, that's got to be awkward as well. I don't know how to explain that one. If you want to talk, by the way, 412-928-9370. I got phone lines open. We can talk about this. If you've got an explanation, because I'm trying to talk through an explanation right now, but I can't. It's hard. This is difficult. Four 412-928-9370. Give me a call. It's got to be awkward for him to go down to AAA and Like, you've got all-star David Bednar. Like, you've got this, this pristine Pittsburgh figure. Like, the guy grew up in the greater Pittsburgh area. His dad still coaches at Mars High School. My man's not going to be playing for Indianapolis, AAA affiliate of the Pirates. Now, little old me's not going to be able to have the opportunity, but I'd love to just interview this guy and be like, hey, man, like, how do you feel about this? Like, you can't feel good. Like, I feel bad for the guy. All-star closer David Bednar on the AAA affiliate of the Pirates. What do you think? Let me know. Let me know what you're thinking. 412-928-9370. We got callers who are lining up now, so we'll take them. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, my name's Jimmy. How you doing?
I told you I'm a little depressed this morning. This is a sad morning. Yeah.
2 points. Bednar should just stay at AAA. He's terrible, you know that. And the second point is, why in the world would the Pirates not have their ace pitching in the home opener? The one thing they have to showcase. Why wouldn't he be pitching?
Yeah, I hear you. And thanks for the call. That one is an easy explanation. That it's not going to be, in the timing of the rotation. That's, so they didn't intentionally alter the rotation to have him start because they don't need to. It's Yankees Pirates. They're going to sell tickets. And Mitch Keller pitching, he's not squashed potatoes. Is that the phrase? Maybe. He's not a bad pitcher. He's exciting to watch. Like, I'm interested to see him pitch. I get where the frustration comes from there, though. But they're not going to alter the rotation. And that's that. They're going to keep it, on schedule. So that's all I got for you there. But in terms of David Bednar, like, why would you? He belongs in the minors. Not that he couldn't improve. Like, I want to believe he can improve. There's no guarantee of that, though. That's just my hope. And you know me, I might be overly optimistic, and that may be annoying and obnoxious to you. But hey, I'm going to do it anyway. Even if you don't think he's able to close, like, put him in some not high leverage spots. Just see if he can gain some confidence back, or move him to another Major League Baseball team. I don't think that guy deserves to be in minor league baseball anymore. That's what I mean. I don't know what kind of repetitions he thinks he's going to get in AAA, but we've seen a few times now situations where the Pirates have sent down guys who were getting established in the getting established in the majors, and they get sent back down to the minors, and they become quad A teams in the league that doesn't exist. They are really good at playing in the minors, but not good at playing in the majors. David Bednar probably will be that story. I anticipate that he'll have major success in AAA. You're not going to learn anything. The only thing it may establish is extra confidence in him. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. How you doing, buddy? It's GP.
Oh, let's go. What's up?
A couple of things on the Pirates. Your last caller, he called up here. The reason why they're not starting my man Skeens on the home opener is because it's a money thing. They're going to start him on Saturday because this way they can sell out Saturday. And then Sunday's always a good day. There's always a good crowd on Sundays to begin with for the home opening series. That's the point on that one. Now, the other thing is I'm glad they sent Bednar down. Maybe it's a wake-up call. Sometimes you need a wake-up call. You know what I'm saying, Harry? You have anything on that?
I like that, actually. See, that's why I like having these conversations, GP, because that's a good point. Maybe they're saying that. Maybe they're sending him a message. They're saying, "Hey, figure it out, or bye-bye your major league career with the Pirates." It's possible.
Exactly. And then here's another thing. Would this be a shocker if they sent Cruz down? Now they're going to bring him back up. Would it be a shocker?
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised, but I guess shocked is surprised. I guess they're synonyms.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised. No, if they're going to do this to Bednar, then no, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised.
why not do it to Cruz maybe after the home opener series? Do it just to say, hey, look, get the cobwebs out. This is major leagues. We're paying you good money. We're going to sign you to a new contract. You got to show us that you care and make some effort out on the field other than hitting. You know what I mean? And Greg Brown's talking about, he's in a mad mood today. He gets a home run. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, too. Like, tell me what you think about this. Like, I think that if they're willing to send David Bednar down to AAA now, they should have been willing to send O'Neal Cruz down to AAA last season to get reps in center field before putting him out there in Major League games.
Yeah, you're right. They should have did it last year towards the end of the year. You're exactly right. Thanks, Harry.
GP, it's always good to talk to you. Thanks for the call. 412-928-9370. You out there can get a phone line as well and have a conversation with me talking about what in the world the Pirates are doing, sending David Bednar down. Now, I like GP's explanation. Maybe it's a wake-up call, but also, like, maybe the wake-up call is just, hey, you're not going to be closer. Let's put you, anywhere else and just see how you do. Now, the Pirates took an extreme measure. I think it's one step too extreme. That's just my opinion. I think it's one step too extreme. I think AAA is not where David Bednar deserves to be. I think he's earned a little more respect than that. But now this is season number 2 of his struggles. He dealt with an injury in spring training last season. He got into the Major League season late, blew a few saves, made some fans mad, made a lifelong friend out of Roddy Tellez, who defended him, and then he kind of evened out. Like, he wasn't the lockdown, lights-out closer that he was in the prior seasons. And now he's struggling again, and he's given up hard contact. Which again, I think that in different worlds, because I don't want to blame him entirely. There's a lot of defensive efforts from teams that make pitchers look good, all across the board, all throughout games. And I do believe that if O'Neal Cruz plays that ball better off the wall in center field against the Marlins, that first game that they lost. If he plays that game better, if he plays that ricochet better off the wall, the Pirates have a better chance of winning that game because you don't have a runner at third base, and then you don't have to intentionally walk a batter. And Cruz, I don't expect him to catch that with his outfield experience. But once that ball bounced off the wall and then bounced past him, it's third base automatically. No good. So, yeah, I mean, I think there are a few plays that throughout this season so far where David Bednar could have benefited from better defense. That being said, it doesn't quite matter. The results are the results, and he is not lights out like he once was 2 or 3 years ago. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Hey, this is Ben.
All right, Ben, what's up?
Well, just some thoughts on the Bednar sending him down. My thoughts are this is something that he is struggling with command, location. They are probably doing this so he gets some unpressurized starts, or not starts, but appearances where he can work on his command location. Obviously, his number one pitch isn't working for him. They send him down here, get him reps, let him work on getting his command and getting in situations where he doesn't feel as pressured as being in the big show where, it affects our team more.
Let me ask you this, though. I get what that's a fair point. That last sentence got me. But, so you're saying that, like, the Pirates couldn't put him in, like, the 5th inning of a game where there's no pressure and just let him work through there on a minor league team?
Are they going to put him in you mean in AAA, or are they going to put him in the 5th?
No, I meant, like, couldn't they keep him in the majors and have him pitch a 5th inning?
No, that's not what he's set up for. I mean, you know that, Harry. I mean, you got your middle relievers. That's what they're groomed for. That's what they train for all spring training. You have your middle relievers that know that's a different situation in the game.
I get that, but there's no pressure on him, and he could work through one inning in the middle, the 5th, 6th inning, where there's no pressure if a starter is only going to go 5 or 6, or put him in the 7th. If the Pirates have like a 3-run lead in the game, put him in the 7th. Let him pitch one inning. You know what I mean?
I think this this is also showing, though, that the organization doesn't have the trust in him right now either to even do that in a major league game. And I think that is why the AAA move happened. Let him work this out down there, get reps, find your pitch. What is his number one? Slider? Cutter? It's not working for him.
He's got that splitter, too, right? He's got that splitter.
Yeah.
So,
but
yeah, I hear you. You're good. Hey, thanks for the call, Jimmy. I appreciate it. That's a good conversation to have. Yeah, the organization doesn't trust him to work through a middle inning in a game in the majors, so put him in minor league games. I think that David Bednar has earned more trust in the organization than that. Now, they know more than I do, and they're seeing him on a regular basis, right? They're working with him, so, like, I don't know everything. I feel bad for the guy. Like, I want to still have belief and faith in David Bednar. But that's something, though, where, reality, if it's smacking you in the face, you gotta not pretend like everything's just fine. Everything is clearly not fine. There's a lot of things not fine with the Pirates. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. Talk to me. We can have a conversation about the Pirates even more. Again, Aaron Rodgers not the quarterback of the Steelers, but there's still plenty of rumors that surround him and why he's not signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line. I got a quick traffic report coming up here next, and then we'll have more sports talk. On this show, my show, I'm Nicholas Ericalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad start to the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed. We did have some overnight work on the Parkway West as you head between I-79 and Robinson Town Center. That has since wrapped up and all the lanes are open. Meanwhile, the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle for the remainder of the morning rush. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match and bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running.
There he goes! Grand slam for Brian Reynolds!
Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss! He struck him out!
All season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can give me a call, 412-928-9370, and we'll chat. We'll talk. Got about 3 more minutes left to do that, so let's get right to it. Caller on the line wants to chat. Good morning. What's your name?
Nick, it's Sean.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, I'm kind of getting agitated with some of the verbiage you're using.
Okay, good.
You know, you use the word respect, and you use the word earned. What is he earned? This has been going on. This isn't like a couple starts.
I know.
Starts. It's been going on for a considerable amount of time.
I know.
This is a results-based business, okay? He gets paid significant money to produce results in the role he's in, and he's not doing it. I mean, I want him to be successful. He's a Pittsburgh kid. You have to root for a guy like that.
So I can't, even if he's failing, I can't respect the guy for being an all-star a couple times?
Well, I get the word. I mean, but it's in this context, Nick, like, we're not respecting the guy, disrespecting the guy because we're sending him down. It has nothing to do with respect. And he earned his spot, but it's gradually going by the wayside by his performance. He's not. I mean, the guys have figured him out. All right, he's placing the ball directly over the plate, and it's almost like batting practice. He's getting shelled, and I get Cruz with a couple errors here and there, but this has been going on for a significant amount of time, and it needed to be done, and it probably would have been done prior to this if the kid wasn't from Pittsburgh. That's my feeling on it.
All right. Hey, I can meet you in the middle. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Okay. So I have respect for David Bednar, but the respect and merit doesn't matter. This is a what have you done for me lately league. I'll meet you there. Maybe my internal feelings, his relation to the greater Pittsburgh area and the fact that he had so much success before. Yeah, maybe I'm letting my feelings get interjected into my opinion of this a little bit too much. Okay, I'm with you. I'll admit it. You got me. I have strong feelings for David Bednar in a baseball fan way. Yeah. Nice guy. Close ties to the greater Pittsburgh community. He's, I wish you were doing better. All right, that's fine. Maybe he does deserve. You got me. You've convinced me. Maybe he does deserve minor league reps right now because he has not performed lately. I'll meet you there. I appreciate it. That's why I like having these phone calls and these conversations, because sometimes I say things and the meaning of what I'm saying is not what I exactly think it is until somebody calls and smacks me and says, Nick, he doesn't deserve to be up here. He struggled for a while. You're right. You got me. You're right. I do. I want him to do well. I think that's the point. And I want to believe that you could just give him middle-of-the-game reps and he would succeed, but there's no guarantee of that either. Maybe getting some confidence back, maybe working on some things against inferior competition in AAA will help him. But I also do fear this, too. I also fear that he's not going to do well in AAA either, and then what? Nothing good can come of that. So, yeah, that's the way I feel about it. And again, my opinion is more feeling based. Like, I want to believe he can do well, and just right now he's not. So, hey, but I appreciate all the calls this morning. I appreciate everybody's perspective on everything. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure talking to you every morning. And we're at Hump Day now. We're halfway through the week, so I get through it. And then we'll get to the weekend and we'll get to watch the Pirates at home. Yay! My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show next right here on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, McKnight Road remains a single lane each direction, traveling in the northbound lanes on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard as work continues on the southbound side of the span. In addition, don't forget the ramp from Babcock Boulevard to the inbound side of McKnight Road remains closed for the duration of the project. There is a posted detour. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 up to speed and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. We have the Farmer's Dog commercial on right there on the TV to the left on ESPN. And the first time I ever saw the commercial, Doran, I was like, damn, that soup looks good.
Right? That's what I was just looking at. I was like, wait, is that dog food?
Man, they got that packaged food. Comes right to your door, looks delicious. And then little Sparky is like, my farmer's dog is here.
Right.
Good morning, Doran. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. Can't complain. Callis, how you doing?
I'm in I don't know.
You have feelings for David Bednar?
I do have feelings for David Bednar, yeah.
I'm sorry. I laughed really hard. I know you noticed that because I laughed like a cackling hyena. I laughed really hard when you said that because Doran and I were just talking about stuff, and I heard it completely out of context. I just said, listen, and I have strong feelings for David Bednar. I'm like, man, Callis is he's really comfortable in his own skin. I'm happy he's able to admit this.
Yes.
I'm just happy that you were listening to the show, like, at all. Like, you were listening to any words.
No, I was enthralled by your back and forth with that caller, and there's a delay in the hallway because we have the broadcast feed. And I heard it when I was getting my coffee and grabbing something off the printer, and I come in here, and it sort of fast-forwards everything along. Then Doran and I start chatting, and then you announced your love for one David Bednar.
Yeah, I think I can't let my emotions get into it. Maybe he deserves minor league baseball for a little bit. Yeah.
I just think you can't keep losing games up here while you're working on stuff. Like, that's a tough position to work through because if you put him in, like, the sixth inning, you could still lose games there. And
yeah.
We'll get into more of that.
I think I have
the show.
I think I have a pre-show topic, though, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I've got a great pre-show topic. But go ahead.
Did you see the guy that filibustered? He created the new record.
Okay.
And I don't want to get into the politics of it, but I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Do you think you could stand, not even sit, at that desk and talk on this airwaves with no commercials, no peeing, no eating for 25 hours straight?
This is amazing. So Cory Booker in the Senate, he had the longest filibuster of all time. And Callis is right. Who gives a rat's ass about politics? We don't do politics on the show. But the concept is an interesting one.
Because we talk for a living. And I don't think I could do that.
It actually dovetails with my topic, and I'll intertwine the two in a second here. But let's stick with your thing here. My wife asked me the same thing yesterday. She said,
wait, so that was real?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 25 hours. New
broke
record.
the all-time record.
The old record was 24 hours and 18 minutes, and my man went above and beyond to break the record by
So he didn't pee?
Nope.
He didn't eat?
Only water could be drank during that
How
time.
is that even possible?
That's what I'm saying.
But go ahead.
My wife asked me if there's anything that I could talk for 25 hours straight about, and the answer is probably no. I think that's an incredible feat.
Yeah.
And I clicked in and out of it because I was just curious. Like, is he just reading from the phone book? Is he doing the alphabet in a bunch of different languages? No, he was agree, disagree with whatever he was saying. You know, there was substance behind the things that he was saying. And it was obviously well rehearsed and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, West Virginia, maybe? Maybe? Pittsburgh sports? But like outside the sports realm, could I sit there and talk for 25 hours? I did think about you, though, Mr. Dickerson. In horror movies.
I was just thinking that.
Like, you could just go movie by movie review.
That's yes.
If you just write down the titles of the movies in a couple of bullet points, I think you could absolutely roll.
I was just thinking, I was like, what could be that thing that I could talk about? And I was like, you know what? In my mind, like if I were to say I was allowed to play like each movie, like I could talk about the 13, I think there's 13 or 12 or 13 Friday the 13th movies from start to finish, and that probably would make up the hours.
Yeah.
And if I was able to just play the movie, I could do the play-by-play of each movie to get me through those hours. I could probably do that, yes. Because I've seen them so many times, and I could tell everybody what's happening and who the characters are, who the actors are, things of that nature. Yes, I could probably do that.
I think you're our best shot.
Yeah.
Like if you had to nominate one person from every show, you're our best shot with that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that anybody on the station knows anything quite like you know horror movies. Now, I think Pony might be able to stand up there and rattle off the World Series MVP for 140 years and do that with baseball and hockey and all that weird Pony stuff that makes him Pony. But if you took it outside of sports, I don't know. Maybe Mulsey could do Tuscan soup recipes. Mulsey's got a lot of knowledge.
Yeah,
but
he
if
does.
it's one subject, like if you could vary subjects, I think Mulsey would be great. But one subject for 25 hours?
But can't you get I mean, that's our job, is to get creative. Like, I would talk about one subject, but I would bring in like 15 different subjects that would equal that one subject. That would be a part of that one subject. Like,
Subheadings, things of that nature.
Like, if I had to talk about horror movies, say I was talking about my favorite movie in the shirt I'm wearing right now, Candyman. Like, I would talk about Tony Todd playing the character, but then I would go into Tony Todd characters of whatever he did in other movies.
Right.
Where he's from. To like filibuster through, stuff like that. So you could bring in and introduce, and Tony Todd was a big, football fan, New England Patriots fan, could talk about that. Like, it all could intertwine, right?
Yeah.
Or would I have to just stick to horror movies?
We used to do this thing back when I was in high school newspaper, not the Daily Anthony. And what the hell were we in high school? Devil's Advocate, because Mount Lebanon.
That was the name of it?
Blue Devils, yeah.
You ever see that movie?
No, you want to filibuster on it? Right. Who was in that one, Dorm? What year did that come out?
Al Pacino.
53 minutes and 22 seconds, there was a jump scare. You're going to want to look out for that one. We would sit there, we'd play the Wikipedia game. You ever did that?
No. Yeah.
Man, we used to just goof off, listen to music senior year. I'd have like 2 study halls, theater, and then newspaper. But we would sit there, and someone would assign you a Wikipedia page and then tell you had to get to another Wikipedia page. And the only way you could get there is through the links through the Wikipedia pages. So just as an example, it would be, I don't know, prostate health, and you have to get there through David Bednar. That's a very bizarre thing that I just picked, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Trying to pick bizarre stuff. Someone texts in that Joe could discuss his fears and phobias. That game was awesome, though. You'd start at one thing, and you'd make all, it'd be like, now you're in the Revolutionary War. Next thing, you're the Boston Tea Party. And, oh, my God, it's unbelievable. Someone texted in that they could talk about Lord of the Rings. 25 hours would be a cakewalk. Yeah, you could just talk about every scene.
Could you talk about Harry Potter?
Not for 25 hours.
No.
I know people who could. My friend Dan absolutely could. I couldn't do 25 hours. No. No. Texter.
You could talk about Star Wars, Callis. You think?
Not for 25 hours.
I mean, there's enough content there that if you're a true Star Wars fan, I think that you can make that last.
You got to be deep in the weeds.
Oh, yeah.
Real weird.
Yeah.
Real weird. What could you filibuster about for 25 hours? 412-928-9370. Send us a text. The reason I got to prostate health is because it was top of mind, because a commercial came on in the Pirates game yesterday for Men's Depends. So they're like, for lack of a better way of saying, panty liners for men. And my wife and I found the brand messaging, the difference between the men's and the women's, hysterical. Like the Men's Depends, they call them shields.
Shields, yes.
And guards. And then I read the same product, but on the women's side, they're designed to fit your curves, giving you coverage where you need it, without any bunching in the middle. It talks about fragrances. The dude one's like, it's a steel curtain for your urethra. Smells like drywall. And the woman one's
tobacco.
Like, tobacco scented Depends. The Berlin Wall. between your taint and that stank. Hasn't Kaboli been in on the dude wipes train before?
I think so. Yeah.
And that's different to me. And hey, like, if you need that stuff, it's fine. But that's what dovetails with the other topic. And my wife was like, you think Cory Booker's up there wearing Depends?
He probably, has to, right?
Because you got to keep that whistle wet.
Yeah, so you're drinking water, and so then you're going to have to urinate at some point.
You're going to have to. You can't go 25 hours holding it.
That's crazy.
You
I can't believe
absolutely,
that's real.
he is absolutely tinkling his pants up there.
So the guy that broke the record before in 57.
Yeah, real racist guy, Strom Thurmond. Yeah.
But he peed in a bucket, and then they he would like step behind a curtain that they had, and he would pee in the bucket while he was talking. It was they don't let you do that anymore. But
so now it's you go with the shield.
Yeah. Was he making sense?
I'm not going to pretend like I was really watching it.
I mean, was there people who stayed the whole time too? Like what?
Well, no, the people who are like the Senate doesn't have to stay. Like they can leave during it and do whatever they need to do. But if he's going to speak, he has to stay on that stage.
Yeah, you got to stay there.
That is unbelievable.
You are absolutely pee-peeing in your pants.
Yes.
Like, no question about it.
Yes.
Texter, please look up the definition of filibuster. All right, Webster, why don't you text it to us? I mean, geez. That word was supposed to be text. Started with an S there.
Well, you're just talking and not really saying anything, and I don't know.
Someone texted in saying that their wife could filibuster for days about all the things I do that annoy her.
That
mm-hmm.
I think ladies and significant others could probably do it more than men, talking about reality shows. And
I'm not complaining about this. I want to make that very clear because my lovely wife will listen to this on the Odyssey app later in the day. When I get done with work, and we've talked about this, we're done.
Yes.
We ain't talking. I want to veg. I like going to pick my daughter up. I sit in the car. I'll listen to Starkey. I'll read. Maybe grab some links for tomorrow. But I just try to relax. That's when I'll do my West Virginia fanboying. Like, you know, I'll eat my sweets.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
mm-hmm.
like the healthy meal is preparing for this show, but you got to get your sweets in there. What do I care about that other people don't care about? My wife gets done with work. She can filibuster. She'll go.
Yeah.
She'll go.
Yeah.
For days.
All day.
I'm like, they're just cut different, Doran.
Yes, they are.
Like that's how, I'm not going to paint with a broad brush. That's how hey, I'm stressed. I'm laying it all out there. And I'll ask, do you need advice or do you just want me to listen? And if she says, listen, I turn my brain on. Just kidding. But if she says, just listen. Okay, all right, I'm here for you. But I can't do that. I bury all my feelings deep inside like a man.
Right, yeah. You hold it in. Shield, you
guarded.
You shield it.
Texter, I could talk for 24 hours about classic rock, Beatles, Rolling Stones, The Who, Pink Floyd. Cool. That sounded sarcastic.
It did, because you told people to text in.
Yeah, I didn't mean that to sound sarcastic.
That's, man. Like, I think I'd even get to a point where it's like, all right, like, I don't know if I could go 20, 25 hours. I mean, I could go probably 10.
I think we can see how difficult that is.
It's very, very hard. Like, and to make sense.
That's right.
And to not get fatigued.
Oh.
There's no sleeping either. I mean obviously.
No, you're going straight. Straight for 25 hours. It's not like.
Now, do you think that we could do it?
But
you know, we do it with the 5 alarm, but it's like every host. Do you think that if like we had to stay on for 24 hours, that we could just rip?
Yeah.
Uncensored.
As a team?
Yeah, me and you.
For sure.
Yeah, easily, right?
For sure. Because we'd mix sports and then we'd wind up doing a pre-show for 25 hours.
Yeah.
My wife did say that, I mean, they're advertised on the Pirate games. I mean, maybe these Depends for men. Maybe they want to be a sponsor for the 5 Alarm Marathon.
Good idea.
Sit there for 26 hours and don't have to get up from the table.
You're talking by yourself, though. That's the kicker there.
What do you mean?
Like, we could host a show for that 24 hours, but like if you had to talk by yourself, that's what that is.
Right.
There's
right. The 3 of us, we could do it.
Yeah.
2 of us, whichever 2, whatever. I think we could do it.
Mm-hmm.
1 of us, you go crazy. You got to go crazy.
Go crazy.
And think about it, no callers either. You can't take callers, can't get their opinion, can't have conversation with them. The show's got to be just you.
Right, yeah, just straight ahead, like you're by yourself.
Oh, man.
Texter, dude, I could talk about porn for a week. You could not.
What?
What's there to say?
Right.
Texter, I could talk for 24 hours if I had an ounce of premium cocaine. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Texters. Really appreciate the contributions here. You can't talk about porn for a week? I'm sure somebody could.
The train has entered the tunnel. Yay! Back and forth. It got stuck.
Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Yeah, we all know.
We know the names. Yeah. Texter, you're already 30 minutes in on talking about men's depends. Just 24 and a half hours to go. It's only, it's only been 15 minutes. That's it. I mean, there are people who know stuff about stuff.
Right.
Like the guy who says classic rock, I'm sure he could.
Yes.
I'm sure he could go up in front of a crowd and tell you everything you need to know about Axl Rose and Bob Dylan and everyone through the years.
Like, I'm sure whenever he was alive, like Alex Trebek could probably do it.
Yes.
Of all the knowledge, all the people that he's come across over the years. You know, game show hosts and stuff like that. Like whenever there's trivia.
Is this a bad question?
Oh, no.
He's no longer with us, right?
That's why I said whenever he was alive.
Okay. Yeah. I'm reading the text line.
Yeah.
Thinking about depends jokes.
Whenever he was alive.
Yeah, okay, so now that he's gone, and I thought that was the case. I listened. Are we sure Trebek was a genius? Or did he just have cards?
He had cards, but
very personable guy.
I heard he was an awesome human being. I don't think he was a genius, but I think that, you know, it's like muscle memory. Like once you read something so many times and have the question altered so many times, and he was doing it for, 30, 40 years. Like you probably know some bleep.
Oh, sure.
You know enough.
Just through osmosis. Just year after year, day after day.
Now, the guy that's on there now, what is his name? Kevin something. Isn't
it Ken Jennings?
Ken Jennings, sorry. So he is a genius.
Jennings.
He's 100% a genius because he won.
Right, for sure.
And now he's hosting.
Right.
Like he knew all that stuff.
Right.
Was asked the questions. Like he could definitely do it.
Yes. Yes.
He's a genius.
Yes. And I'm not saying Trebek was not a smart guy, but Mensa? I don't know. And I could just absolutely not know anything about him. When I ask, is he still with us, probably means I haven't done enough background reading or enough studying about the life and legend of Alex Trebek.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You ever watch, what was that one show? The Beast? Not The Beast. Well, no, his name was The Beast. The big dude that you would have to, go against.
The Chase.
The Chase, yes. The Chase. You ever watch that?
Wasn't that guy scary as hell?
He's big.
Big and intimidating.
Yeah, sitting at the top. He could probably do it.
He lost a lot of weight, though. Just for the record. Sorry.
Waken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today. Waken180weightloss.com. What was the one for ESPN? Stump the Schwab? The Schwam?
I don't remember that one.
Who was it? Stump the Schwab.
Huh. I heard that one.
Yeah. American game show that aired on ESPN2 and ESPN Classic from July 8th, 2004 to September 29th, 2006. And it was basically you had to beat this guy in a sports trivia contest. There's this big dude who knew everything. And that was the, that was the thing.
I think Donnie would have
Schwab.
a good chance. I think Donnie would have a good chance. What happened?
We lost the Schwab.
What's his name?
Howie Schwab. R.I.P. Died in 2024. He was an ESPN researcher, I guess.
Oh.
He was a producer and a researcher.
Oh, yeah, he looks familiar.
Yeah. That was a good show.
Looks like the...
I think Donnie, to your point, I think Donnie always, when he does the quiz show with Starkey, I mean, Starkey goes back. I mean, it's not Donnie's fault. Starkey goes back a while because Starkey's not an old man, but he's older than Donnie.
Mm-hmm.
Donnie holds in there with old-timey football and baseball stuff.
He does.
He's real good with that. R.I.P. Schwab. Didn't think I'd be reading that today. Ken Jennings gone too soon.
Ken Jennings?
What?
I killed Ken Jennings. My bad. How many people do you think I've put in the ground over the years?
Over the 2 years that we've been together, probably at least 15.
I think dead people are alive. I think alive people are dead all the ever-loving time.
Yep.
The hell's wrong with
It's hard to keep up with, so, I mean, I don't really blame you, honestly. It's
Ken
very hard
Jennings.
to keep up with.
I meant to say, you were gone, you were printing stuff, but we were talking about Trebek before. I couldn't remember that. I thought Trebek had left us, and he had. Do we think Trebek was a genius? You didn't weigh in on that.
No, I think he had all the answers.
He had all the answers.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, Dorla. You read those time after time. Few of them are going to stick.
Yeah, you're going to know some stuff.
I would think a few of them would stick, yeah. All right, we've been putting off talking about the 1-5 Pirates as long as we could. Val Kilmer's dead!
Yeah. 4 hours ago it was announced. 5 hours ago.
Are we sure?
Yep.
Tough day to die. I'm just calling that like it is.
Why?
April Fool's Day. Tough day to die.
Yeah, my dog died on April Fool's. We talked about that last year.
You're not going to believe it. And so you're going to have that feeling of like, nah,
True.
Come on.
Very
no, can't be. And you got to almost deal with it twice.
Very true.
And in my case, the third time, 4 years from now, where I'll be like, hey, what's Val Kilmer up to today?
Or Pete Rose.
Did he?
You said yesterday?
Did he leave us? All right. Is the Pirates season dead? At 1-5. 6 games in. We'll talk about it in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Harrington for the Pirates with a 1-1. And it's lined past third. Down the left field line it goes. This will score a couple. Into second base goes Jake Mangum. Becoming a folk hero. It's 2-0. Tampa Bay. And the 2-0. High fly ball. Shallow right field. Runner at third, Mangum.
I'm not sure he sees it.
Gonna tag. Sawinski makes the catch and throws to second base, and it's cut off by Triolo, and the runners advance. On a sacrifice fly, it is 4-0. And a high drive to right field. That's a no-doubter. Wow, crushed by Brandon Lau. His second home run of this young season gives Tampa Bay a 6-0 lead in the fourth. Line drive, base hit into right. Brandon Lau with his third hit, on base for a fourth time. And now Tampa Bay leads it 7-0. Mason Montgomery for the Rays, the pitch. Swing and a miss. And this game ends with another Pirates strikeout. And the Pirates are shut out. And they fall to 1-5 on the young season. Final score, Tampa Bay 7, Pittsburgh 0.
Yeah, join us on Friday on Federal Street for opening day. Nova Place, just steps away from PNC Park, a short walk to Acrisure Stadium, located along South Commons. Prepay and reserve your parking at Nova Place Garage on Spot Hero. Best part is an easy exit in any direction after your event without getting stuck in traffic near the stadiums. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sports, events, concerts, and more. Give me a second here, Dorn. I'm going to play the Pirates' offensive highlights. All right, there you go. So you're 1-5. And there's an obvious question here. What can be done? How do you stop the bleeding? You need to get back to 500 to get the heartbeat going again, and then you got to build from there. But right now, it's tough to see how that's possible. And right now, I think every single Pirates fan is thinking, from wire to wire, this team's not going to be competitive. I mean, you're 1-5. Paul Skeen's on the bump today. We'll get to that. He always offers hope. Thomas Harrington yesterday offered a glimmer of hope whenever he was walking out to the mound, and then not much after that. But, Dorn, you brought this up the other day. It's not just the Yankees. It's not good. They've hit 17 home runs in 4 games. That's the most in a 4-game span in baseball history. And it'll be Mitch Keller and Bailey Falter and Heaney against those guys. There'll be 20,000 Yankees fans in some of those games. Maybe not the home opener, but the other couple. There'd probably still be a lot of Yankees fans there for opening day. And then you got to take on the Cardinals. Then not that long after that, you're taking on the damn Dodgers.
Yep.
Got to go out west where we've seen many a season go to die. I mean, Doran, it gets late early, and I think we can brainstorm a couple of things that they can do that could try to change the mojo, the morale around there. But they do need to do something, and 6 games is not too small a sample size given the last 6 years. You need to push some sort of a panic button here. You do.
Yeah, and it's not just, the Yankees, like you said, and the Cardinals. I mean, you have the Reds who have a shot of life with their new manager. Obviously, we know who that is. I don't know what the record is, but they played decent baseball from what I've been kind of monitoring for the first couple games. They're going to be, there's 2 divisional opponents right there, and then you got the Dodgers. I mean, it is not looking good. Listen, it'd be different if it was different. There it is. It'd be different if it was different, but it is the same. And whenever it's the same and it's the same way every single time, every single opportunity, every single game, every single year, every single month, every single week, it only points to one thing, right? And we talk about this in all sports. It starts from the top down. Now we know what the top is. The top is not going anywhere. They push the buttons. They have the control over everything. Below that is obviously Charrington, and below that is really what I'm talking about is Shelton. And and I hate to say it because everything I've heard, he's a great guy. And this is not personal. This is business. This is athletics. This is sports. But it's the same. If it's the same, what's the same? If there's no change. And there's no coming out on the other side. Production, the same thing is Derek Shelton. So I know it's somewhat early, but as you said, it gets early quick. And you got it. You have to salvage morale. It's not even the season at this point.
Right. It can't get away from you before the thing gets started.
Right.
And 1 in 5 ain't good, but it's not some great sin. But every loss from this point forward, before you get a win, the further and further your end goal, you get away from that. And this is a team that does not hit the baseball well enough that you feel like can go on one of these 18 out of 20 game runs. Like, I think about 13, 14, and 15. And those teams, they would get hot. They had the great starting pitching. They had the Shark Tank bullpen, but they could also hit. You need all those things to work in concert in order to rattle off one of those big-time winning streaks. That's what playoff teams do. They'll win 17 out of 22.
They're not built like that.
Something like that. No, and that's why you can't get into a massive hole. If you're playing, if you're around 500 2 months in, and you win 7 out of 10, all right, well, now all of a sudden, you're 4 games over 500. And, you play even ball, and you win 7 out of 10. And you start compounding the interest, right? Now you're behind the 8 ball. And I'm with you, Dorn, and I don't want to make any emotional decisions, but you want to make decisions based on fact.
Yes.
So Bob Smizik, formerly the Post-Gazette, I don't need to tell people who Bob Smizik is, a legend around here. He tweeted this out before the game yesterday. Major League Baseball had 10 new managers for the 2020 season. All of them are gone, except for one. So 10 new managers for 2020. All of them are gone, except for Derek Shelton. And he's the manager with the worst record out of that entire group at 295, 418. And you're right. I've heard nothing but great things about Derek Shelton, the man. Like I relished the Matt Canada firing, and it made for good radio, and I was excited, and I was emotional in the moment. I never want to handle something like that again, just being 100% honest, like we try to be every day with the people out there. But part of our job is talking about the tough decisions that need to be made. Mike Johnston for the Penguins wasn't exactly winning any charisma contests. He was a minor league coach. They brought him up from Portland, and it never made sense from the get-go. And the Penguins were floundering. And what do? They don't wait till the end of the year. It's mid-season. Let's bring Mike Sullivan in, and it turns it around.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers, for all their faults in recent years, 2 years ago, they fired Matt Canada because they weren't getting it done. They were 6-4 when they fired Matt Canada because it wasn't passing, my God, the eye test, and it wasn't passing the statistical test. Shoot, even the Steelers last year, not a coaching change, but you're 4-2, good, not to be confused with great. And so you changed the quarterbacks. So I don't know that anything happens with Derek Shelton. I think everything should be on the table. And I'm going to guess, it's an educated guess, that everything is on the table if things continue to snowball here. There's got to be other things that they can do, though, like closed-door meeting. Like, there's always steps, right? There are always things that lead to the eventual coaching guillotine, managerial guillotine. Like, there's going to be a players-only meeting. And nothing good ever comes from a players-only meeting. That generally means, again, it's the beginning of the end.
Right.
Like, what can be done save for making the big seismic move that's going to shake everything up? I'm searching, man.
Me too.
I'm looking to exorcise the demon.
Like, my thing is, too, the reason why I bring it up about, Shelton is because I can't imagine that he had a long leash heading into the season. I can't imagine. Like, I know that, and say what you want about Bob Nutting, he has done things like potentially doing what we were talking about before. Like, he has fired managers before.
Clint Hurdle went to 3 straight playoff years. Neil Huntington led them to 3 straight playoff years, and those guys got paid not to work.
Yes. And he hasn't done it this early. But that's why I can't imagine after last season and how that transpired, Shelton have that long of a leash this year. I can't imagine it being that long. I feel like it's very short, and it's pretty close at this point. You can only, you can only endure so much. And then, you have one of your biggest days coming up in 2-3 days.
Yeah.
And that day is now turning around like doomsday.
I'm worried about it, man.
Yes, like that like as an owner that it just, obviously you're always worried about revenue and making money. Clearly, like Friday is scary.
They're going to sell the ballpark out. They're probably going to have good crowds over the weekend with the Yankees in town, but I can't remember a start to the season where there were some expectations and the fans were as negative as they are right now.
Yep.
And, hey, look, it's anecdotal. We get texts, we get tweets, we get calls. I go to the grocery store. We talk to family. We talk to friends. People are pissed.
Yes, they are.
People are pissed. And it's not that Vegas thought that the Pirates were going to win a whole bunch of games this year. It's not that the national pundits thought that the Pirates were going to win a whole bunch of games this year. But I think people saw the way that they started in each of the last 2 seasons, and now you've got the promise of a full year of Paul Skeens and what this starting rotation could be. And I think maybe you're hoping against hope that they could surprise this year. And then you come out 1-5, and you don't even get the magic of the early season success that you had last year. You don't get the magic of the 20-8 start from 2 years ago.
Well, I think people are premeditated in a way why they're upset is because you didn't and make the adequate moves in the offseason to surround this starting rotation, to surround Paul Skeens.
Right.
And we all kind of knew that this would be the situation. Like, it's almost like, they were laughing in our face. Like, oh, we're just going to rely on internal improvement. Like, that's just not how it works.
And look, if they played the younger guys and they talk about internal improvement, it's not our favorite. But it'd be better than trotting out a Tommy Pham or this guy who played first base last night.
Yeah.
Who has no future, probably, with the organization. And so, okay, we've talked about the doomsday, press the easy button thing here, or the panic button, or whatever we want to call it, that big, shiny button. The nuclear button. I don't know what happens with Shelton. I don't know that would fix anything. I don't. What needs to happen in the interim, I'll tell you next. And it's just one man's opinion. There are guys who are playing in the minors that should be playing up here, and there are guys who are up here that should not be here. We'll get to that coming up next. David Bednar was sent down. And Pirates Nation turns its lonely eyes to Paul Skeens. Pressure's on today. He likes that. He relishes that. Put a stop to the skid. Now, all of this, look, you win a couple of games, all of us, okay, exhale. But you do need that exhale moment. You're only 6 games in, and it does feel like the sky is falling. How do you get to that point where you're stringing a couple of wins together? That's the question, so that you can kind of reset this thing. Call us, text us, tweet us. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today. They play at 1:10 this afternoon against the Tampa Bay Rays in the final game of this road trip. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. You can listen anytime, too, from anywhere on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tom Brady may have been the undisputed GOAT, but now he has a co-GOAT, if you will. The NFL has decided to integrate the records of the All-America Football Conference, which operated from 1946 to 1949. So Hall of Famer Otto Graham, who won all 4 AAFC championships and then 3 more in the NFL, is now tied with Tom Brady at 7 total titles. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm today, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing signs of life with the Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale, heavy to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy as well, right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. And those HOV lanes are open on the inbound side until 10 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Anne Hathaway was a great Catwoman.
Where did that come from?
The For You tab. Where Pirates fans are saying things like, wow, the fan base is going to check out before the home opener. Not my words. Do you agree with them? 412-928-9370. What I've found with this fan base over the years is that we're resilient. Like, you get a lot of people who say, that's it, I'm done. It's over. I'm never watching again. I'm never spending a dime at that stadium, never again. And then Skeens takes them out, and there's 35,000 people in there. And I'm not making fun of the people out there. I'm one of these guys. I'm doing my part today, by the way. I want to turn this around. I don't want to see the Pirates season end before it starts.
Nobody does.
So I'm going to do my part.
Okay. What's your part?
Well, I've changed pirate hats. I've gone from my traditional black pirate hat with the yellow P to now the old school one with the different gold, black P, and the black bill.
Okay.
If Paul Skeens wins his start today, I'm going with the Skeens stash again. We're going to get them out of this thing. Shave my beard, get the stash going, get the mojo rolling back in the right direction. We got to turn it around one Skeens stash at a time.
See, I was going to be on board with you of doing that, but it's going to have to take a little bit more for me to do that.
Then one Skeens start?
Yeah.
Dorn, the Yankees are coming to town. They've hit 17 homers in 4 games. We all need to do our small part. I also think every fan seated in the outfield needs to all collectively, with every pitch, blow as hard as they can when the Yankees are up to bat. See if we can keep the balls in the ballpark.
Yeah,
right. I think a lot of Steelers fans did that when Mike Vanderjagt was lining up for the field goal in the 05 divisional round. I think we need to do that in the outfield every time the Yankees step up to bat.
Yeah.
This is what I've resorted to, bad comedy, Dorn, to try to cope.
Well, there's no other angle. There's no other way. I don't know what else to do. It's not like we have control, but I don't think they know what they need to do.
Do you agree with that Pirates burner account on Twitter that you are going to lose interest before opening day? I'm not. I'm just not wired that way. I'll be negative, and then I'll just suffer through it all. But I'm interested where people come down on this at 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm also not into the sports talk radio thing of complaining, and not offering some level of solution. So I think you need to, and none of this is sexy, but it's the whole Mrs. Doubtfire thing. Help is on the way. The dude who played first base last night don't need to be playing first base anymore. Emmanuel Valdez. I don't need that guy in my lineup. I need Nick York up here. I need Billy Cook up here. And most importantly, and not that, again, this is going to move the needle considerably, but the guy they just traded for, get him up here. Alex Canario. So the PM guys had Keith Law on yesterday, one of the best prospect breaker-downer guys in the biz. And he talked about Canario, and he said, he's something the Pirates just don't have.
Mm-hmm.
He's pure raw power.
Right.
He said he can't hit all that great, but okay. Before yesterday's game, and I haven't plugged in all the beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop metrics yet, they were hitting 176 as a team. So they're not hitting the baseball anyway. Give me a guy in the lineup that when he does hit the baseball, the damn thing goes a long way. Let's see what he could do. He led the minors in homers 2 years ago. It's either that or G1 Bay. And what have we been told about G1 Bay? He's up here because he can run. Well, everybody's running.
Yeah.
They got 17 steals through 6 games.
I mean, if you bring Canario up, what is that really going to do if nobody else is hitting?
I know, but it's the process, man. And I'm not even disagreeing with you. But, Jack Sawinski, for my money, should be in there every night. I know he went 0 for 4 and he's hitting 133.
He stunk.
I know that. But I would rather see him and Canario. We'll figure it out when he comes up here and he goes 0 for 5 and grounds into a double play. That's not fair because I want him up here. But, I would rather see Jack Sawinski. I would rather see Billy Cook. I would rather see Nick York. I would rather see Canario. I would rather see all those guys than Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham is a $4 million 37-year-old. Veteran leadership, yeah. You've got Andrew McCutchen, who didn't play for the second straight night. Do we know why that is?
No, I don't know why.
Is he banged up? I'm
he
worried.
Hit a home run and then didn't play 2 games.
Every time people hit home runs on this team, they get hurt. And that's the other thing. People don't like this. There's also the bad luck element on top of it.
A lot. Every year.
Everything.
Every year.
It's everything. Nick Gonzalez hits a home run. I feel like I'm having a cathartic experience here. The guy hits a home run. Ow, my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Jones going to be your number 2 starter. Ow, my elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Horowitz, they actually make a trade from a position of strength to add a first baseman who might be able to do something, and I actually like the guy and think he could be good for the Pirates, and he's out until God knows when. So, not only is it, they didn't add enough, and, okay, we don't love the managerial decisions, it's also, let's take all of that, and let's throw a blanket over the top of it, and then written on that blanket is, oh, you're also going to get effed with the worst luck in Major League Baseball. At least Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is hitting 333.
Yeah, he's hitting decent.
And O'Neal Cruz is walking a lot. But I want to see the young guys. I want to see what they can add. And maybe you catch lightning in a bottle there with 1 or 2 of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think pretty highly of Billy Cook and Nick York. I think they could be good players. I'm not saying great players. But
They don't think that way, clearly, because they're not here.
But I don't know that that's the case.
What's the case, then?
They have zero consistency with what they do. David Bednar, all last season. No, scholarship. You're on the big league club. Doesn't matter how many saves you blow, early, middle, late. Doesn't matter. You're on scholarship. And then he's the day 1 closer, and 2 games get blown. 3. 2 games get blown based a lot on the defense, and now he gets sent to AAA. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it and need to work through things. And if you're going to be good this year, he's a huge part of it. So you need to figure him out. But why did not happen at any point last year?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when he was dealing with injury. That made all the sense in the world. So are they keeping those guys down because they're not good enough? I don't know, because their process is so haphazard. And then you've got the cherry on top of Shane Baz going 6 innings allowing 7 hits and striking out 10.
Yep.
And then the Tampa Bay Rays TV broadcast just pouring salt in the wound, talking about all the Pirates pitchers who have left.
Yep.
And been good elsewhere.
Yep.
Tough place to be.
Yes.
412-928-9370. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Text us if there was an update on McCutchen after the game last night that I missed. Let us know. Yeah, I'm confused on that one. Dude hits an absolute urine missile down the sideline on a pitch that's up and in. His bat speed's always been his calling card. He's in his upper 30s, and he takes a fastball up and in, and he torques on that bad boy without a torpedo bat, Norm.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's out of the lineup for 2 days. It just makes you wonder. Yep. Makes you wonder.
Yep.
412-928-9370. The positives? Well,
today, Paul Skeens, maybe?
That's right. Bucko Nation, we turn our lonely eyes to you. Paul Skeens on the bump, 110. Getting to that, some of your phone calls, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers still not officially the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they've got a game coming up tomorrow against the St. Louis Blues. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now, listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza, I'll eat bread, I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Shiloh Plate and Pour on Shiloh Street in Mount Washington. Mount Washington's favorite neighborhood spot is back. Catch the game, enjoy an ice-cold beer, and dig into some great food. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. And the kitchen's cooking a full menu until 1 a.m.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
People lining up on the phone lines want to talk about the Pirates 1-5 start at 412-928-9370. We'll get to you guys coming up in a minute. Paul Skeens on the mound today, and man, I think he's going to go out there, and I think he's going to be electric. I think it was an okay start by his standards in the first game of the season. I bet you he's dynamic today.
What does that lead to, though, Crowley?
Hopefully not a blown save. I just think that this is the kind of moment that he was born to meet, and I do think that he will.
I feel like I'm dragging you down right now. I feel like you're trying to be very, very
I'm doing
positive.
what I can, man. I'm going to shave the beard. Someone texted indoor and said, guys, I splashed holy water on myself yesterday, hoping that would help. As we can see, that failed. Maybe burn some sage next. I have a whole bunch of Pirates bobbleheads in my man cave, my pub. And I also...
Like how many? Like you're talking about?
40, probably.
40?
Yeah. 30 of them are in a box, like under the bar. But like my 10 favorites are all out. I feel like we can do something with that. Maybe light some candles in here. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the day of the home opener. Skeens gets the dub today. Maybe on Friday morning, we just line this place, litter this place with 40 bobbleheads, whole bunch of candles from Bed Bath & Beyond, and we dim the lights, and we pray to the baseball gods to try to turn this thing around.
40?
Yeah. I'm going to have to dust them, though. That's the problem. That's why they're not out
40 worthy Pirates of bobbleheads?
Well,
to keep?
Well, how about this? We're talking 40 bobbleheads. We're probably talking about 50 players. Because there's some that have 3 players on them, some that have 2 players on them. You have the old Fire and Ice bobblehead with Oliver Perez and the old closer, Mike Gonzalez. Oh, yeah, baby. There was a Chris Duffy, Ryan Domit bobblehead.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bring those in.
Bring them all in on Friday.
Yeah, bring them all in. We'll line them up right here.
Oh, they'll be all over the place.
Yeah, that's be great. We should do that.
Candles.
Yes.
Turn the lights down low.
Yep.
All right, we're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? And then my wife will say, just leave them there.
Yes.
And then if they turn them around, maybe we'll auction them off for charity or something. We already got a bunch of bobbleheads.
Yeah, there is.
Garrett Cole, Kutch, Steve Blass, Bill Mazeroski, Chuck Tanner, Rennie Stennett. Yeah, that's
Parrot.
where we are.
You got the parrot.
I also saw on Twitter, as I was scrolling during the break, Doran, that remember how I was making fun of Russell Wilson, like soaking in the Madison Square Garden experience, and then he signed a football and threw it up into the crowd to rousing standing ovation? Justin Fields yesterday at the New York Knicks game, signing footballs, and then he actually ran a zone read, ran it right up to the...
Oh, he ran it. Okay,
yeah, he
nice.
ran it right up to the fans in the 15th row.
Nice.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Nice.
Little juke move there.
Sweet.
He got a rousing standing ovation. So I love the idea of both of those guys being in New York.
Yes, and people loving it.
They're loving it. 412-928-9370. I do think Paul Skeens shoves today. Like they need that performance from him. And like if I'm Derek Shelton, I'm managing with urgency. And that doesn't mean get Skeens out of there when he gets to 90 pitches. Like he got the extra day of rest. Like you did Majinski, then you have Harrington last night, and I feel bad for that kid. We'll get into him.
Yeah.
Feel bad for him. His family's getting interviewed by Hannah
man.
Mears. He's down 3-0. That just sucks. And look, Bailey Falter last year, positivity train door. Bailey Falter last year, first 5 guys scored. And he was great all year. Hey, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's not like when I watched Quinn Priester and went, I don't think this guy has it.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That you were thinking Quinn
Yeah,
Priester?
I was going to tweet it, or I was going to text you that. I was like, this reminds me, I'm getting the Quinn Priester feelings here.
Similar makeups. I look at the minors numbers for Harrington, and there are guys with control. Priester had control. This guy's got pinpoint accuracy. And I think that the nerves got to him last night, and I'm trying to stay positive.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But I think if Skeens, if he's in the 7th inning and he's throwing 85 pitches, and my God, I hope you're up 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, something like that. My God, let your horse be the horse.
Kind of have to, right?
Yes.
We asked Noah this yesterday, like how desperate was last night's game? Like, is that a must-win game? I know it's early, but just for morale's sake. And, kind of alluded to, maybe a little bit, but, today you really need it. You need him to be the best.
Yes.
And that's a shame that he has to have all that pressure on him, and he probably likes it, he invites it, and that's why he's here, and that's why he's Paul Skeens. I get it. But it's a shame that it's this early, and that's all you're relying on.
I'm still as excited for a Paul Skeens start as I always am.
For sure.
But with every loss, every game feels magnified because you've only played 6 games, and that's another thing that we can all look at and go, okay, all right, it's only been 6 games, but it can get away from you in a damn hurry if you're sitting there at 1-10, 1-12. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you can't let it happen. Rob in Chicago, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You hate to keep beating a dead horse, but it starts with nutting, and it starts even higher than that. The other day you were talking about how Jeff Passan was, excusing the way Major League Baseball views things and treats, the elite teams. That's really the way it is. And, if somebody would, put some pressure on Bob Nutting with the money he's getting to just say, why are you allowing this to happen? Granted, you can't tell an owner how to manage his team, but, why are you allowing this disaster to just take place every year?
You know what it is, Rob? Seriously, like the non-sexy answer, but just the reality of the situation, and we love you and thank you for the call. I hung up on him. He was going to keep going. Mm-hmm. I thought he had the one point to make. The owners don't want a salary cap, and the players don't want a salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
So the economic structure of Major League Baseball is what it is.
Right.
And look, Neil Huntington did a good job. He really did with the constraints placed upon him, and they made the playoffs for 3 years. And they probably would have fared better if the old system were in place where they would have had a series because they were the number 1 wild card for 3 years. I think when they won 98 games, they could have won the whole damn thing, but they lost a game.
Mm-hmm.
Such a stupid way that they went about it, but hey, that's the reality. I think Huntington did a good job with what he was able to spend and with some player development and with shrewd acquisitions, and the state of the game back then is the Pirates were ahead of the curve on the shifting and all that kind of stuff. You had to find a way here to be ahead of the curve on something, and like the torpedo bats might have been a nice thing.
Yes.
And obviously that didn't happen. Now the Pirates are not alone in that. There are a lot of teams that are on board with the torpedo bats. There's a lot of teams that aren't. 412-928-9370. People like the bobblehead idea, Dorn. Bringing them in here, lighting candles.
Are you going to do it? Are you going to pack them in your car?
Here's exactly what's going to happen. I'll tell you 2 things that are going to happen. Number 1, bobbleheads will go into my car. They will come in here. We'll light all the candles. We'll probably set off a fire alarm.
Yep.
And then I'm sure there's sprinklers that'll come from above, and everything will get ruined, and then I'll get fired because my salary I'll have to pay for all the damage. That's 1. Then number 2, when I take the bobbleheads out of here in the box, they will stay in my trunk forever.
Yes, you'll never bring them back inside.
For sure.
For sure. That is definitely what's going to happen.
That's what happened when we moved. Like, we put all the big stuff in the U-Hauls, and then I put a bunch of my little trinkets and stuff in my car, and for months, they were in my trunk.
Of course.
Months.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I got a hockey bag for a while in my trunk.
Hockey bag?
Mm-hmm.
Like what with like stuff in it? Like pads?
There's a body.
There's a body in the hockey bag?
Yeah.
Mm.
What do you think's in there? Yes,
I don't know. Where you you're playing hockey?
You head on over to Ice Castle, you get a little stick time in. It's therapeutic.
So you're playing ice hockey just randomly? So you have a hockey bag, like you have hockey stuff?
Me and my friend Dan did it a couple of years ago. Once or twice, then he fell and bit his lip and he bled everywhere.
Oh.
And then that was that because we're 30 plus and why get hurt? I also have my rollerblades. And there's an outdoor rink over here in Green Tree I used to play all the time. I'd listen to a podcast, skate around.
By yourself?
Oh, yeah. Why are people allowed to shoot basketball by themselves, but I can't skate around and fire hockey pucks? Riddle me that, Batman.
I don't really see that many people shooting basketball by themselves. I really don't. Just going, like, I'm going to go get some shots in, unless they're an actual player, like a middle school player, high school player.
Why are people allowed to run by themselves? I can't get some shots up by myself. You can get in shape playing basketball, run end to end.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but I just don't
shoot
see anybody. I don't see anybody doing that by themselves.
Don't shame me for getting my steps in.
I'm just asking. I'm inquiring about you. I'm just wondering how you live your life. You're like, oh, one of these days I'm just throw the rollerblades on and get some shots in. Pretend like I'm Cindy Crosby. Do you pretend that you're somebody?
Craig Adams.
Craig Adams.
Sometimes I'll just punch air. Texter, beers up for the Bucks. What a joke. What, are you making fun of me or are you making fun of them?
Right.
Texter Crowley out there dangling air.
Right.
I do. Dude, I feel like I'm flying out there. I bet you if you film me, I'm just in slow motion. Yeah. Like Lemieux at fantasy camp.
Yeah.
Just beep, beep, beep.
Out there, just get some shots in.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
R.I.P. Val Kilmer, by the way.
Yes.
I said, riddle me this, Batman. Who is the number one Batman? We'll get to that.
Oh, man, come on.
People texting in at 412-928-9370. People calling in about the Buccos. We'll get to you. Top of the hour, the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers talking about a $25 to $35 million quarterback. Feel like we might need to spend some time on that. That's at 7 o'clock. First, though, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates have lost the series to the Tampa Bay Rays after losing yesterday's game 7-0 in Thomas Harrington's debut. Pirates have an opportunity to not get swept. They've got one more game to play on this road trip. They play the Tampa Bay Rays at 1:10 today before they come home and play the Yankees over the weekend. But if you want to listen to today's game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Peds. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush in full effect. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Parkway East, you are jammed right before Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy from I-79 past Roslyn Farms, and then again, approaching the top of Green Tree Hill, you're bumper to bumper from Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 remains up to speed. No delays reported there. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. The crosstown also looking good. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Hi, I'm John Henney.
And I'm Dara Henney.
And we're here to invite you to the best event of the year at Henney Jewelers, Wedding Band Weekend on April 10, 11, and 12.
Shop hundreds of wedding bands and enjoy incredible event-only pricing.
We'll have an exclusive evening event on Thursday, April 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. with giveaways, music, food, and more.
We can't wait to see all of our Henney couples and add new customers to the Henney family. For information and appointments, visit HenneyJewelers.com.
See you soon for Wedding Band Weekend, April 10th through 12th. Henney Jewelers, your jewelers for life.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work.
For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Val Kilmer passed away, which you alerted me to this morning. R.I.P. Val Kilmer. So many great movies. Cool dude.
Very.
Super cool dude.
Yep.
And I don't know if you're allowed to do this today, but people are doing it on the interwebs. Best Batman.
I mean, it's easy. It's easy.
I don't know who you're going to say.
Oh, I mean, it's my favorite actor of all time, and it should be every single Pittsburgher's Batman.
The guy who played Val Kilmer? Or guy who played Candyman?
Michael Keaton?
Is that the way it's viewed everywhere or
Yes.
just here?
That's the way it's viewed everywhere.
A lot of people writing in Christian Bale.
No. Michael Keaton. I mean, I don't even think it's a competition. It's not even a competition.
I'll tell you who I didn't like was Pierce Brosnan.
He didn't play Batman.
I'm thinking of James Bond.
Yes, he was James Bond.
I'm absolutely on a roll right now.
You are on a roll. Can you name?
Don't do it.
Can you name?
Don't do it.
You have Kilmer. You have Bale. You have Keaton. Who is the other Batman in the movies, especially the ones in the '90s? The one in the '90s, other than Keaton.
Adam West.
No, he was in the '60s.
Well, I mean, I was just naming Batmans.
Who was the Batman in like 1995 in Batman and Robin?
Clooney.
There you go. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
With Mr. Freeze.
Yes, who was Mr. Freeze?
That was terrible. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
There you go. Good
And
job.
you also had Jim Carrey in that.
He was in the one before.
Right. He was the
Batman Forever.
Riddler. Yeah.
Yes.
And you had Robin, and those were bad. But I loved them as a kid.
Loved them as a kid.
But you go back, you compare those to the Dark
Keaton
Knight ones, or even the Michael Keaton
They're
ones.
different.
Yeah, with Jack Nicholson as the Joker. All-time great.
Yes.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah, 100%.
Actually, they're all good with the exception of Clooney.
Yes.
And I love Clooney. Like, Clooney's great and all kind of other stuff. Like Ocean's 11. Like, that movie rocks.
Mm-hmm.
One of my all-time favorites.
Even Clooney, I think, said on the record was like, biggest mistake of my career was playing Batman. And I think that Affleck said that as well.
Really?
So he was another one. He was all right. I mean, I didn't mind him. But I know that Michael Keaton, whenever he was cast to play Batman back in like 88, before the movie came out, people hated it. They like boycotted the movie. They boycotted him. They're like, because his movies before Mr. Mom and everything, they're like, you're going to have this guy play Batman? Are you serious? And like, he was getting a lot of hate.
You think about the range from Mr. Mom to Batman?
Insane.
Mm-hmm.
Beetlejuice was in the same year.
Oh, man.
Beetlejuice came out in 88 and Batman came out in 89.
I listened to an hour-plus long podcast where the hosts interviewed Michael Keaton. Fascinating dude.
Oh, yeah.
Fascinating dude. Just
loves the Pirates.
Dropping F-bombs left and right. I wonder if he'll be there on Friday.
He'll show up at games every once in a while.
There was a while there he was kind of upset with the team and
yes,
like estranged. And then he voiced a bunch of stuff for them. And
mm-hmm.
I mean, the older you get, romantic about baseball.
Yeah.
You're tan.
Yeah. But it's hands down Michael Keaton.
How do you rank him? You gotta be very careful here.
You gotta be careful.
Feel like you gotta go Kilmer number 2.
No.
You have to.
Bale.
Today.
Well,
Bale did a great job.
Kilmer was in like he was his own guy in the 80s, you know, with Top Gun and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like
overrated movie.
Yes, it is.
I hate to do that.
Second one was better than the first one.
Second one way better. I was incredibly underwhelmed by the first one.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Maybe we should
I
have
didn't see it until it was too late.
Right, same here. I only watched it like for the first time 3 years ago.
Me too. When I heard that they were in the process of making a new one, I went and watched Top Gun. And that's the thing. Like if you watched it
in 1990,
and I realized this is going to be sacrilege to you cuz like Jaws holds up.
Yes.
But seeing it when it came out, totally different than people watching it now with the graphics that we have and the CGI and everything they'd probably do. Same kind of thing with Top Gun. Like
yes.
Back then, it's like, holy cow, we've never seen this before.
Right.
And so some of the air theatrics and things of that nature were quite stimulating to the eye. Now we see that kind of stuff on, CBS TV on weeknights. Right. And you'll hear Kevin Harlan on True TV be like, coming up tonight, Queen Latifah does backflips in the air.
In The Equalizer.
Which has been running for like a decade. And I remember seeing that promo. It was like, Impractical Jokers on True TV, and don't miss Queen Latifah in The Equalizer. I'm like,
you got a picture of Queen Latifah smiling like, hey.
She's like a 50-year-old woman just beating the snot out of 22-year-old criminals.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's going through menopause. All right. That was more fun than talking about the Pirates.
It was.
Let's keep that energy up for the rest of the show. Coming up next.
By the way, did you make a Twitter poll, best Batman?
I'm afraid to do that today.
Okay. All right.
Because I feel like, dude.
I think everybody knows that Val Kilmer wasn't the best Batman.
I know, but here's what I've done. I'm not lumping you in with me. Here's what I've done. Is I've turned Val Kilmer's death into content to then rank the Batmans where we're not putting him number 1, and then we just sit here and talk crap on Top Gun, which is like an American classic. R.I.P. Your movie's overrated.
Oh, man.
That ain't right, man. I want to go back.
Oh, no.
I want to go back and let's start over.
Oh, no.
All right, up next, Rodgers is a Steeler. I'm calling it. It's not official. Calling it. Why? But we'll tell you next. But first, it's not a hairy headline. It's the end of the hour. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. We've already seen today's lows, and most are hovering near 40 degrees right now. Sunrise at 7:02, and I expect overcast or at least near overcast skies from start to finish today. Highs today will hit the upper 60s. Noon temperatures will be around 60 degrees. There's a brief rain chance and storm chance early this afternoon. The best chance for that, the highest chance, comes up along I-80. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And we know FanDuel is the place to bet on sports, people, and it has been for so long, America's #1 sportsbook. Sports calendar is chock full of big-time things going on right now. Check out FanDuel and some of the great promotions they have going on. When you open an account, you are going to find things that make you say, oh, wow, that is... Ooh, I got to jump on that. Can't wait for this weekend. The Yankees coming to town to take on the Pirates. Great betting options there. Going to be a lot of home runs. Their nickname isn't the Bombers for nothing, and you got that short right field porch for some of the great power hitters in baseball. A chance to put in some home run prop bets. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. But you got to get on to FanDuel right now to make every moment more. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting more crowded. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West inbound is heavy from I-79 past Roslyn Farms, and then again jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking near Greensburg Pike, while Route 28 and the Parkway North remain up to speed. Route 65, just looking at traffic light delays, especially heavy on the southbound side approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge and that new construction pattern. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Couple people texting in that it is a homer take, saying that Keaton is the best Batman. And I'm just wondering if they're Pittsburghers and now projecting that out and saying it's not viewed that way elsewhere.
It is, though.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I did want to ask the question, but I don't think people sit around in bars and are like, hey, who's the best Batman? And the Pittsburgh guy's like Keaton, and the next guy's like Adam West.
You think it's just more universal here?
No, I think Keaton's the best. I think he's the best Batman.
But you don't think it outside of Pittsburgh?
No, I do. I think the person who said it's a homer take is wrong. Keaton's got all kind of range. You ever seen Spotlight?
No.
Holy cow, what a movie.
Multiplicity. That shows his range as a whole as an actor. If you watch that movie, you understand that Michael Keaton is a very talented actor.
If you watched Spotlight, you would understand his range as an actor. We were ripping on Top Gun a little bit in the last segment, and I do want to state for the record, Val Kilmer, excellent in that. Like, the movie overall,
right?
Not my favorite. Second one, good. But Val Kilmer wasn't the problem. It was more the premise to me. And then What's-His-Face perishes, and I thought it was before I saw it, I thought it was a war movie. And it's not. We're just in a flight competition.
Right.
Stakes weren't high enough for someone to die.
Right. Like, I thought that they were fighting other people to protect the country.
Yes.
Not just.
It's not like you're fighting the aliens like you're Will Smith.
Right.
You know?
It was like Men in Black in a simulator, the whole movie.
Right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Like Maverick passes away. It's like, oh my God, everyone's sad. You should be sad. You're in a contest. Like, what are we doing here? And then, of course, I couldn't remember the name Maverick because my recall sucks because I had no electrolytes in my body for 48 hours. That's this week's excuse story. And so I Google who died in Top Gun, and all I get is Val Kilmer because he passed away.
Yes.
Yeah. Texter, Christian Bale, best Batman by far. Hey, we all have our preferences. I'm just wondering, universally, who's the best Batman? I think it's Michael Keaton. You ever seen Birdman?
Yeah.
How about him in Spider-Man?
Yeah, I watched that yesterday.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Those Spider-Man movies are great. Homecoming. I'm just going to say the thing you say, but immediately after.
I like whenever they do that. They have the crossover of, like, other superheroes of other realms that are bad guys now. Like, I think that, what's his name, is Robert Downey's going to be Doomsday in the new Avengers type movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is super cool, because, again, that's a range thing.
Right.
Like, Keaton was Batman, now he's this evil dude in Spider-Man, and he plays evil so damn well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. More on this later, or maybe not. We'll move on to the Steelers. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Art Rooney II at the NFL owners' meetings talking about Aaron Rodgers.
What can you tell us, Art, about Aaron Rodgers in the pursuit of him?
Nothing new on the Aaron Rodgers front. See what happens, and hopefully we'll know something soon.
Are you content to wait?
Well, not forever. A little while longer.
Did you envision it taking this long and playing out the way that it has?
No, didn't envision it taking this long, no.
Real quick. It was Goose who died.
It was Goose, yeah. I was going to correct you, but I was just going to let it go until somebody called you out. And if nobody called you out, I was just going to let it go. Yeah, it was Goose.
I'm the goof because I killed off Maverick and not Goose.
Yes.
That's what happened there. Yeah. All right. So Art Rooney II said they're going to wait a little while longer, but also said he didn't expect it to take this long. We've never really heard Art Rooney II talk about a non-Steeler this way, which Pony pointed out yesterday on his show. And when I was reading the comments, even before I heard them, I was thinking the same thing. Like, they're talking about Aaron Rodgers as if this is a guy who's on the roster. And I think, Doran, it goes back to your theory from yesterday, a theory that has now been echoed by Mike Florio, that a deal is loosely in place, maybe even firmer than loose. Hello. And they're going to make it official before OTAs or minicamp or training camp. But I just don't think, I hope not, that Art Rooney II would go out there and talk about this guy this way if they didn't have some level of assurance that he was going to be their quarterback. Because if they talk this way about this guy and he decides to walk away from the game, or if they talk this way about this guy and he winds up with the Minnesota Vikings, they're going to look awful, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he winds up a Steeler and it takes a while, I think it'll be a bad look if he doesn't report until training camp and he missed some of the mandatory OTAs, minicamp, stuff like that. It'll be a really bad look if they swing and miss on the guy. And I think Steelers fans will forgive the Steelers on being patient with Rodgers so long as he winds up with the team and doesn't look like total crap. But if he doesn't wind up with the Steelers, they're going to have egg all up on his face.
Yeah, they would, but I just feel like in something of this magnitude, Art would be involved on most of the discussions. This is a very big move, and for the franchise. And at the end of the day, you could think what you want about the Pittsburgh Steelers. They still envision themselves, and people and players and other coaches and other franchises still know that they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. And they get a lot of respect from people around the NFL, right? They do. I can't really envision now. You could honestly, day to day and year to year, you could be upset with Art II, but I can't see that Art II would put his neck out there and not have, like you said, assurances from Aaron Rodgers. Hey, we are interested. If you're interested, let's not play this game. We could push it as long as you may need to, but we need to know that you're going to be here because we are going to get our ducks in a row to really start approaching this season.
Yes.
So I think that whenever I listen to Art talk, he's telling me that it's been done. That's how I took it.
That's how I took it too,
It's been done. It's been done. It's just a matter of the logistics of the timing of actually putting pen to paper and we're honoring Aaron Rodgers, who's a Hall of Fame quarterback, for some of his wishes, and that may be to just kind of elongate this process. I mean, with him throwing with DK Metcalf, he's going to go out there and throw with DK Metcalf, put it on film, and then go sign with the Minnesota Vikings and retire? I don't see that happening.
Art was asked about Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball to DK Metcalf.
There have now been some photos and videos of him throwing with DK Metcalf. Omar said yesterday if it happened, it'd be a good thing. Do you view it as a good thing? You're trying to read the tea leaves to figure out which way he's leaning, things like that?
I mean, I would say it was a good sign that he wanted to do that. I mean, we keep hearing that, he's, I guess, headed in our direction, and so that seems to be, all signs are positive so far.
I've never heard them talk about a free agent like that. Yeah. And Omar Khan didn't the other day. When Omar Khan was asked about Rodgers and people were prying about contract-related stuff, he says, we're never going to talk about a player not under contract. Art didn't do that. And I think you saying him putting his neck out there is exactly the right way of putting it, Doran. Look, Art is a lawyer by trade, well-reasoned, understands how his words are going to be taken. Very rarely does he say the wrong thing. The only time in recent memory, and people can jog my memory on 412-928-9370 on the text line, that Art kind of got emotional was when he sat down with Ashley Leotis. And he was asked about his brother's comments, and then he kind of got into, yeah, we have outperformed the mean. And he didn't use those words, but kind of doubled down on what his brother said. And he did so not like he was raising his voice or anything, but you could tell.
Yeah, it was ticking a little bit.
He was perturbed.
Right.
He's very measured in what he says. I don't think he would say specifically what he said there about DK Metcalf. It's a good sign if they didn't feel like there were assurances that this guy was going to be under center for them this year.
And just what I said before, Art is in on every conversation of this magnitude. Now, there are some moves, and I'm sure that he was in a little bit on DK Metcalf. But of this magnitude, Art is a part of everything. For him to sit there and say, well, I heard he's headed in our direction. He's trying to play off. He's trying to play the other side. He's like, okay, yeah, I heard. You heard? Oh, okay. Art, somebody told you that he's interested in the Steelers. He knows what's going on. He knows that it's done. He just doesn't want to say it.
No, because if you can't say it.
Right.
I honestly, Doran, I was kind of shocked when I heard the comments. I thought he would play it a lot closer to the vest. And that he didn't tells me that it's done.
Right.
The Gins hear it the same way, 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Big Ben on his podcast weighed in on the Aaron Rodgers situation. We'll hear from him coming up next. And Art says they're not going to wait around forever. Okay, then what's the line in the sand? We'll get to that too. First, though, hey, so Nicholas Harry Callis, fan headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost the first two games to the Tampa Bay Rays. They lost 7-0 yesterday in Thomas Harrington's debut. Third and final game of the series and the final game of the road trip for the Pirates is today at 1:10. It'll be in the afternoon. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More for the lines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, find an item that I want, put a bid on it, then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown, that's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the app. All items are graded like new, open boxed or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, and plus a link to learn more about your options so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. A rump party of NFL owners yesterday decided to table a vote on Green Bay's proposal to ban the tush-push short yardage play. Only 16 owners have had it up to their keisters with the enhanced quarterback sneak that just the Eagles and Bills use often. But I would say the Eagles have the most success. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to get more crowded. This report brought to you by Koi. Taking a look at the roadways, the Parkway East getting in line right around the Greensburg Pike overpass down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side. And coming out of the South Hills, Route 51, very heavy delays from Maytide Street down to Nobles Lane, and then again past Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit is celebrating Easter with huge home cleaning savings. Save 35% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT right now and get your home Coit clean with 35% savings on all Coit services.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Comes in here, the team just gets this much better. I mean, you get a Hall of Famer in here, it's this much better. I mean, it's the offense all of a sudden becomes a different team, you know, and that's not a slight towards anyone here. That's an Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. I mean, that's a different animal. You can say what you want. Yeah, he can't move quite like he used to, this and the other. You know what still works? His arm and his brain.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that instantly makes this team offensively something to think about when you've got the weapons and that dude.
Add Ben to the list of people who think the Steelers get better when you add an Aaron Rodgers. I'm not over the moon excited about it, but I find it hard to believe they'd be worse with Aaron Rodgers than they were certainly down the stretch with Russell Wilson last year. And that's not to put it all on Russ. I mean, there were a lot of reasons why the offense wasn't good down the stretch. The schedule, the injuries, there was a ton. The predictable play calling. But I think with Aaron Rodgers, some of that gets thrown out the window because you're going to let Rodgers do his own thing a little bit. And I believe that. If you have the owner of the team saying, well, we're not going to wait around forever, but we are going to wait around, you're putting the power in Aaron Rodgers' hands. You don't have the power. You're waiting on him, not the other way around. Because I don't think there's a hard line in the sand.
No.
And so if you're willing to bend on some of these things for Rodgers, then I find it hard to believe that you're not going to let the guy, there's 2.5 minutes to go in the second quarter of a football game, go out there and call his own offense. I think you're going to cede some of the power to him. And I think he can make a lot of people better, and Arthur Smith included. This will be the best quarterback, at least best quarterback mind for sure, that Arthur Smith has worked with.
Yeah, but that has to go hand in hand. That has to gel together.
Sure.
I mean, you have to have the same outlook and same mindset, same, just process, offensive coordinator and quarterback. And whether it's a young quarterback that you have to develop, I mean, look at the reason why Peyton had a successful year with Bo Nix, because he had a young quarterback that he can mold to think the way that he thinks. He couldn't do that with Russ. So it could go one way, it could go the other. But Arthur Smith, I think, he's a coach that is willing to put his pride aside in order to win. He is a coach like that. He doesn't have, he's not this big pride. If he was this big prideful guy that you have to run my offense, you have to do things my way, he wouldn't even be here. He'd be hanging out somewhere and collecting funds from his family. Like, if he had so much pride, I could just go do whatever I want.
FedEx guy.
Right, he's a FedEx guy, right. So he's not a guy that you have to run my offense and it has to be like this all the time. Now, he has to trust that guy, and how could you not trust a guy like Aaron Rodgers, as Ben just said, who still has their arm strength, arm talent, and still has the brain. He's not going to be able to move. He never really could move. He could actually move decent whenever he was in Green Bay. But, he's not a runner. So it's if the guy can get it out, you're going to have success.
And you have to tailor the offense that way, too. We know they love to throw deep shots down the sideline. That's something that they've done over the years with Tomlin. I know he's a risk-averse guy. They look at that as risk-averse. If it's a punt, it gets picked off, something like that. It's not the worst thing. It's not the end of the world. So they do that. Apart from that, you got to get rid of the ball quick. And Rodgers does that, and you have to tailor the offense to be able to do that. Rodgers will throw it over the middle of the field. I know Tomlin has been loath to do that, but maybe you trust Rodgers more. Arthur Smith wants the ball being thrown over the middle of the field.
But that's why it's also important, too, that there should be, that's why I feel like it's done, because Arthur Smith would have to change his offense a little bit to fit Rodgers. And that takes time. That takes reps. That takes talking. That takes, being together and seeing the same vision. So to me, you can't wait around that long, because if he does end up signing, say, in July or whatever, then you have to go to your offense coordinator and be like, you got to put your offense on the field that fits this guy. You have to change everything up. So Arthur Smith is probably in the lab right now, changing the ways and the calls and the protections, things of that nature that fit Aaron Rodgers. That's why I feel like it's already done, so you can get that head start on before he even gets here.
Yeah, and Tomlin said that he's been in contact with Rodgers. Everyone thinks that Rodgers is off doing his own thing, and I guess it depends on whether you believe Tomlin or not, but Tomlin says, no, they've been in contact. I think one of the fascinating things about that 6-hour meeting, and they've said some of what has happened, at least in their words, I think the fascinating thing is Rodgers sitting down with Arthur Smith and with Mike Tomlin and all trying to get on the same page. But this all circles back to the question of when. So Art Rooney says, we're not going to wait around forever, but we're going to give it more time. And you say, hey, you need all these guys to get on the same page. All right, maybe he doesn't need to be there for OTAs and minicamp. I'd like to see him there for OTAs or minicamp. Ideally, for me, be there for both. But work with the guys. Get in the film room with all your offensive players. Sit in there with Arthur Smith. You're going through walkthrough stuff. You're going through install stuff. I think that's all valuable. You can do a lot of that in training camp. But why have OTAs? Why have minicamp if it doesn't mean something?
Well, Mike Tomlin did say when he spoke to the media on Sunday that he believes that OTAs and minicamp is for development of young players. He said something, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
He said something that's about development. Whenever you have guys like Aaron Rodgers, they don't really need development. So I think that he was also throwing us a little bone there, too.
Yes, he was.
He's probably not going to be there. But I think that whenever it's all said and done, that's a part of the holdup. I think they're going to be just show up at minicamp, which is mandatory in the NFL. OTAs aren't. Show up at minicamp, and then we'll see you in training camp. And we'll get a schedule down where you practice only so many days in training camp, but we need you there for minicamp just to show face. But you need to develop a rapport with your guys, right?
I agree.
And you feel like, OTAs and minicamp, that's a great way to do it, which it really is. You want your quarterback there.
Even
you want
if
to
you're
get
all
things...
just sitting together in a room talking about it.
He just did it with DK Metcalf. That's what they were doing.
No, that's huge. And
he's already done it.
He needs to do it with
George, Pat Freiermuth.
Yes.
Jalen Warren,
Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, all the guys.
Line.
You got a big house. Have them all out.
Yeah, he probably will. But he's already doing that. That was the OTAs. That was hey, this is how I see things. Whenever you run this route, this is the way I want you to do it. And they're just doing it on their own. I mean, come on.
So you don't think he needs to be there for...
I don't think he needs to be there for OTAs. I think it is for development. It's for younger players. Mini can't be there because it's mandatory to get your feet on the ground, get into some type of football movement type stuff. But he doesn't need to be here for OTAs. Not at all.
I bet you it varies year to year, and the Steelers haven't released the schedule on it yet. But between OTAs and minicamp, I bet you that's when he signs. Because I think that if he signs,
It's usually end of June.
Oh, I know when it'll be.
So you're saying he'll sign in mid-June?
Some teams do minicamp first and OTA second. Steelers usually do minicamp last.
Right.
So I think he might sign between the two.
Right.
Because if he signs now and then doesn't show up to OTAs, it'll be a bleep storm.
No, it shouldn't though, because it's not mandatory.
I know that, but what do you think it's going to be in the media?
For sure.
I'm not talking about there. I mean, you might have a guy or two who's perturbed. People get pissed about everything. People got different opinions on everything. But it'll be on this station. It'll be a big deal. In the newspapers, it'll be a big deal. The Daily Bugle, it'll be a huge deal. NFL Network, ESPN, those things will be the same in short order. Like that'll be the talking point. And Mike Greenberg will be, I saw it with the Jets. I saw it with the Jets. Golick. He just talks to Golick. I know they don't work together anymore. He just blasts from the past.
Or you just get it out there and he signs. Let's say for the Pat McAfee thing, he comes out, he signs, and it's just like, yeah, Aaron's not going to be at OTAs. He's going to show up for minicamp, and then that's it. It's done. Just say that.
Just get it right out there.
Yeah, just say it. He's not showing up. We've agreed that Aaron is not going to participate in off-season team activities. He's going to show up for minicamp. That's all you have to say, and then it's done.
I need him there.
I understand, but it's really.
I've been to a lot of OTAs, Dorn.
It's for young guys.
I was young.
Yeah.
I used to do a live radio show from OTAs. What do you think we talked about?
Did you really?
Yeah. But we weren't allowed to say what we saw on the field. So basically, it's just us talking, and then you'd have the trains roll by, and then the air horn every now and again, which we could have faked it. We could have done that in the studio.
Yeah.
Really could have.
Right.
Can I try train sound?
Sure. Kind of barge-like.
Yeah.
But not bad. Better than mine.
Barge.
Choo-choo! That's pretty good.
That sounds like a boat.
That's a great barge.
Yeah, that's a barge.
412-928-9370. Can you outdo Callus's barge sound? One more time.
That's pretty good.
When do you need to see Aaron Rodgers in the black and gold? You okay with him missing OTAs? Do you need him there for minicamp? Is training camp good enough? And can you outdo Callus's barge? 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays play today at 1:10 in the third and final game of the series. Tampa Bay Rays have the opportunity to sweep the Pirates. The Pirates can't win the series either. They already lost the first two. But you can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Again, it's 1:10 start time for those two teams. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport. Check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Man, I'm looking at baseball. Yankees coming to town. Could be problematic for the home team, but I think a lot of runs scored there. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank during Odyssey's 6th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. Together as a community, you helped fund more than 250,000 meals. Each day, the food bank works to ensure all of our neighbors have enough food to thrive. Inflation and economic uncertainty is having an impact on many. Your support helps to provide a neighbor with groceries. You can also volunteer and advocate for the mission. To learn more or to donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter at 412-928-9370. I would bet my year's salary, and I'm a pharmacist, that Aaron Rodgers will be announced as our next quarterback at Pat McAfee's Big Night At show next week.
What's a pharmacist have to do with it?
See, I was going to say, man, what a humble brag.
Yeah.
Like, congratulations on all your success. So then, of course, I Googled a pharmacist's salary in Pittsburgh. $126,734.
I think it's the start.
Really?
Probably.
That says average annual salary, $126,734. Entry level around $108,000.
Mm-hmm.
Top earners, $144,000 annually. 75th percentile, $135,000 annually.
Huh.
Thank you, Grok.
Not bad.
Appreciate all your work. Big Pimpin' over here.
Yes.
Work at Big Pimpin' Pharmacy.
Big Pimpin' Pharmacy. What you need?
Fat ass Costanza wallet.
What you need? Some penicillin?
I got to go to the pharmacy today. My
For
daughter
what?
needs an inhaler.
Oh.
Yeah.
She has asthma.
They think she might, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Or
had
allergies.
allergies, too. They wanted to get allergy tested, all that fun stuff. I used to have, I grew out of it. You can grow out of asthma. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
Don't understand it. I used to have the athletic-induced asthma. So I'd be running around. I'd get out of breath real quick.
Who?
The doctors said that I did.
Or did your parents say that the doctor said that you did?
No, I was clinically diagnosed.
The doctors told you to your face that you had athletic asthma, or did they tell your mom and your dad that, and they told your mom and dad said that?
Oh, my God. I'm rethinking my entire childhood. I definitely had it. Because at St. Bernard's Elementary School, you know how you had to do the mile test, right? Where you go to the track, you run the 4 laps? That's how that works. Well, at St. Bernard's, we didn't have track, Catholic school. So we would run 17 laps around the parking lot. That's what a mile was, 17 laps. And I would run it in like 14 minutes. And then
In a mile?
Yeah, in 14 minutes, yeah. 17 laps. Around that hot,
14 minutes? That's
hot
awful.
pavement. I was like 11!
Yeah, 15's like the bar. Like, you have to finish it in 15 minutes, right?
I know, and I nearly died. I nearly perished.
14?
Yeah.
Was that your best time?
I was getting there, folks.
Oh, my.
And don't make fun of my asthma. Don't make fun of the disability.
What?
Condition, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a disability.
For me, it was.
Oh, my God.
So then I wind up running on the cross-country team in 6th grade. Got that sucker down about 7:30. I got to about a 6-minute mile in high school.
With asthma. With athletic asthma.
I grew out of it.
When did you grow out of it?
Apparently between 4th grade and 6th grade.
I'm willing to bet you never really had asthma.
I'm starting to doubt it myself,
Yeah,
actually, now,
I
Doran.
just think that you wanted to be cool and have an inhaler.
My parents wanted me to be a pharmacist.
Right.
They didn't want me to pursue a career
Yeah, like, does asthma
in
just
athletics.
Does asthma just go away? I don't think
No, it
think you
does. It's
can,
one of
yeah.
those things that you grow out of. Because my sister had it bad, but not the athletic kind. Like, she would have to go.
Not the athletic kind. Not the athletic kind.
She would have to get treatments overnight.
She had the theater kind?
She could.
Wasn't she always out of breath when she saw Doran?
She had Mach UN asthma. She would get up there. She'd be like Tanzania, and she'd be stumping for her cause.
Tanzania.
She'd lose her breath.
Athletic asthma. That's a good one.
No, it's the my mom's a nurse.
Yeah.
Text your mom, Cal. She knows all about it. I'm sure.
Athletic asthma.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it's called. My mom will text me. It's in that range.
You also probably had, like, what, athlete's foot, and you thought that you were probably fast whenever somebody told you had athlete's foot.
I was fast. I had shin splints. That sucked. You ever had shin splints?
Nope.
Absolute worst.
I've always good slaughters.
Come again?
Always good slaughter.
Exercise-induced asthma, and it'll leave you alone. That's what my mom said. And she also spelled your name D-O-R-N.
Dorn.
You tell Dorn. You have something slaughter what now?
Always good slaughter.
What's that mean?
Whenever you grow too fast and these lumps form on your knees. I had that when I was in middle school, and they're real painful.
I got this thing called kyphosis. I think it's when your spine grows and nothing else does. You grew too fast. I never grew.
Good old skyphosis.
Angela in Beachview. Good morning.
What's up, guys? I can't do a barge noise, but I can do a pretty good elephant.
Rip it. Callis, you got an elephant up your sleeve back there? You got anything on the Steelers here, or you just wanted to make sounds into the phone?
The Steelers sound like. Oh, sorry, Angela. You're talking.
Yeah, it's just
No, that's. You can quote all the stats and Aaron Rodgers and MVP and Super Bowl. We're from Pittsburgh. We're proud and hardworking people, and we're groveling after this guy. I mean, I know it's that comes from the heart, and it's not from statistics and the win now mentality. But the guy's a creep. He's a locker room cancer. I've read so many things about so many people don't like him. He's an anti-vaxxer. He's an effing weirdo. I mean,
Angela, if you were Art Rooney II and you were speaking at the owners' meetings, what would your message be to Aaron Rodgers?
Tell him to take a long walk off a short pier. Get out of here.
Angela, you have any other animal noises you would like to bark into the telephone?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thanks for the call.
Long walk off a short pier. Never. And I pictured him doing that because he's on the beach.
I bet you we could grok that up, dude.
Oh, my
I bet you we could get that to happen. We go to.
I don't want that to happen.
No. But I bet you we could get it to be pictured. I bet you Grok could get Rodgers in a bathrobe walking off a pier, just drinking a cup of coffee, paying no mind. Whoa!
Long walk up a short pier.
I don't know that she's in the majority. I think Steelers fans, as they are coming to grips with the reality that Aaron Rodgers is most likely going to be their quarterback, are going to come slowly to the dark side here. And they're all going to start being excited about it. But I do think there's a big chunk of the fan base that, like Angela, says the Steelers are getting bent over this guy's knee and that they're groveling for this guy. I do think a lot of people feel that way.
Well, I think where Angela's a little off base, which she usually never is, she's usually spot on, at least in my opinion, here is him being a locker room cancer, because that's false. Talking to players and coaches that have been around him, everybody says nothing but good things. So that's a perception outside of the locker room. He's not a locker room cancer.
Well,
outside of the locker room, people probably don't like him.
And you've been saying that for a long time. And so then I watched Rodgers' documentary with like my, holding my nose. Found it to be an interesting watch, actually. And people said him and McCarthy didn't get along. Well, McCarthy's in it saying nothing but good things.
Right.
Like he could easily have said, no, I'm not going to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
LaFleur, they didn't get along. Well, he was in it. And he said nothing but nice things. He didn't have to be a part of it. Jordan Love was in it. Had nothing but nice things to say. Did not need to be a part of it. Like, you figure when they're going to be on, they're going to say nice things. Because Aaron Rodgers and his team, I'm not even guessing, they had creative control. So if those guys were on, we're going to say something bad, they just wouldn't have had him on.
Right.
People are texting in about Angela's anti-vaxxing portion of her tirade, and I'll just state this for the umpteenth time again. I just want a quarterback who can throw a football. Like, they had Ben. Ben was accused of things. Mason Rudolph has his political beliefs. I'm sure. Duck Hodges has political. I don't care.
I don't care at all.
Can you throw the football accurately down the field and score points? I separate art from artist, regardless of people's political views. Whatever they are.
Unless you're projecting that onto me, I don't care. I don't care what you do. But if you're projecting and saying that I have to be and live my life a certain way like you do, then that's a problem, which he doesn't do. He's his own guy and it's his own beliefs. So who cares?
Yeah, I'm
going to watch him play football.
And with all due respect, I'm going to do my own research on whatever. I'm not going to count on any athlete or any politician. I'm just not going to.
No.
I'm just not going to take their word as gospel, no matter which side of the aisle they come down on anything. Not to say that players can't have interests outside of sports and can't be smart and can't be well-read,
sure.
But that's not where I'm going to learn about these things. It just ain't. Can you throw the football down the field?
Right.
Felt the need to address that because, well, she was the elephant in the room. You like that one, horse? Ray Fittipaldo joins us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, what was the Steelers' stance on pushing tushes? First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers is still not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, officially. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game coming up tomorrow against the St. Louis Blues. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Hampton Township, road work restricting the northbound side of Route 8 between Harts Run Road and Anderson Drive. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that remains jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy from Parkway Center toward Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North jamming at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Doug. Quick, Limu, we don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know, I think it was a combination of things. It also got into a discussion about other similar kinds of plays where we have these scrums downfield where guys are pushing the pile, and why aren't we addressing that while we're addressing this? So it got into a number of different things that came up that just I guess it seemed like it was better off tabling it and coming back and talk about it more later. Yeah, I mean, I think some people want to see more data too, yeah.
As the rule was presented in this form, were you in favor of it, or
we were in favor of the rule as proposed?
It?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly narrow proposal in terms of just eliminating the ability to push the quarterback on a quarterback sneak. So we were in favor of that.
Steelers anti-tush push. Even though Mike Tomlin, sweating profusely next to a non-sleeping Mark Caboli, said you don't want to penalize teams, you don't want to punish teams for being creative. So Tomlin not anti-pushing of the tush, but Art Rooney II and the Steelers vote anti-pushing of the tush. Now, Mike Tomlin, a competition committee guy, I think it's kind of weak sauce to be anti-tush push. I've come back around on this thing. Like, stop it. It's really just the Eagles. Everyone's trying it. Like, the Ravens did it with Mark Andrews. The Eagles have made it unstoppable when they run it. I'm fine with banning it after they stop it. After the league finds a way to adjust.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then you do it.
Yeah.
And you do need more data. There was only 170 tush pushes last year. It's a ridiculous thing to keep saying over and over again, by the way, tush push. There were only 170 of them. I don't think there were any reported injuries. And one of the reasons why would be an injury concern. Well, it's not a big enough sample size.
My thing is, it'd be different if you couldn't do it too. Everybody else can do it. Like, so you can do it. Like, that's my thing. Like, do it.
And that's the thing with the torpedo bats.
Yes, you can do it. So, like, why are we banning it if everybody else can do it? It'd be different if just the Eagles were the only team allowed to do it. Yeah, you would ban it. And they were so successful at it. It's like, oh, my gosh, they're the only team that could do this because they have they have a 500-pound center. Because they're the only team that can do it, and they have a that's not fair. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just making something up. But everybody can do it. So, like, what's the gripe? Go do it.
I think if you're Washington, you go draft that dude who's 500 pounds. And you From Florida, and you put him in there on 4th down.
Why not?
And you say, we're going to stop this thing. And then if and when it gets stopped, and then people say it's aesthetically not a pleasing play and you want to change it or people are getting hurt, then do it. But not before you stop it. Don't wipe it. How do I want to put this? Don't get it out of the rule book before you stop it. Like that it annoys the hell out of me.
Right.
Like that's wuss stuff.
I'd draft that kid that's 467 pounds.
Run it with him.
Yes. I would have him taking snaps in OTAs, mini camp, training camp, take snaps, and then I would just run it with him. You would get the first down every time.
And your center would die.
Yes. As long as he would fall on him. As long as he could take a snap, I would do that with him.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We have Ray Fittipaldo joining us in the next segment. Would you say you had Osgood Slaughter?
Yeah, you got it. Wow.
I wrote it down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Osgood Slaughter. Did you look it up?
No, I took your word for it.
Okay.
That's when you grow too fast and you get balls in your knees.
Yeah, I totally made it up.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's actually a real thing.
Now I don't know. Now I am looking it up. You win. I'm looking it up. Hilarious. I'm Googling it. Osgood Slaughter, it says. Spelled different than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like what Max Talbot did to the Red Wings goalie in Game 7 of the 2009 Stanley Cup Final. That was Osgood Slaughter. Bang. What a joke.
That was good.
Just came to me. Definitely didn't write it down.
That was good.
Common condition that causes pain and swelling below the kneecap in growing adolescents.
Yep.
Mine still might be coming. I'm still waiting on my Osgood Slaughter.
Next year you come in, I got these balls on my knee.
Crowley finally hits puberty.
Athletic asthma's back.
Oh, I hope that doesn't come back. I ain't going to give that a chance to come back, though. We have ceased all athletic ability and attempts. Activity is the word I was looking for. All right. Ray Fittipaldo, Post-Gazette, joins us next. His thoughts on the comments from Tomlin, Khan, and Rooney at the NFL owners' meetings. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. We've already seen today's lows, and most are hovering near 40 degrees right now. Sunrise at 7:02, and I expect overcast or at least near overcast skies from start to finish today. Highs today will hit the upper 60s. Noon temperatures will be around 60 degrees. There's a brief rain chance and storm chance early this afternoon. The best chance for that, the highest chance, comes up along I-80. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text Text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials Security Package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right, certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Very heavy delays on the inbound side of Route 65 affected by construction. Don't forget, you cannot make the left turn off the span to northbound 65, nor head across the intersection onto Brighton Heights Boulevard. You must instead only turn right to get down in toward the north side. Meanwhile, you're looking at delays on that southbound side back into Bellevue. Parkway North delays at Bellevue Westview, and then again past McKnight Road down toward Venture Street. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. And Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Jokes you can say on the air, jokes you can only say off the air. I want to.
I know you do. Real bad.
Don't do it. No, I won't. I had one, and then you topped it, and then I wanted to steal yours.
Don't do it.
Now we'll have to move on. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joins us now. Ray is brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western PA injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. Good morning to you, Ray. How's it going today, buddy?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
Happy to hear it. Ray, your takeaways from what you've heard out of the NFL owners' meetings. Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, Art Rooney II, all speaking. Just generally speaking, your biggest takeaway, and then we'll narrow down.
I guess it was probably what Art said yesterday about, we'll wait a little while longer. So it seems like he was the first person really within the organization to, not put his foot down, but he basically said, we're not going to wait forever. So, is that weeks? Is that months? I kind of figure it's going to be wrapped up before the draft gets here, but this whole thing has been unpredictable, and I guess we're just going to have to wait to see how it plays out.
Ray, I think this has been done. I think that there's a handshake agreement, maybe a verbal agreement. Honestly, why would he take the time to go work out with DK Metcalf? Is that just for show? Why would he go do that if he wasn't going to be the quarterback of the Steelers?
Much less fly here. Him requesting to visit here, to fly here. I guess the only question I would have to earn is why don't you just sign? There's nothing saying you have to, show up here and be in the weight room with the guys in March and April. He doesn't have to do that. But yeah, I'm with you. I think this is pretty close to being done, and for whatever reason, the signing is actually being delayed. But I think he's going to be the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers here this season.
Yeah, have you ever heard Art speak so definitively about a non-Steeler before? That really stuck out to me, Ray.
Yeah, no one in the organization talks about outside free agents. They've never done that. It's against the rules when the season's going on and when these guys are under contract with other teams. Rodgers is an exception here because he's been released, so there's nothing illegal about it. But you're right. Mike sort of took the road that we're not going to really comment on guys. I guess they eventually got it out of him that there was a visit there. But it seems like Art is comfortable. I don't know if I want to say confident, but it seems like he's comfortable that this is going to happen.
So when he says they're going to wait, but they can't wait forever, what do you think would be the appropriate line in the proverbial sand?
Well, that depends. If there's a handshake, wink and nod agreement, then, the actual signing doesn't mean anything. But if they truly don't know, I think the draft, that week of the draft, late April 24th through 27th, that would be the line for me. If they don't truly know by then you got to make some plans. Would you consider a guy in the first round then, or would you still stick with what we think the plan is and probably drafting that guy in the third or fourth round to be a developmental guy? So I think the draft is probably the drop dead date. But like Doran said, listen, if there's a silent agreement there, then really there's really no rush at all. It's just going to happen whenever Rodgers wants it to happen.
Ray, do you think that, with the draft obviously approaching, do you think that the Steelers want to get back into the second round and we'll figure out a way to do that?
I do, because Doran, this is being termed like a good starters draft. So it's not really elite at the top, 1 through 10. You might have Travis Hunter, who's a future All-Pro type of a guy. Few other guys like Tyler Warren could be one of the top tight ends. But this isn't like a superstar class where you're going to have future All-Pros. But there's going to be starters available rounds 1 through 3. So not having that second round pick is probably eating away at them in this type of a draft. Listen, you do it because you didn't have a big time receiver last year to go with George Pickens. I understand why they did it. Now the question is, the only deal that they can make to recoup that second round pick for me is probably dealing George Pickens. There's not another move to make. So, you would be solving one problem, but really creating another. But long-term wise, I do think it makes sense, right? Because he's going into the last year of his deal. get a young receiver in there with that second round pick. On some levels, I think it makes a lot of sense.
What about trading back out of the first round to get that second round pick, or trading next year's picks because you have the compensatory picks for next year to get back in the second round?
Yeah, but you can't trade the compensatory picks yet. You could only trade
the actual picks.
The first, second. Yeah, you can actually trade your actual draft picks now. I would be in favor of trading back. I think this is the type of draft to do it. If you pay attention to a lot of those top 50 lists, like those D tackles, sometimes they're up there in the mock drafts, but like in terms of their grades, they're kind of like that late first round, like 23 through 30 types of guys, like Harmon and Grant. They're all kind of grouped together there, like late first round talent. So if you can do it and you're still going to get your guy or one of your guys late first round, if you do trade back, yeah, go ahead. Try to get a second round pick. I think it would be well worth it in this type of a draft.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us, he, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. It is the fan morning show. Ray, if you were making a pie graph, right, with percentages, and you had to divvy out a percentage to each position in terms of likelihood for that 21st overall pick, would the majority of the pie be defensive line, or is there a sneaky other position where you're like, I could take up a big chunk of this thing? I don't know why I made it a pie. But I did, and I can't go back.
No, I could do that. Like I'd say, like 75% D line.
Yeah.
You keep the door open for like a guy dropping, like an Ashton Genty falling. I don't see it happening, but you keep the door open for a running back, right? Keep the door open for Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland falling to you at 21. I don't think it's going to be a receiver. Quarterback, probably not, but I suppose until Rodgers signs, you have to keep it open. So, yeah, 75% D-line, and then, divvy up the rest between running back, receiver / tight end, and then quarterback.
Ray, should the Steelers use Darnell Washington for the tush push if it isn't banned?
Ooh.
Well, that's a great point, Doran, because, anytime something is tabled, that basically means it's going to stay. So I think the tush push is here to stay. And I know the Steelers voted against it, but if it's going to be a play in the NFL, you got to adapt and you got to use it to your advantage. I mean, put Darnell Washington in motion, have him push, bring an offensive tackle in and have him push. I mean, if it's going to be a legal play, you got to jump on board and take advantage of it. I know the Eagles practice it a lot. That's why they're really good at it. I think the Steelers and a lot of other teams are going to say, hey, let's practice this. And we may not like it. It might put some of our players in harm's way, but when it's late fourth quarter and we need half a yard, we're going to use it.
I can see it now, guys. Mason Rudolph, get ready to learn tush push, baby. Because they lost a quarterback for 6 weeks last year.
Oh, yeah, they're not doing it with Rodgers.
Blocking sled. They ain't going to do that with Rodgers. Now, you imagine Darnell Washington pushing and breaking Aaron Rodgers in half on a tush push?
I'm saying put him at quarterback.
Oh, you're saying Darnell at QB?
Yes.
And then someone's going to push him.
Motion Darnell in. Mark Andrews does it. The Tanyan guy does it in Green Bay. I think it's Tanyan.
Yeah. I mean, a good athletic tight end who knows how to keep his feet moving. And a lot of those tight ends are former running backs or H-backs out of college. Connor Hayward could probably do that if he's still on the roster. So, yeah, 100%. I don't know about Washington because I don't know if that guy's ever taken a snap in his life, but I'm sure other guys have, and they can do that.
Who cares? Justin Fields took a lot of snaps and had a tough time handling them.
I know one thing. Whoever drafts Tyler Warren is going to adopt it.
Absolutely.
It'd probably be better than the Eagles, which the Eagles might actually draft Warren.
That's why if you're the Steelers, you got to keep your options open with Warren. I think that guy is such a multiple player.
Yes.
He can help you, and especially the way Arthur Smith likes to run offense. I mean, that would be a home run pick if somehow he falls. I don't think he's going to fall, but I'd do that 100%.
Would you trade up to get him?
Ooh.
Well, I mean, it's hard now. You do have those picks
pick
next year. I guess you'd have to trade like a 3 and maybe a 3 next year. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't roll it out, but it's tough now without that second round pick.
People are texting in some hilarious hypothetical tush-push formations. I want to keep that rolling. You can text us 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I got to apologize for being myopic on this thing. I've been thinking about all the different ways to stop it. You guys are dead ass right about this. Like, you got to find a way to do it.
Yeah.
It's that effective, and it's allowed. You would be derelict of duty if you're not trying your darndest to figure that out. Because not only does it help you on fourth down, like if you're at midfield and it's 3rd down and 2, like that's going to help you significantly. You can throw the thing 50 yards down the field, knowing that you could pick up 2.5 yards on 4th down. It's a massive arrow in your quiver.
Hey, 3rd and 2, you could run it twice, and then you could run. Did you see how the Commanders ran play action off of it in the playoff game? I mean, there's so many possibilities with that play. Listen, in terms of defending it, you really can't. Like Troy Polamalu did it a couple times, but you saw what happened with the Commanders in the playoffs, and I think it was Frankie Luavu or whatever his name is trying to stop it. I mean, it's impossible to stop, and as you guys know, if you leave your feet, you have no power. It's a nightmare.
Ray, this was wonderful. It always is. Appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. See you next week.
Thanks, Ray.
See you, buddy. People are texting in, put Connor under center, have Darnell push. What's the rule? Could he pick James Conner up? Could he pick Connor Hayward up and throw him 15 yards?
I don't know.
Just shot put Connor Hayward.
I don't know. I don't think so. But what I would do is find my most athletic, biggest guy and have him take snaps and then make him the guy. Like, you just lean forward and protect the ball with 2 hands. Just get the snap. I would just do that.
Tackle that guy.
Yeah. Like Darnell Washington taking a snap and then leaning forward, he's going to get a yard.
You would think.
Does that make sense?
It makes a ton. What do you think? Am I making a face like it doesn't make sense?
Yeah. You're like, this is ridiculous.
It's not. Nothing is ridiculous.
Man, they do it with a bunch of tight ends, like even Pat Freiermuth, somebody bigger that is going to get a yard.
I'm with you.
Not a quarterback.
Right.
Not Mason.
But if it is a quarterback, it ain't going to be Rodgers.
DK Metcalf.
Careful. If it was Debo, maybe.
Yeah, like James Harrison. If he was a part of this team, if this was happening years ago.
Refrigerator Perry.
Yes, I would do it with them.
Texter, I have asthma. I have shin splints. Sissy boy. This guy calls me a sissy boy every morning. Listen, pal, I had asthma. I had shin splints. Past tense. All right, we'll react to Ray coming up next. An interesting trading in the draft theory I want to run by Doran Dickerson when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost the first 2 games of this series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Thomas Harrington in his debut got the losing decision. 7-0 was the final score of yesterday's game. Game 3, third and final game of this series, and the final game of the road trip for the Pirates to start the season. That's going to be today at 1:10. You can listen to the game live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by Wrangler. ShopWrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Al Weiss. The 87-year-old Long Island native and self-proclaimed journeyman became the most miraculous Met in the 1969 World Series, hitting .455 with the game-winning RBI in Game 2, and then game-tying home run in Game 5. Happy birthday, Al, and thanks for the memories. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly
Auto Parts.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Have you been suffering with foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many customers talk about getting painful shots in their heel that didn't provide lasting relief. And you've probably already tried ibuprofen and more comfortable shoes. You might even be considering surgery next.
I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet. No shots, no surgery, no pills. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie and then from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North slowing around the bend at Bellevue Westview and then again approaching Venture Street down to and across the Veterans Bridge. That remains stacked on the crosstown over past 5th Avenue. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter, again, tell Adam asthma doesn't go away. He needs to stop saying that. Dumb people will believe it. All right. Well, actually, person, according to the American Lung Association, they're experts in the lungs, Dorian. About 50% of children with asthma will experience a decrease in symptoms by adulthood. Bang!
That's a decrease in symptoms. It doesn't go away.
I think that you are correct. You're not supposed to fact check me.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're supposed to have my back.
Yeah, you're right.
It's against the growing horde of texters.
You're right. It goes away.
Here I am referencing the American Lung Association and also ignoring half the page where it says you can't actually grow out of asthma. But the symptoms can decrease. And you caught me in my lie. You got me with the semantics. You nailed me. We were asking people to text in bizarre tush-push formations, and then during the break we were coming up with bizarre tush-push names, things that we would call it here, because in Philly they're like, ooh, it's the brotherly shove. We got a few. We'll get to those in a minute. But I was theorizing as I was listening to Ray, and he was talking about they're not taking a quarterback in round one. It's 75% sure they're going to take a defensive lineman, which at this point I would agree with. You look at all these mock drafts, though, and it has the Steelers, national mock drafts, has the Steelers taking a quarterback 21, including guys like Daniel Jeremiah, who just mock based on what they hear as much as what they scout. And we also had an unnamed but reliable source last week who told us that people are convinced around the league that the Steelers are interested in Jackson Dart at 21.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a simple theory. I mean, they did this with Malik Willis. Could it be, hey, teams try to jump the Steelers to take a Jackson Dart so a better player falls into their lap?
Yeah, that's smart.
I think that it could just be, hey, look over here, bang! Simple theory.
Yeah.
But I think the right one. People are now blowing up. Oh, yes, asthma can go away. No, it can't go away. Just go to the AmericanLungAssociation.com. There you go.
Yours went away. Or it's dormant.
I mean, when I run when it's cold, I have issues. The lungs are screaming. People who run for fun, I'm super jealous.
Yeah, I hate running.
I cannot stand running.
Hate running.
Like a sprint every now and again can be fun. You know, break it open. You feel like a horse. Like, that's awesome. John Wader going to join us at 8:35, by the way. That's fun. But a long, like, 5-mile run even?
No way.
No.
That's like on the list of I know I'll never do in my life. I'll never do that from the time I'm here right now to the time I die. I will never run.
What's the longest you ever ran at a time in your life?
1 mile.
Really?
Yes. I'm not built that way. I'm built for speed, not distance. Speed.
All right, what are your names for the tush push?
The booty call. It's a play call. You only need to hit it once. The booty call.
Come back to it every now and again.
Yeah.
Whenever the moment strikes.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
Yep.
I like that one a lot. I went with. I'm so wholesome over here. I went for the Pittsburgh plunge.
Oh. Really got outside the box with that one.
Wow. Me slamming my head against the microphone.
Splash play.
Splash. Pitfall.
Oh, come
on. That's what I came up with. I came with 2 Kennywood-related ones. Texter, 5 miles is a long range. All right, Usafa, pal. Like, who do you think you are coming on here?
No way. Never doing it.
People who can do that for fun, I love it for you. Like, my dad used to run to work, like 12 miles, and then he would run back.
That's wild.
It sounds like one of those things an old person says, where it's like, oh, it was uphill both ways. My dad used to run to work every day, and then he would shower at work, it would work, then he would run home. Might explain the heart transplant. But you just, like, I wish I could do that. I can't ride a bike for that long. It's boring, too.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah, I have no desire to do that, ever. Or, like, a marathon of something. So you couldn't pay me to run a marathon.
We did a run through the woods last year, me and my daughter, and it was like 1.25 miles or whatever, and it was fun. That's about it. I tried.
Did you stop?
No.
Your daughter didn't stop?
No, she is going to be a runner.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she has the inhaler now. We'll see.
The athletic.
She has to fight the genes.
Right.
How about this? How about log jammer?
Jackrabbits next?
No. That would be what you called if you were trying to stop it with Polamalu. He'd be the jackrabbit, jumping over the line. I do wish we got to see Troy jump over the line and meet Jalen Hurts head on. Texter, buns of steel. It's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Bum scrum. Pocket pushy. Nope. I hit the button. They got me on the text line again. That's like 3 consecutive weeks. They got me again, Dickerson. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do you think it's weak that Art was like, nah, we didn't like it? Like, we wanted a band?
No. I mean, he's old school. He's old school, so something different he probably doesn't like. Some things he does like, obviously, but some things, I don't think he thinks it's a football play. I just wonder how the Eagles practice it, because you're not practicing it live.
I thought the same thing when Ray said that they practice it all the time.
Like, who are they practicing it against?
Like, you're not putting Jalen Hurts through that time after time in practice, right?
Or your D-line or your players to
right.
potentially get hurt.
I know that there hasn't been any, statistical analysis that backs up that it's a dangerous play, but it does not pass the eye test. And, the player I worry most about is the center.
Mm-hmm.
And really the defensive tackle. Like, when you got all that meat coming from your knees, you could wind up with Osgood Schlatter.
Great.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll switch gears to the Steelers coming up next. If you have any...
Pirates.
Whatever. Who knows what we're talking to John Winter about? You don't know. I don't know.
Athletic asthma. We're going to ask John Wader if he had athletic asthma.
Yeah, back in his day, they just drink Busch Lights until it went away. That was his solution to everything. Dehydrated in St. Louis, I'm having a 6-pack. I'm getting a cold tub, drink a 6-pack. All right, John Wayner to talk about the current state of the Bucks coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play the Tampa Bay Rays today at 1:10. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man.
Wow.
There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you going to do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you going to do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor? Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Weiner, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Weiner. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Weiner.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. John Weiner joins us now. He was so disappointed last week because it was just me, and now you got Doran Dickerson here. So you two Pittsburgh athletes can catch up. What's going on, Weiner?
Nothing. I'm glad to hear Doran again. It's nice to have him back.
It's nice to hear you, too. I have a question right off the top here. Have you ever had athletic asthma?
Okay.
Athletic asthma?
Yeah, Crowley had that whenever he was younger, he says.
I think athletic asthma had me. I don't
think it was a thing.
I think athletic asthma was dealing with me as its cross to bear.
Yeah, it just depends where you grow up. Some neighborhood kids, the affluent neighborhood kids, they make up excuses. They have special problems that, they use as excuses.
I was born in Lebo. Does that change your mind at all?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's exactly. That's my point.
I was picking up what you were putting down there. John, we were talking, okay, obviously 1-5 start, not where the Pirates wanted to be, not where a lot of us thought they'd be through 6 games. I'm going to bring in all my bobbleheads on Friday before opening day. We're going to light some candles around here. We're going to do a little exorcism of sorts. Did you guys, Like when you were in a slump back in the day, like did you do any of that goofy stuff, or was it just put your head down and you're trying to battle through this thing?
There's been some silly things here. I remember the Pirates. Back in the early '90s, they had the Sammy Award. I remember they had like a little trophy of called it the Sammy Khalifa Award that they used to hand out. Later in the late '90s, they had they picked up a camel in a gift shop, and a little toy camel in a gift shop in Montreal, I think. Maybe it wasn't Montreal because Montreal wasn't there in the mid '90s. So, but anyhow, yeah, and they thought that was the lucky camel. I think that was the Freak Show team in '97.
'97, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's little things like that. I don't think they work. It might bring a team together and you have something to giggle about or what have you. If you start playing well, then maybe that idol or whatever you want to call it might get a little more attention. But you got to just play better baseball. You got to be better to get out of a slump.
Is 6 games too early to be freaking out? Like the guys in the clubhouse, are they thinking like, damn, what the hell's going on? Or is it just, all right, it's been 6 games, let's figure this thing out?
Yeah, every team's going to have a week or so where they're struggling and they're not playing good baseball. I think it hurts a little more at the beginning of the season, especially when you had all the talk about, playing the game the right way and, doing the little things better to win close games, and you didn't do it. I mean, the first 4 games, it was just the opposite of that. There was a lot of mistakes. They didn't do the little things well. They could have won all 4. They end up losing all 4 because they didn't play well. And now you're not hitting, and then that's when you start to press a little bit. If it's the middle of the season, and let's say you go from 30 and 25 to 30 and 31 or whatever, I mean, you don't really notice it. Again, you might press a little bit if you're not scoring runs, but you can see it now. Tampa obviously has some great pitchers. The team hasn't swung the bat real well. I think the starting pitching has done a pretty decent job, but they're going to have to find a way to get runs on the board. They're going to have to find a way to relax and score some runs, because you just can't hope to win 3-2, 4-3 every night. It's just not something that's sustainable. It's not something that good teams can thrive on or even survive on. I mean, you're going to destroy your bullpen if you're continuously playing close games. They got to figure out a way to score runs in bunches.
John, you talk about pressing. Do you think today that Paul Skeens will feel some of the pressure to win? Like, I know that he's young, and I know that he's just, one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he always wants to perform at the highest level. I'm sure that's how he's made up. But do you feel like he's going to feel some pressure today that he has to be the reason why that they win this game today to get out of this rut?
That's funny, Doran, because I sit there and I think, like, you could see it in certain players. You could see it in all-star players, with a bat in their hands, whether it be Brian Reynolds or Andrew McCutchen or Aaron Judge or anybody else. Sometimes you could see when guys are pressing at the plate. I've never, ever seen Paul Skeens press. I mean, I doubt it. I really doubt that he puts pressure on himself. I think he has so much confidence, it kind of oozes out of him. You saw it from his first start in the big leagues last year. Every start after that, you just see this guy's demeanor and the way he goes about it. I think he really has that much confidence where he knows that he's that good to where, he probably wants the ball every time we're in. He probably wanted the ball yesterday. I was actually a little surprised that, he's pitching on 5 days rest instead of 4. That'll be interesting to see going forward if they're going to do that this year, give everybody 5 days rest instead of 4. But, with the things he said this offseason, he wants to throw 240 innings. At least he's preparing for that. He wants to pitch every inning of every game. He wants to throw 130 pitches. I believe every word of that. I mean, he trains himself to take the ball and go out there and give you innings and dominate. And so I guess that is a long answer for a no, because I don't think he puts pressure on himself. I think he's that good and he has that much confidence where he thinks he's just going to go out there and dominate today.
On the flip side, we're so used to him, and we're used to what Jarrett Jones did coming up and striking out all those guys he did in his debut. More the norm, really, for Harrington last night. And I'm not just talking about the 4 walks. I mean, those happen. But not being able to locate within the strike zone, that is absolutely not the book on that guy. So do you think that might be an example of, all right, the nerves do kind of get the best of a guy?
Oh, 100%. Anytime anybody's making a debut, I mean, the heart's racing, the nerves. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. I mean, it's hard to calm down, and I think especially in that first inning for him to go out there and try to execute, he certainly sprayed the ball a little bit. From everybody I've talked to, from scouts, coaches, et cetera, they say this guy can really pitch. He can spin the ball. He got a handful of pitches. He can throw it where he wants. He can throw any pitch in any count. He obviously didn't have that kind of command last night, and I think he's still pretty young. I don't even think he has 50 minor league starts. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he stays here, how long he's going to be there. Again, I guess that'll all depend on how many, days rest they give the starting staff. But, I think he's going to be a good one. Kind of an old school guy that could just, miss the barrel of the bat and kind of toy with hitters. And, I'm looking forward to it. He's still a young guy. Again, I think each time he goes out there, though, that command will get better, and so his numbers should be better.
John, would you have used a torpedo bat? I feel like you'd be a guy that used one of those.
Mine would have to be right in the middle of the bat, like right at the label. I would have crushed the ball. I would have had so many more homers if they put the big bubble right in the middle of the bat where I hit most of the balls. That's an interesting concept. It's an interesting theory. It makes sense. When I read about it, if you're getting jammed a little more, move the barrel a little lower. If you're hitting balls off the end of the bat, move the barrel a little further away towards the end of the bat. I mean, it'd be interesting to feel. I just think to make that change when you're used to having a top-heavy bat. Most bats are obviously all the weight's in the same spot. So if you're moving that, the weight of the bat somewhere, I got to grab one of those and see what it feels like, because to me that I think would take a little bit to get used to.
Yeah, grab Jazz Chisholm's out of his hand before he gets up to the dish this weekend, John. That's exactly what Neil Walker had to say, too, by the way, yesterday. He said, I need to feel one of those things because it could be an equilibrium kind of deal. All right, last thing here for you, John. Obviously, David Bednar gets sent down yesterday, which is a bummer to see for a good guy who's been a two-time All-Star. What are you seeing that he needs to work on? Like, when he goes down there, what are the points of emphasis for David Bednar?
Well, that was a shock, and that's a great question because, here's what I saw. I remember last year, I think you guys asked me, it was early in mid-April or whatever, was I worried about Bednar? I said, no, I'm not worried. And obviously, I guess I should have been because he had a rough year. The difference that I'm seeing now compared to the All-Star David Bednar, his fastball's getting hit.
Yeah.
His fastball didn't get hit. He used to come in and just attack with that fastball up in the zone. They'd swing through it. They'd foul it off. They'd pop it up. There'd be weak contact. He's still throwing almost the same velocity. It's not like you're 2 or 3 or 4 miles an hour softer. You're still throwing 97, 98, but they're not missing it, especially the one above the zone they're not missing, which all this technology, and they have, these guys that can track everything on their computers and cameras, and I'm curious to see what's different. Is the fastball different? Does it have like less movement? Does it have less depth? Does it, they got all these different things that they can, kind of grade out your fastball. I'm curious if there's something different about the flight of his ball, or if hitters have just caught up to it and just figured out how to get there, because that's my biggest concern for him. If your fastball is getting hit, and it never used to get hit, well, now you saw him those last couple outings. He's throwing more curveballs. He's throwing more splits because he's losing confidence in that fastball because they're hitting it. So I think that's the biggest problem. If the fastball if that's the same fastball you've always thrown, well, you better throw it in different spots, in and out, down and away, et cetera, and so forth. I mean, the command of it's going to have to get better, I think, for his results to get better.
John, this was awesome. It always is. We'll see you at the ballpark on Friday. Thanks for coming on.
All right, good chat, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, John.
John Wayner, the best. These damn torpedo bats.
Yeah.
May they ban them. I saw it yesterday that they were looking into banning them, but I might have got fooled by the internet.
Probably.
Yeah. We'll get to that a little bit coming up next. We've got Doug Whaley at the top of the hour to react to Art Rooney II's comments on Aaron Rodgers, getting all the NFL rule changes, so much more with Doug. But first, we've got a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 1:10 against the Tampa Bay Rays. Pirates lost the first 2 games of the series. This is the third and final game of the series. Final game of the opening road trip for the Pirates. They're going to come back home after today's game. They're going to play the New York Yankees over the weekend. But today's game at 1:10, you can listen live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The morning rush continues to be crowded and dangerous in spots. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Ross Township, the intersection of Bellevue Road and Nazareth Way. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pit Tunnels, outbound heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from Roslyn Farms out past 79. Parkway East, you are jammed at Greensburg Pike, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North, heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview, then again at Venture Street, down to and across the Veterans Bridge and on the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let 2 Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a hop, skip, drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop, skip, drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop, Skip, Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVay to get the job done fast and right. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery in celebrating National Donate Life Month and encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 6,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core./register.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We went along with Wayner there.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious. You can't. Look at Doug's face. You can't be serious. You're serious?
That's a work.
No, it's not.
It's not. I'm on a roll. I got fooled by the internet today. Doug Whaley going to join us for the final hour of the show, maybe my final hour ever on the air. And I said that I saw that Major League Baseball was reportedly thinking about banning the torpedo bats. No, it's from a PTI cut-up where they do 3 minutes debating the merits of the torpedo bat, and then at the end they say April Fool's, Major League Baseball is not banning the bat.
I love how you try to, deflect.
What are you talking about, man?
Just deflect of the torpedo conversation, April Fool's, what you just said before that.
That's an all-timer right there. We went along with Wayner. I
almost did it again.
Going back to the well.
You almost did it again, and then you always go back to the well.
Double down.
People are still texting in names for the tush push. If Bettis was still on the team, they could call it the bus ride. Great text. So I wanted to read that one. Distance myself from my imbecilic nature. You can't ban the bats right now. You can't. Too many teams are using them. Too many players. Obviously, it was legal. People have complained that it could affect over-under totals on some, season-long prop bets because people didn't know about the torpedo bats.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Stuff like that. But I think you got to go through the year and maybe have a conversation about it like the tush push at the end of the year. All right, moving on. Doug Whaley going to join us for the final hour of the show. Art Rooney II's comments on Aaron Rodgers and a bunch of rule changes in the NFL. What does Doug make of all of those? That's on the way. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning, we've already seen today's lows, and most are hovering near 40 degrees right now. Sunrise at 7:02, and I expect overcast or at least near overcast skies from start to finish today. Highs today will hit the upper 60s. Noon temperatures will be around 60 degrees. There's a brief rain chance and storm chance early this afternoon. The best chance for that, the highest chance, comes up along I-80. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in. You've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188 or online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res. As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce! Spruce! Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, still a bit of a mess. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Ross Township, crews clearing an earlier accident at the intersection of Bellevue Road and Nazareth Way. Watch for lane closures there. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North heavy around Bellevue Westview, and then past Venture Street across the Veterans Bridge and on the Crosstown, heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doug in the flesh. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doug, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. You are obsessed with flesh today, aren't you?
All right. All right. I'm just having one of those days.
I got you.
I don't know if you know this. 48 hours ago, I was on death's door.
Did not know that.
Very sick. That's my latest excuse. Before that, it was grandma, and before that, I don't know. I'm sure I came up with something.
Skyphosis.
Well, that's been plaguing me my entire life. ADHD.
Athletic asthma.
I do, yeah.
Man, you've overcome a lot.
I sure have.
I mean, you're a testament to just perseverance, what you have achieved in your life and what you had to overcome. I think you should write an autobiography.
See, that was what you had to write for the college essay. I forget which school it was. What have you overcome? Tell us about the adversity you've battled through. I'm like, I don't know. I had long hair and acne.
Doran, did we have to write anything?
No.
I don't know what that.
I know he wrote one to Pitt, and then he.
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah.
They had higher standards.
Yeah.
Ohio State was like, we'll see. You're waitlisted. Still never heard back.
Did you just have to color in the right lines for WVU?
Right.
No, they wanted an outside-the-box thinker.
Oh, okay.
Is what they were looking for. So they liked the coloring outside the lines. Doran's colorblind.
I have nothing to do with this.
I know. I tried to take a shot at you there.
I have nothing to do with this.
I'm really reaching.
I didn't have to write one.
All right, so Art Rooney II was speaking at the NFL owners' meetings, and Doug, we both heard what Art had to say about Rodgers, and our antennas went up. Because Omar Khan even said we don't talk about outside free agents. Mike Tomlin went to a place he doesn't typically go when talking about free agents, was very specific about Rodgers, and then there was Art Rooney II.
What can you tell us, Art, about Aaron Rodgers in the pursuit of him?
Nothing new on the Aaron Rodgers front. See what happens, and hopefully we'll know something soon.
Are you content to wait?
Well, not forever. A little while longer.
Did you envision it taking this long and playing out the way that it has?
No, didn't envision it taking this long, no.
Doug, you used his name. You never get that.
No.
Ever. Is it done? Is it done and they haven't gotten pen to paper? I'm not saying that you know this, but does it sound like that? Because to us, that's sort of what we came away thinking.
First of all, it is the Aaron Rodgers effect. I've been saying this, and you guys have known me for a while, that they are going to have classes about how this guy has manipulated not only NFL teams, but the media. Because look, I'll answer your question in a second. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want this to be done because guess what? Everybody's talking about Aaron Rodgers on the national media and local media. If he was signed, there wouldn't be any Aaron Rodgers news. Aaron Rodgers wants it to be about Aaron Rodgers. And look at what he's done to the Steelers. He's made them, hey, I'll get back to you and let you know. It's like that girl that you want to take to homecoming, but she's the homecoming queen. She's like, I got some other offers out there I'll entertain, but I'll let you know maybe a day before homecoming. And now they're talking about, they're breaking the rules and talking about free agents, and the owner's dropping his name. So, with all that said, I love Aaron Rodgers because of that, and I'm just fascinated that we all fall into the Aaron Rodgers trap, and he's a master of manipulating the media. With that said, I think it's one of those wink, wink, nod, nods. We got it done. I'm just going to hang out, do what I do on the off season. I'll come in. The question I want to know is it before the draft or is it after OTAs and maybe come in for that final minicamp? But think about it this way. The longer he doesn't ink that deal, something may come up that he could change his mind.
Right.
There could be an injury. J.J. McCarthy has a setback and tweaks that knee again. He's not going to be ready for that season. He can, guess what? The star football player just broke up with his girlfriend. I'm going to homecoming with him. See you later.
I mean, some guy could, twist his ankle playing golf or something. Yeah. And you're a contender and you think, dang, like, now what? You could turn Aaron Rodgers.
Like Teddy Bridgewater in Minnesota a couple years ago.
Right.
So, I mean, anything can happen. So the one thing you know about in professional sports, the deal is not done until that ink is dried on the paper. And when it's not, anything can happen.
Do you think it just has to do with some of the stuff that you're saying that Aaron Rodgers wants his name talked about? Or do you think it has to do with, like, I don't want to report to OTAs. Like, I don't want to have to report and do these things. And maybe the Steelers are like, it's going to be hard for us to tell Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, why the quarterback of the Steelers isn't here.
Yeah.
You think that's the holdup?
I think that's something to do with it, but the way I think he's going to say is, hey, I'm not going to be there every day, but I'm going to have throwing sessions with DK Metcalf. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have the receivers out. I'm going to have Freiermuth out. If he starts doing that more often,
see, like that's why I think it's done.
Yeah. Then not only that, then I'm like, okay, you're really working with the people you need to work with. You don't need to work with O-line. You don't need to be handing balls off to Warren and all of that stuff. You just need to throw and get a connection with the receiving options. So if they have a little summit out there, not ayahuasca summit, but a throwing summit, again, with more people, then it's just like, all right, that's just Aaron Rodgers wanting to be Aaron Rodgers and not show up every day.
Freiermuth said that he has DM'd with Rodgers. I'd like to know how much of that is a two-way street. Like, if he's out there throwing with Metcalf, I would think it would be a back and forth. But when I initially heard what he had told Pony and Muller, I thought, it sounds like a little doggy. He's like, love me a little bit. We love Pat Freiermuth.
Is there a difference, or is it I'm just overthinking it? DMing somebody or sliding into someone's DM?
Good point.
Slide into someone's DM.
He slid in. That's what you'd have to ask him. Did you slide in, or was this like a mutual DM?
Yeah, did Rodgers say, hey, big dude,
yeah,
I'm coming? Like, how'd that go?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think that if this is one of those wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of deals, we'll see this in short order. All those guys go out there. Because it's great that he's out there throwing a Metcalf, but if he doesn't want to be around for OTA's minicamp, and I'm speculating on that, all right, get some work in with the guys. Get to know them, too. I think that kind of thing's important. So, all right, Doug, let me ask you this then. Like, we've talked about the timeline here. Is it before the draft? Is it after the draft? And you say nothing's done till it's done, obviously. All right, if it's not before the draft, I just spit everywhere. Are you drafting, not in the first round, but does it change your plans for drafting a quarterback? Do you then feel the need, like, we got to take a Will Howard in the middle rounds?
I think you're going to take if you're going a middle round quarterback, you're going a middle round quarterback, if Aaron Rodgers is here or not.
Either way.
Because Aaron Rodgers, max 2 years. So you're going to have a guy in there like, okay, let's get a guy that hopefully ascends to be a number one, but if not, can be a viable backup. Then you can move on from Mason Rudolph and have a young backup in there that has learned the system, has been around Aaron Rodgers, and learns how to be a professional. So I don't think that changes their thought process on the quarterback position.
Do you think that they really believe in Mason Rudolph to be the starter this year if this situation does not pan out? Do you think they really believe that, or are they just hoping, like, all right, we hope that our plan for Aaron Rodgers works out, and if it doesn't, then we're kind of stuck with Mason?
That's it. Like, it's a plan. Like, here's our fallback plan. We want Aaron Rodgers, but we have to, again, you never know in this business, and we have to have a plan just in case it doesn't come through, and we're comfortable with Mason. I think they're comfortable, and they think they can prolong Mike Tomlin's streak of not having a losing season and be in position to fight to get that last playoff spot with Mason Rudolph.
Keep the ship afloat until next year you get your ultimate franchise.
So it's kind of like playing both sides of the fence, as in we'll be competitive, but we're not sticking ourselves in a place where we're going to be in quarterback not purgatory, but just jammed up with a quarterback that we have to at least give 2 years to by drafting somebody in the first round or something like that.
Is Rodgers' inclusion in OTAs and minicamp or non-inclusion the difference between him having a good year or not having a good year? Like, how important would it be for him to be at those things?
The only thing I would say is if he's not going to be there, I would like to hear, does he have a copy of the playbook? Is he in constant communication with Arthur Smith? And then I'd like to see him at minicamp, but if not at minicamp again in the summer, is he having summits with the receiving options in California or wherever, Florida, whatever? If they're working together, then I'm okay with all the rest of that.
That's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of how I think how a lot of older quarterbacks operate, and especially we know. What are you looking at, Callis? What's he doing?
I just saw the his orange shirt
What's
walk
he
away
doing?
from the board. I don't know. Is he okay? Is everything fine?
I don't know. I thought he might be like.
I really got to go to the bathroom, so I'm trying to stall until your segment's over.
Well,
But like those little kids like running in place.
I was like, what is he
It's
doing?
funny because I was going to stop the conversation and take a break. We were going to come back and further our conversation with Doug, but you stood up and started walking away. I was like, I don't know if I can go to break now. Is Cal's running?
No,
Callis,
I'm still here. We're good.
my 2-year-old just crosses his legs and holds it. So
I
try
got to
that for a
stand to
little
hold it. That's how I do it. Eddie, can we please take a break?
Fan text line is brought to you by
Probably, I'm sure.
Edgar
Come on.
Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Listen, I'm trying not to leave in the middle of segments anymore. You yell at me about that. Please respect that I have to go. Just come on.
And now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 1:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Crowley. Come on.
Thank you. It's Crowley here for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around your house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh. Especially, how about this, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. And there is no limit to how much you could save, and if you buy a house full of windows, they're going to include a free entry door too. Plus, and this is my favorite part, with 0% financing, 0 down and no monthly payments, you could get no windows and pay nothing until 2027. How do they do it? Well, Window Nation partners with the top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high standards, their high quality specs, and then they pass the savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you could buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands, and you could just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027 deal. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit them online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Women's sports was a major theme at the NFL owners' meetings in Palm Springs, headlined by a panel discussion that featured Serena Williams and Caitlin Clark. Roger Goodell and his 32 bosses feel that flag football, an Olympic sport in 2028, has the potential to grow the NFL audience, and they're now looking to organize a professional flag football league. You know, I actually did this back in 1998 with my daughter, Sydney. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you in reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KING to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KING to 321321. That's KING to 321321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TAXI for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TAXI for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TAXI.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. I've got my freedom and I'm standing tall. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I feel relief standing on my own 2 feet. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. Now I can live free. Today I'm free, free to be me. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some morning rush left over, and this report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Delays on the inbound Parkway West remain jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 clearing out, still heavy from the 31st Street Bridge in toward East Ohio Street. Also watch for delays heading from the North Shore Expressway across the Fort Duquesne Bridge. And on the crosstown, you are heavy from the Veterans Bridge over toward Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Some breaking baseball news. Jackson Merrill and the San Diego Padres are in agreement on a 9-year, $135 million contract extension. Deal can max out at $204 million, includes a $30 million club option. Why am I bringing Jackson Merrill up? Well, because already you have Pirates fans tweeting out that the Bucs should put like a 10-year, $300 million contract in front of Paul Skeens. You know, we've been saying that for a while. I said it about O'Neal Cruz a couple of years ago. Give him the Wander Franco deal even before he plays half a season. Look, there are merits to signing that if you're a Paul Skeens, because you're getting money now that you're otherwise going to have to wait 4 or 5 years to get. That being said, you're at least a $500 million arm.
More.
You sound like my 1-year-old. That's her favorite word. She
More.
says mer. Mer. You're right. You're right. It probably is more. It is more.
Yeah.
And I look at it this way. When you talk, especially about a pitcher, and I have a friend that his son was being recruited in baseball, and the Tommy John surgery is so effective now. If that's the worst thing that can happen to you, 90% of the people come back throwing harder after Tommy John.
Mm-hmm.
So
Doug,
young
that's
guys
exactly
are
where I was
overthrowing.
going.
Yeah, sorry.
No. I think it's a really good point.
In high school, young guys are in Little League, they're throwing their arm out because they don't care. If they have to get to Tommy John, they're going to come back stronger. So for me, if I'm him, I'm holding off. Unless you come out and give me maybe a 6-7 year, I might think about it, knowing I can still hit free agency. Then I might be a $1 billion arm by then.
Right.
So I think that the length of it would really that would maybe sway me.
I mean, it's not like he's hurting for money now.
Sure.
And even outside of his contract with the Pirates, like all the other stuff he does, and obviously his girlfriend is making a lot of money. Like, I know that sounds funny, but I'm being serious.
Huh.
You know, that comes into, like, it's not like he needs that big payday right now. He can make that, push it down the road. It's not like he's making millions right now.
Knock on wood, obviously nobody wants to see this. Your arm falls off, you get it fixed, Doug, like you're saying. I mean, he's going to make that money because he's going to perform when he's on the mound.
Yeah.
And it's not a death sentence for your career anymore.
Actually, no, now that I think about it, hold off. Because Pirates aren't doing. Look at the team around.
Wait,
you want to be stuck here?
Hold up, Doug. Wait. Paul, sign the deal. What are we doing here? Paul, hold up. No, sign the deal.
Yes.
Come on now. Yeah, Skeen's got 23 first-place votes. He should have got all 30, frankly, for the the Rookie of the Year award last year. Jackson Merrill finished second. So those two guys are always going to be linked, and that's just good business by the Padres. Yep. Padres fans still this offseason were bitching, moaning, complaining that Jackson Merrill didn't win the award.
Yeah,
which
they
is
were.
Just,
I mean, come on.
It's absurd to me that people would feel that way. Off air, there's so much Steelers stuff to get to, a ton of NFL rule changes and stuff we want to talk to Doug about, but while we were on the subject off the air, we might as well bring it onto the air. You've been watching a lot of Jackson Dart. And what I jotted down is that you said you think this guy could be part of a winning team, maybe not the reason why a team wins.
Correct.
So what kind of value do you place on a guy like that?
I think it depends on what team you have. If you have a team that you can have pieces around them, strong running game. If you're San Francisco 49ers and you don't have Brock Purdy a couple years ago, then you get when you have Ayuk, Deebo Samuels, McCaffrey, you got a defense, perfect place for Jackson Dart. And that might be a nice comparison. A Brock Purdy type guy, a guy that you can win with, but when he has to put the barrel of the bat on his shoulders and try to call his shot, I don't know if he's there yet. I don't know if he has that arm strength. And another thing that really concerns me is his release. It's a wind-up kind of slow release. And in the pros, those windows are really short and not a lot smaller than in the college game, so they could close on those balls. So I would have liked to seen him throw live to see that arm strength, and if that delivery, he could speed that up. But I think he's going to be a solid pro. I went in there and I didn't want to like him because everybody else did. I like to be a contrarian every once in a while. But I'll say this. I like him better than Shedeur Sanders.
Ooh. What about the Steelers team? If he was on that team, how far? Like, what could he do with the talent that the Steelers have?
I think right now he could get them. He would get them definitely. If he comes in and plays to a level that is a professional, just because of the speed of the game, if he can get up to that real quick, he could have them fighting for a definite playoff spot and be a competitive entrant into that tournament.
What if he had to sit a year behind Aaron Rodgers and next year he was the guy?
Then that's
a good situation?
That's a good situation. That's a good situation. Again, though, I don't know that, and you'd have to take advantage of him being on that rookie deal and just load up with offensive weapons and, more importantly, retool that defense quickly.
People are blowing us up about the Skeens thing. Just blowing us up.
What are they saying?
Well, this one is weird to me. People who think the Pirates should offer a big contract right now don't understand that the Pirates already have 5 more years of control. They have more pressing issues than Paul Skeens. Yeah, I mean, don't we want him around here for longer than 5 years?
No.
Like, you either offer him money now that he's not going to see, or he's gone in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can pay him a lot now, and it would be less than he would make in a few years on the open market, or you can just pay him out in arbitration, and then he's gone. Like, I don't think it's likely that he would sign on the dotted line for $250, $300 million, but like the good business actually would be putting that in front of him right now.
I disagree. I mean, because like you could use that money elsewhere whenever you already have him under a rookie deal now. Like, why pay him now? You do have him under control for how many years?
Then you're just admitting that he's gone after 5 years.
Yeah, but within that window, your mindset should be, we got to try to win within this 5 years, and then go back to the drawing board whenever he is gone.
All right, that's what I said, and that's a good point.
Or think about it this way: take that $250, build a team around him.
Yeah.
You make on a couple runs, and next thing you know, you start lining your pockets because you've gone to the World Series, gone to a couple playoffs. Then you have enough money to maybe pay him.
I don't think they would, though. I don't think they'd have $600 million laying around, $700 million, whatever it's going to
after
cost
5
now.
years, and maybe they make a deep run into the LCS twice,
right.
and maybe
what
one
if he
World
takes
Series?
an Ohtani deal?
What, defer it all?
Defer, yeah. Get creative. Quit being a pessimist. Let's go.
I mean, like, if he's winning, if, say, like, within this window, you use those resources and those financials to pay other players, and you do make a couple runs, and not even World Series, but a couple playoff runs, and he wants to be here, and he defers the money.
And you show commitment. Like, we're committed to putting a team around you.
Yeah, and it's all hypothetical.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
that's what we do here.
We didn't – radio, baby. Yeah, I mean, we see what they have not added around him right now.
Right, that's true.
I would rather see him here for 10 years, but if we heard that they were going to take the money that they would have otherwise offered to him and started spending it on outfielders and first baseman, then I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it at the time. No.
It comes down to, would you rather have him here for 5 years with a competitive team or 10 years with a non-competitive team?
That's what it really would, yeah.
That's what this comes down to.
412-928-9370. It's a good retort.
Yep.
And I'm a little scared to say things because of Wienergate. All right. Coming up next, NFL rule changes, the tush push, the chain gang. Still going to be around, but just kind of standing there with their thumbs in their backsides. What does it all mean? We'll talk about it, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays playing the third and final game of the three-game series today. Pirates lost the first two. They lost in Thomas Harrington's debut yesterday, 7-0. The game today, 1:10. You can listen to that game live on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Whether you're ready to sell your home or buy a home or maybe both, you want to work with the best, and that's Gina. Kevin recently worked with Gina to sell his home in the North Hills, and with her expert marketing skills, Gina had several buyers ready to look at the house as soon as it was listed, and she sold his home for over $500,000. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she would have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Houston Cougars are heading to their 7th Final Four, where they'll face the Duke Blue Devils. Calvin Sampson's team has been on a hot streak, winning every game since February 1st. Despite their momentum, they entered the game as a 5.5-point underdog. I like Houston to cover against Duke on Saturday. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford. Spring sales event. That's what's happening right now. You ready for something cliched? The deals are heating up with the spring sales event. Well, because they are, right? Just ask. Go ahead to SchultzFord.com and check out what you like, or all the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and again, always online, SchultzFord.com. A gigantic selection of inventory. Over 1,900 new Fords. You know, while you're at it, ask about that best price guarantee, too. And do that. That's really important. Mobile service. My wife just had this on her car. She needed some new tires. You know what happened? They came to our house, bang, switched it out for her, did the service right in the driveway, and they were off. Right there. She never even had to leave the home office. So get in touch. Anything you need. SchultzFord.com or all the locations.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The PGA Tour is all systems go, and so is the new show, Early Wedge, on the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Sportsline experts Sia Nejad, Mike McClure, and Eric Cohen alongside myself, Rick Gaiman, Patrick McDonald, and Jason Sobel 5 times per week. The Early Wedge provides the best information for DFS lineups, outright selections, and so much more. Follow and listen to Early Wedge in the Early Edge feed on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doug Whaley in with us until the end of the show, and Tush Push has gotten a lot of the pub, and it's the sexy rule change topic that has now been tabled in the NFL, and there's a Steelers angle to this, which we'll get to in a minute. But the chain gangs is it's switching to camera-based technology in 2025. So the traditional chain crew will remain on the sidelines in a secondary capacity, but they're going to use camera-based technology. I feel like they could have done this like 20 years ago, Doug.
Is this something that you use in the UFL?
Yes.
Okay.
We've used it the last 2 years. And it's one of those things where you have the technology. I mean, listen, we just had astronauts at the space station for 9 months. We can get the technology to make sure this is a first down.
You know what I heard happens to those people is their bone density gets all screwed up because of the lack of gravity. And like this lady who was up there, she came back and she had this really long chin. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What if it's only like a...
Does it go back?
It's a great question. There's actually... Now we're like in the weeds on this. And I blame myself for this.
Yeah.
But one of the guys who was up there, is my understanding of it, or has been up to the space station, whatever, he has a twin brother. And so now for the rest of their lives, they're going to monitor both guys and see...
What do you think would happen to John Wiener?
If it's anything like the chin, I think we all should be getting on the next aircraft up to space, right?
SpaceX.
Hey, Musk, let me get on the next one.
Yeah.
Leave me up there for 9 months. Sign Crowley's wife. So the chain gang thing, that worked.
That works. It works.
So
now,
what's the process?
Process is it's all video. So when they place the ball down, they can use video to actually look at the 10-yard marker or first down marker, and if you watch UFL games, you'll be able to see the line to gain, and actually they can go down to the amount of inches it's either past it or from it.
See, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you just remove all doubt.
Because how many times you see a referee run from one side and a referee run from the other side, and they're like, split the difference.
Right.
And then I don't know if you remember, they used to have a card to make sure it was first down.
Steritor, I believe it was, with the index card.
So I've always said, you have the technology now. Why not do it just to get it right? Because the human error is always going to be there when you have refs, and that's part of the game. But when you can eliminate the human error on things like this with technology, why not do it?
Yeah. Does it help for the down the goal line plays?
The only thing about the goal line, you still got to have to, and even on the first down, you still have to mark it, because what we looked at, we had a chip in the ball. But when you have a goal line play and there's that scrimmage, there's so many bodies in there, you can't accurately locate the ball from video because you don't know where it is. And that's the tough part about goal line and even the first down. Now, once they mark it, they can measure it from the mark. They can't precisely mark it from video because there's so many bodies and you just don't know where the ball is.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Obviously, I got this all wrong.
So they'll still have the sticks.
No. So think about it this way. You still have a guy come in and still has to mark it.
They have to spot the ball.
Once they spot the ball, they can use the video and technology to see where if it made the line to game or not. But again, once you have that big scrum like the tush push, you don't know where the ball is. So even the chip, it can't throw out that signal to say I'm exactly at the 39-yard line because there's so many bodies in mass, they can't get it out there.
Okay, that makes sense.
The signal can't get out.
I don't want to sound stupid right now, but they're still going to use sticks and chains because you got to. If you're a quarterback, you're going to see down and distance, things of that nature, right?
Well, what we do, we have digital ones. So they'll have a third down digital, and then it'll say third, and then the first down marker will be 7, so you'll know 7 yards to go, or first and 10. They can do it that way. But they have the chain just in case. Technology always fails, right? We always freeze on our phones. You got to turn it off and turn it back on. You can't do that in the game. So that's just a backup.
See, look at the NFL. Not taking jobs. People still be standing. Lower pressure. Just stand there and hold the stick.
Exactly.
It's not bad. All right, we know what the Steelers' thought is on the tush push. We'll get Doug's thoughts when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates have a game today at 1:10 this afternoon. They're going to play the Tampa Bay Rays in the final game of the 3-game series. If you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
And you listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Crews checking reports of an accident now involving an overturned vehicle. 1100 block of Mohawk Road in South Fayette Township. They have just arrived on the scene. That's located between Miller's Run and Battle Ridge Roads. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Heavy delays now coming down Steuben Street and South Main Street in the West End, heading for the West End Circle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit is celebrating Easter with huge home cleaning savings. Save 35% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT right now and get your home Coit clean with 35% savings on all Coit services.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What was that thing you had growing up with the knees?
Osgood Slaughter.
Osgood Slaughter. We've been all over the place today.
Sounds like a WWE name.
Osgood Slaughter's an awesome
good
dub.
name.
Yes.
You didn't have Osgood Slaughter?
No, I did not. I didn't hit a. No, I didn't. Actually, no. Sophomore year, I did.
See?
I had to sit out 2 games. I started them, but I had to sit out because it's right here.
Right there.
Yep.
Exactly.
Exactly.
See?
Yep.
Still got it? Athletes get them.
Yeah. But I played the first half, and I think we were playing Trinity, and someone other place, and we were up big in the first half, and that second half I sat out and iced my knees.
See?
Yep. Absolutely.
Athletes get it.
We've talked about Osgood Slaughter and athletic asthma, and we've talked about space chin. And so that means that I forgot to get to some of the things that I wanted to get to with Doug. And, obviously there's the whole tush-push thing, but, we had a source text us last week, Doug, and say that they are convinced, other teams around the NFL are convinced the Steelers love Jackson Dart. Now, you talked about what you feel about Jackson Dart and that you think he's a kind of player that you can win with, maybe not necessarily win because of. Do you think it could just be a smokescreen? Because, everyone thinks the Steelers love Jackson Dart. Maybe now teams trade ahead of you. Good players left there when you pick 21, that kind of thing.
Everything's on the table at this time of year. And it's just a game of chess and who can you get to believe this and planning stories and doing things that throw people off the scent. Absolutely. And that's the fun part about it. And that's the time when you're sitting in there in the draft room and you're like, oh, you see that report? Yeah, that's it. Wink, wink, nod, nod. So
I love
this
that.
is the fun part. Absolutely.
If Tyler Warren was on the board at 15, would you trade up for him? Try to trade up for him if they could. Do you think he's an offensive changing type player?
If the owner, the head coach, and the OC were all on board, hey, this guy's going to be the focal point of our offense, or we're going to make sure we have dedicated offensive plays for this guy, and he's going to be a part of it and a major part of it, absolutely. But if you do it and then all of a sudden he's not that guy, he's not the focal point, that's when you really – everybody's got to be on board. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use him. Arthur Smith's got to have 20 plays every game where he's the focal point.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Man, there were times where Penn State's offense against good teams, it was a slog, and he would get them out of it.
Yep.
Yes. You could do tush push. You could put him in outside, inside, H-back, all of that stuff. As long as everybody's bought in and it's not Mike Tomlin saying, oh, no, we got to take care of the ball. We can't do anything inventive or anything like that. Then you start wasting the guy. As long as you're going to use him, I'm all for it.
Somebody's going to get a hell of a player.
Oh, my God.
Somebody.
Yes.
You look at Jalen Carter, right? And I think Cam Ward's going to be a pretty good player.
Yeah, I watched him last night.
Cam Ward?
Yeah. Just
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter's going to be.
What did I call him?
Jalen.
Damn it.
What?
It's okay, you can keep going. Doug.
Oh, here's
Doran's used to it.
Real quick, I was just thinking about when you were talking about tush push and is the tush push the same as the torpedo back in MLB?
You know what? I was so anti-torpedo bat, but I'm now pro tush push, and I found it to be kind of hypocritical. I think they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
If everybody can do it.
Yeah, no, it's not stopping you from doing
Right.
it.
Everybody can do it.
Yeah, so just because
That's
someone's
right.
better at something, to me, and this may be off the wall, I'd rather ban RPOs than tush push because RPOs from a defensive side, it's almost impossible to defend, and that to me isn't. I guess it is football, but that's that football play that I'm like, that's kind of
really
that's more gimmicky to me than the tush push.
Wow.
Because just from a defensive,
right?
I don't know how you defend it.
Right.
I'll tell you, in college, it's impossible.
You can't.
It's impossible. Guys are 5 yards down the field, they don't call it.
Yes. Especially with the offensive line, like you said, 5 yards down. And then as a DB, because as a safety, you read run the pass. So I'm reading run, and the next thing you know, the guy's behind me pass. I don't know how you stop that play. That's just me. But I'm a defender. You're an offense. You're
Right,
like,
yeah,
hey,
I love it.
Love it. Yeah.
You got all this wide open space in the middle of the field.
Yeah, right.
You're creating
I'm a tight end. Throw that pop right over that safety. Let's go.
Absolutely.
If you had Tyler Warren, you might change your tune on that a little bit.
Yeah, well, then there you go. The RPO.
Social media's biggest loser is me today, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Why? It's because I started a segment like this. We went along with Wayner there. So there you go.
All right. Tyler Warren, trade back up and get Jackson Dart. I'd be okay with that.
They need a second-round pick.
Leverage the next year's picks.
See, there you go.
Yep.
You're going to have those comp picks.
Save the comp picks, too, for next year.
Yeah. Doug, this was fun. We'll see you at the home opener on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Skeens today at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Get it done, Paul. Get it done. Get it, Dub. Oh, well, the Steelers have Aaron Rodgers under contract tomorrow at 5:40.
Yes.
Doug?
No.
Harry?
No.
Yeah, I'm going no. Go shove, Paul. Go shove. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pomp and Joe next. Peace.
Morning, we've already seen today's lows, and most are hovering near 40 degrees right now. Sunrise at 7:02, and I expect overcast or at least near overcast skies from start to finish today. Highs today will hit the upper 60s. Noon temperatures will be around 60 degrees. There's a brief rain chance and storm chance early this afternoon. The best chance for that, the highest chance, comes up along I-80. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design build needs, Hellman Electric does it all. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertiser. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen. It's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems as we leave the morning rush. This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Crews on the scene now of an overturned vehicle accident. 1100 block of Mohawk Road in South Fayette Township. That's located between Battle Ridge and Millards Run roads. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Very heavy delays on South Main Street coming off Route 60 and all the way down to the intersection with West Carson Street. Also jammed as you head down Route 51 toward the Circle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Get quality and convenience at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car while our experts change your oil in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Just drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The struggles continue for the Pirates as they've lost the first 2 games of the series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Buccos are 1-5 and currently on a 4-game losing streak, 7-0. The final score yesterday as Thomas Harrington in his major league debut went only 4 innings and gave up 6 earned runs. He struck out 2, he walked 4, and gave up 7 hits in the loss. Shane Baz, former Pirates top prospect included in the Chris Archer trade, had arguably the best start of his career. 6 innings, no runs, 7 hits, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 10. Buccos and Rays will do it again. Pirates look to try to salvage a game and avoid being swept. Paul Skeens will pitch for the Pirates. Ryan Pepio will go for Tampa Bay. 1:10 first pitch. You can hear the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Harrington for the Pirates with a 1-1. And it's lined past third. Down the left field line it goes. This will score a couple. Into second base goes Jake Mangum, becoming a folk hero. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay. And it's grounded up the middle, a base hit. And it's 3-0 on an 0-2. A ground single, and now misplayed by Cruz. He picks it up and throws late. O'Neal Cruz having a whale of a time in center field early going this year. It is 3-0 Tampa Bay, and Meisner gets the RBI and moves to second on the error by Cruz. And a high drive to right field. That's a no-doubter. Wow, crushed by Brandon Lau. His second home run of this young season gives Tampa Bay a 6-0 lead in the fourth. Line drive base hit into right. Brandon Lau with his third hit, on base for a 4th time, and now Tampa Bay leads it 7-0. Mason Montgomery for the Rays, the pitch. Swing and a miss. And this game ends with another Pirates strikeout. And the Pirates are shut out, and they fall to 1-5 on the young season. Final score, Tampa Bay 7, Pittsburgh 0.
Oh, boy, Bob. Oh, boy. Pirates lose by a touchdown. They should have tried a tush push in the game. We have a million stories today. We have great guests today, and we're reunited, and it feels so good. How are you, Bob?
I'm doing well. How was your golf excursion?
It was incredible. I was with your friend Alex Urea at one of the most prestigious country clubs, I don't know, on the
Naples.
planet.
Yeah.
Naples Country Club. Bob, I didn't belong there. They had a hell of a grilled cheese, I'll tell you that, with a Diet Coke and fries, just the way I like them.
Tomato bisque soup with that? That's how it normally goes together. It's hand in glove.
I actually should have, now that you mentioned it. And he was a very nice man. He knows a lot of Pittsburgh sports people. I saw people who run Giant Eagle. I saw, he knows so many sports guys, and everyone he mentioned, I'm like, Alex, if you told that guy that you played golf with me, he would say, why'd you play golf with that blankety blank? All these people who don't like me. But he's a terrific guy, and we had fun. I felt like I was at the Masters, Bob. It was an incredible course.
Oh, he's really good at reaching out, creating relationships. Just a really good guy all the way around. And his son is on the fast track to getting a nice college opportunity.
And his daughter is a really good golfer.
Right.
And we FaceTimed you after after I parred a hole, right?
As soon as I saw the FaceTime coming in, I said, this is either really good or he just threw his set of clubs in the lake.
No,
One of the two happened. And then I saw Alex and you together in a cart smiling, so I figured it was good.
It was a par, and I was on my best behavior because in a place like that, you can't act up, and everybody was wonderful.
It's a great golf course, too.
Oh, my God, was it a great golf course. Limits, are you happy to see Bob and I back together?
Very happy to have the gang all back together. It's like the family reunion, finally reuniting after a week away.
I love his hat today, don't you, Bob? It's the Stargill Star hat from 1979.
And it's signed by Manny Sanguian as well underneath.
Wow.
How about that?
Number 35.
Yes,
the best
sir.
opposite field hitting catcher I think I've ever seen.
Yes, sir. And a bad ball hitter at that.
Yes.
They could use him right about now, and nobody's handing out stars right about now. And, Bob, we begin today with bird crap and Belfont snorkels. Does that sound enticing to you?
I'd be curious to find out about the Belfont snorkel. Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Ryan Wilson, aren't we, Limits?
Yeah,
From CBS Sports, this guy who
is now
used
annoying me.
Yeah, he used to come on with Ron and I all the time. He was a big fan of Ron. Ryan went to CMU. He's their draft guru. He's been giving me the Belfont snorkel for weeks now. And then yesterday, and this is, some call this a triple Belfont. What did he do to you, Limits?
So I asked Ryan if he could come on with us yesterday, and I know, Joe, you have been getting dodged, might be the correct word, by Ryan at times.
Snorkeled, yeah.
Yeah, not answering texts. Ryan has been very good of getting back to me. He responds pretty quickly. But he said that he was slammed yesterday, unfortunately, and he wouldn't be able to join us. He didn't say that he wouldn't be able to join us, but he said he's slammed, unfortunately. So I said, okay, hopefully another time. Come to find out, Bob, he joined the PM team yesterday after our show.
He joined the PM team. So he snorkeled me and Limits and then went on the PM team. That's a rarely seen, rarely executed triple Belfont snorkel. What do you make of it?
Was there some enticement to go on
Well,
the PM
that's what
team?
I'm wondering if Donnie Football is behind all this. Is he telling Ryan Wilson to sort of pile on here, or what's going on?
Is Pony doing that?
I don't know.
Is Halsey doing that?
I have suspicions all the way around. This reminds me when I started on the Penguins beat, and suddenly I suspected the PG beat writers back then of subversive behavior, Bob, of blowing up my interviews and things like that. Then again, I'm paranoid, but just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean someone's not out to get me, right?
I think you need to check that out. Don't have that as part of your beliefs anymore. It doesn't do any good.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Whatever it is, it is. If he doesn't want to come on here, then fine. We'll move on and get somebody else.
Okay. How about the bird crap? Every year at this time, I have a red Toyota Camry. There's a flock of birds, and flock is too light a word, Bob, who congregate right above my driveway where I'm parked. Like, it could be anywhere. It's like they're aiming. And
they're pretty good with their aim.
Yeah, they just drop like torpedoes. It's like they have these torpedo bats. So I pull up to a Mount Lebanon coffee shop this morning, and I get out of my car, and the roof and the back of it is it's turned from red to white. It's embarrassing, and I couldn't make it to a car wash. But my car is basically a moving pile of bird crap. What do you make of this?
Thankfully, it's at the top where nobody will see it, so you don't have to worry about that. You are the only one who knows at this point. I don't, unless you.
Well,
you know,
the
pass
trunk too.
Well, the trunk, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I was going to say only the truck drivers would see that, but since you're now including the trunk, a simple solution. After the show, before you go hit golf balls, go to and just get it washed off. Although the longer you put it on there, the longer it takes to get off, too. It's not easy.
It usually lasts about a week. Some people may say park in the street. We're not allowed to overnight. That's A. B, the gas company is here working on a project right in front of our house. This reminds me of your woodpecker problem, Bob. And how is the pecker problem going?
That problem has ceased to exist, which is good. Whatever methods I've been using I don't know how long ago this was, a year and a half ago, whatever it was, and I haven't seen that woodpecker back. Now, maybe he died, and rest in peace if that's the case. However, he may have been just kind of, tired of my antics. He could be.
Yeah.
Because I would ride out there 6 in the morning, fully engaged whatever I was
You
wearing
wore him
or
out.
not wearing, and I was throwing things at the house. I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing because I was losing my mind of sleep.
You won.
I won, but it took a while to win.
Limits, did you ever hear of Bob's woodpecker problem and the medication he took to solve it?
Oh, all the time. I did not know about the medication. I also had a similar woodpecker problem years ago that was pecking at our gutters right outside my window.
They'll peck at anything, I found out.
Why would they peck at gutters,
and
Bob?
peck. I don't know, but their pecking is nonstop, and it's almost on clockwork time. It's
Do they sense water in there? Is that what they're looking for, Limits? Or how'd you get to the bottom of it?
I don't think that they're pecking at the gutter just to look for a drink of water when there's, puddles and other things, especially when it rains.
I think they're just agitated. They have things going on in their personal lives which make it impossible to try to figure out.
Constantly agitated. That feels like me. It does. Maybe I'm a human woodpecker. Let's start with a six-pack today, Limits. Let's go. We have so many things to talk about, and we have a treat. Is it Matt DeMarsico? Is that the name?
DeMarsico.
Matt DeMarsico.
DeMarsico.
Yeah.
He's
the
from
guy
Wexford.
who scored from Wexford. DeMarsico.
The Penn State version maybe of a golden goal if they win the whole thing.
Yes, sir. He scored the goal that is sending Penn State to the Frozen Four. We're going to talk to him in the second segment. But, yes, a six-pack. Ron is already on beer number 8 in Fort Myers. Maybe we can catch up fast.
Did you catch up with him, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I know. We were having problems of our own on the vacation, and Ron didn't get a hold of me the couple times he snuck into Pittsburgh.
Fair.
This wasn't
That's
retaliatory, but, I didn't feel any great need for it. Let's start where we always start, for God's sakes. I know you started with the Pirates. We'll get to that. It's Aaron Rodgers. And what Art Rooney had to say yesterday, Bob, the biggest breakthrough quote yet. And it seems completely inevitable now that Aaron Rodgers is on his way to Pittsburgh. Limits, I know I told you Ben was going to be the first quote, but let's hear from Art instead as our first six-pack quote.
Two things from Art. This is first on what the meeting with Aaron Rodgers was like.
It was good to meet him. Yeah, we talked about Pittsburgh and all the Pittsburgh coaches he's had over the years, and we talked about Greenfield and how much he knows about Greenfield, and so yeah, we had a good conversation.
Why does he know Greenfield? Because of McCarthy?
Yeah. McCarthy always talked about Greenfield, I guess.
Now here's the main one. How does Rooney feel about Aaron Rodgers signing?
But you have a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we keep getting, positive sort of signals about it. So, I'd say we feel pretty good about it.
Bob, this seems almost like a done deal. I remain convinced it's going to happen on the Pat McAfee event
You
here
and
in
everyone
Pittsburgh.
else, and I understand that feeling.
What's your feeling right now on Aaron Rodgers?
I gotta believe there's a lot of truth that there's some sort of handshake agreement. I don't think Art would have said that if there wasn't something.
Right.
But also, I'm not, knowing Aaron Rodgers and how he operates, I'm not so sure if that's 100% ironclad there. I think, you'll find out on April 9th. If there's no announcement there and it still goes on, then maybe that's not the case. He also said he's not going to wait forever, although there's no time deadline here.
Well,
what does that mean forever?
If they've identified Aaron Rodgers as their guy at the most critical position in all of sports, then why wouldn't they wait forever at this point? They have to.
Well, yeah, I guess we're just into April.
At least until the draft.
Well, yeah, I think they need to know, if they don't already, about the draft. If he may say no to you, then that may change a little bit of how you think about the draft. But
I think it's a deal that's already been done.
If it's here, okay, that's fine. You move on. And I think Austin and I are on the same page. After Fields, that was my choice. After that fell apart and didn't work, I mean, I can make a scenario for you where Aaron Rodgers could be very good for this team, provided he gets enough protection. I can also make a case that if he doesn't get the protection, then they're going to have problems on their hands. So, but regardless, Joe, their quarterback situation moving forward is still in flux, and they have to at some point address that and fix it.
And I don't think it's been upgraded one bit, and maybe downgraded from last year. Like, if you told me right now I could have Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph, or Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, I might take choice B. I don't think there's any difference there.
I think Rodgers is better than Russell Wilson if he gets the time.
I disagree, but that's what makes for a good show. Next, let's hear from Ben Roethlisberger on the idea.
The football and podcast.
Of Aaron Rodgers. You've been on the football and podcast.
Yeah, a couple times. It's he's grown that thing pretty well. He and Spence do a good job with it, and a lot of people listen to it.
Did they serve you at the house? Hors d'oeuvres, anything like that? Any food? They have a chef there, right?
I think Ashley's the chef. I don't think they have. I think his wife does all that. But, yeah, it was a nice time. I'll leave it at that. there's a big bottle of Louis the 13th on the bar.
Oh, wow.
And Louis the 13th is as high end as you can get when it comes to cognacs.
Wow. All right. He's done things we haven't, Limits. That's why he is the popular man on the show.
Indeed. Here is what Ben Roethlisberger had to say. This was on his footballing podcast.
Comes in here, the team just gets this much better. I mean, you get a Hall of Famer in here, it's this much better. I mean, it's the offense all of a sudden becomes a different team, and that's not a slight towards anyone here. That's an Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. I mean, that's a different animal. You can say what you want. Yeah, you can't move quite like he used to, this and the other. What still works? His arm and his brain.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that instantly makes this team offensively something to think about when you've got the weapons and that dude.
Bob, your thoughts?
I agree with him. I think, again, it has to be the perfect situation. You have to be in a position where you know that you're going to provide him with the protection he needs. He now has DK Metcalf, and assuming they have both he and Pickens with other options, I think he could be effective. I do.
He's saying though that clearly he just said that this would be an upgrade on last year, but your first choice would have been Fields.
Fields is only because he has more upside. And that's how I felt all along. If you're going to sign Fields, given everything that Mike has said about quarterback mobility, he fits what you're looking for with the potential that he could upgrade his performance in the passing game, which means you may have solved your quarterback problem, who knows, just by re-signing him if he does what the potential says he can do. So that's why I wanted Justin Fields. But since that's no longer an availability, Aaron Rodgers, I think, is a better thrower and a better in-pocket quarterback than Russell Wilson, in my opinion.
Well, I won't deny that he can still throw. He can do that, but he better have plenty of time because he has started to throw more picks. These past couple of years, his final year in Green Bay, his first year with the Jets, his first full year, so he started to throw more picks. He's less mobile. He's less accurate. 30th in the league in completion percentage, and he's going to be working in an Arthur Smith, Mike Tomlin offense with at least one highly problematic wide receiver. So call me crazy, Bob, but I'm not predicting as good an outcome as you or Ben seem to be doing.
I don't know what the outcome will be. I'm just, merely saying the potential is there for it to be a good offense. The potential is also there that it won't be, based on things you said. So they believe for 1 year, and this is a 1-year offer apparently.
How much you think?
30, probably.
I think 40 plus.
You think that much?
Yeah, that's my prediction there. I think it's going to begin with a 4.
That's a lot. But if you give him the proper protection, I think he still can do some things in the pocket that can make you much more effective.
All right, Bob. We're going to get back to the six-pack as time permits here. And, man, we're going to start with David Bednar being demoted. But first, let's get to Matt DiMarsico, the hero of the day here. And the man whose goal has – and there he is. Look, Bob, on 93.7 The Fan on our YouTube page, which you should subscribe to, I might add. The man who sent Penn State to the Frozen Four with his goal against UConn. Matt, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. You must be just living almost on a high these past several days here with that goal, huh? What's life like for you right now?
It's been unbelievable. I mean, especially to send Penn State to the first Frozen Four they've ever made. It's just the community. It's been unbelievable. The amount of texts and stuff I've gotten, people reaching out, congratulating not just me, but the team. It's been really special.
The special thing, I think, Matt, is that you're a product of the Penn's elite system, and they have many other guys up there with that same background. Take me back. And what was that like for you getting involved, and what has it done for you as a hockey player?
Oh, it's been tremendous. I mean, I started as soon as I could with the Penn's elite program. I think we have, I want to say 5 or 6 other guys from that same program on Penn State, and I mean, obviously being from Pittsburgh, it's been a dream of mine to play at Penn State ever since they went Division I, and I know that's been a lot of other guys as well. But just the Penn's elite pipeline, I think the development's been really good when they added in the Excel program as well for the high school age kids. I think it's been really good for my development, and I really thank the Penn's elite for making me the player I am today.
Well, Matt, let's talk about the goal itself. I'm looking at the replay right now. What an unbelievable moment. It was. Take us through the play, and then, do you black out when you score like that? What do you remember when the puck went in the net?
Yeah, no. So, I mean, it was towards the end of overtime. It was looking like it could have gone 2 or 3 overtimes. But, I mean, my line mate, Charlie Serrato, made a great play entering the zone and found me in the slot. I wanted to one-time it, but I had to catch it on my backhand, went to my forehand, and saw some net up high and picked my spot, and it was unbelievable. And then after I scored, like you said, just a complete blackout feeling, just so much excitement, and I ended up throwing my stick into the crowd. I'm curious to see who has it, but I just thought it was a great moment.
It's on eBay right now. You're never going to get it back.
Who's got the puck?
No, never.
Did you get the puck?
No, I haven't gotten anything. I mean, I watched the video back and I saw somebody catch the stick and hold on to it, bear hugged it. So it seems like they were excited too.
That's pretty awesome. I want to ask you about your coach because he has really done some great things. I know he's finalist, I think, for Coach of the Year. I don't know if they made that official or where that stands, but he's one of those guys who knows how to bring people together. So what attracted you to Penn State? I know they were a club sport just 15 years ago, so I'm sure if you had other choices, some of them may have been better. But what was it about Guy and what he does?
Yeah, no, definitely. I looked at some other schools, but I really just didn't think anything compared to Penn State on a hockey level, but then academically as well. And then, like you mentioned, Coach Godowski, he was a huge reason why I went to Penn State as well. I mean, I think the success he's had without having the major amount of draft picks that some of the other teams have had, I think he really knows how to build a culture and get the best out of everyone. So, I mean, I think it's great that he's up for Coach of the Year. I think he's really well deserved, and just the way he gets everyone come together and play a winning style and have a great culture, not even just at the rink, but away from the rink. All the guys are close, and I think it helps in big moments like you guys just saw.
Matt, I wanted to ask just about the goal and overtime in general, and especially how long it went. You scored with about 2.5 left in the first overtime. It kind of reminds me of some of those old Penguin series in 16-17 when they hit game-winning goals to further move on in the Stanley Cup Finals. What are those moments like when you're grinding, and battling in those moments where there's so many scoring chances, so many opportunities? UConn hit a post earlier in overtime as well to finally get it done.
Yeah, no, I mean, I watched all those old Pens games. I mean, I went to a couple old Penguins playoff games when they were in those runs, 16-17, and it's just as soon as you see the puck at the back of the net, it's just everyone goes crazy. It's just a complete rush of excitement, and just see all your teammates jumping over the boards. It's just unbelievable. Just like a feeling that's really hard to describe. And honestly, the goal really hasn't sunk in for me just yet, but it's still just a wave of excitement.
I mean, and we're talking to Matt DeMarsico, who scored the goal that has sent Penn State to its first Frozen Four. It's kind of a miraculous story here. You guys started 0-9-1 in the Big Ten. Do I have that right? And what turned your season around, Matt?
Yeah, no, we did start 0-9-1. I mean, I think we definitely played good enough to win a couple of those games. And then our starting goalie, Arseny Sergeyev, went down in the middle of the season. But I think to come back from going 0-9-1 at the start, I mean, it just shows what we have in the culture. Like I said earlier with Coach Godowski and some of the upperclassmen we have really didn't let us punt the season. I mean, I think we even got more competitive in practice when we were losing instead of just giving up. And I think just like how hard we competed in practice and the way we've kind of built our game each and every game, because obviously when you lose, there's things to learn from. And I think we took all those lessons and really applied them to our game the second half of the year. And I think the record's 23-1, I want to say. So we've been on a pretty big heater here. So just trying to keep it going into the Frozen Four. 2
more on that heater would be nice for you guys. I want to ask you about what it meant to play in Allentown. It seemed like it was almost a home hockey match for you guys. How much did that help you along the way? Because if it wasn't there, who knows what it could be like. But how much of a factor do you think that played?
Oh, it was huge. Obviously, I mean, it's technically a neutral site, but when we heard it, we knew it was in Allentown. And you go out for warm-ups on Friday versus Maine, and you're supposed to be an underdog, but you got 9,000 people just screaming, "We are Penn State." I mean, it does definitely change the momentum of the game. And we started out really good early and got into a big lead at the end of the first period. So that was huge for us.
What do you think was the key game where you really saw the switch flipped for you guys, where you realized that something like this was possible?
We played Michigan State at home start of the second half of the year. We lost the first game. We played great. It was just, I think it was a 1-goal game. And then Saturday night, it was kind of, we got to start this thing or we're going home. And we had a huge shootout win against they were ranked number 1 team in the country at that point. And I think once we won that game and the shootout and took down number 1 at home in front of a sold out crowd, I think we all just kind of had that belief that we can beat anyone when we play the right way.
Matt, I see where your dad played football at Army. Is that right? What kind of sport? Yeah. What kind of sports household did you grow up in?
Oh, huge sports household. I think we have every single puck, ball, stick you can imagine in our garage. I mean, I played all of it growing up. My brother got me into hockey. He went through the Penn's Elite program as well. So it's just been, even though my dad never played ice hockey, it was West Point football, but he understands what it's like to go through and play Division I sport and kind of that training aspect of everything.
That's what I was going to ask next was why hockey? Did you play a bunch of other sports and why this one?
Yeah, so my brother got me into hockey when I was young. I mean, I've played every other sport. I was pretty big into lacrosse when I was in high school. I mean, I'm still golf all the time too, but I think just kind of when I started skating, I just kind of loved it. And I think my parents always really supported me. They never pushed me in any certain direction. It kind of just had me find my love for the game, and that's something I'll always appreciate.
Golf, Bob, huh? I wonder what Matt's handicap is.
I'm sure he's very good.
We should play with him. Matt, what's your handicap?
I'm a 5.
Oh, my God.
He's not hesitant to tell you that, which means he's a 2. I know how that works.
That absolutely means you're a 2.
5, you're a 2. Okay, we got that straight. I want to ask you one more thing about your next opponent. A lot of people look to them as the team to beat. You've been underdogs before, so tell us a little bit about that matchup potentially with Boston University and what it might mean.
Yeah, no, obviously they're a storied program, and they have a lot of talent, but I think, like you said, we've been the underdogs before. It doesn't really seem to change the way we play or how we approach things, and we'll just take this week to get a good pre-scout on them and just stick to our game plan and hopefully come out on top.
Well, Matt, we appreciate you taking the time. That was quite a moment, quite a goal, and good luck in St. Louis.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And we want to take on that 5, soon to be 2 handicaps.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
When you win it all,
have you played out in State College, Bob? The courses out there?
They have some nice ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toff Trees is really nice.
Yes, it is.
A lot of competitions were held at Toff Trees, still are.
I played horribly there one day. Thank you, Matt.
See you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Good luck.
Thank
How about that, Bob, huh?
Whenever someone tells you they're a 5, they're really a 2. I know how this works. If he had hesitated, said, I've been really struggling, I'm a 5. You might have believed him or said it was a little higher, but no. That's a man who knows how to play golf. Hockey players always impress me how they hit the golf balls.
Oh yeah. 9-1, and they're going to the Frozen Four. That's a hell of a story.
Godowski's done a great job with them.
Nice get there.
Yeah, I was really excited about that. We tried to get him on Monday, but having both of you guys here, I think, was pretty cool. And I was up there on Saturday at State, and there was a pretty decent buzz for what the hockey program's been doing. That was obviously before they clinched it on Sunday. And I was up at a game last year. Really, really cool facility up at Pagula that they're playing in.
Well, let's get back to the six-pack next before we get to the General and Starkey's Card of the Week. And, man, we have some Pirate stuff to talk about. We'll do that next, starting with David Bednar getting demoted to AAA. What a story. That's next. First off, the top presented, Bob, by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And that six-pack, which is ongoing, we may turn it into a 12-pack.
There's a lot to talk about.
Just like Ron always does. It's brought to you by Bet365. Bob?
Yes, and I'm excited, Joe, to share some great news from West Shore Home, a company based in Western Pennsylvania. You know, West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects, whatever you need. The best part, employee installers. That's what they have, so no subcontractors ever needed. This week, you can save 25% on your project. 25%. And to make it even better, go to westshorehome.com/fan. You'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan. And you can save an extra $500 this week.
Thank you, Bob. Very kindly. Matt was on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Man, it's a busy week in sports, and FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet on sports. Absolutely loaded calendar right now. And whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of FanDuel's exclusive promotions: Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. The Yankees are coming to town with those torpedo bats. Might want to jump on some homers in that series. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos will look to avoid being swept against the Tampa Bay Rays today. It's a 1:10 first pitch. Paul Skeens is on the mound for the Buccos. Skeens in his first outing for the Pirates went 5 1/3 innings with 2 runs allowed, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts in his opening day outing against the Marlins. Ryan Pepio will pitch for Tampa Bay. Listen to the game at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Hunter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Final Four bound Houston coach Kelvin Sampson's dad was also a coach, but Ned Sampson was special. He was one of the 500 Lumbee Native Americans who made national news back in 1958 by routing the Ku Klux Klan out of Maxton, North Carolina in the legendary Battle of Hayes Pond. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TAXI for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TAXI for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TAXI.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Limits. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Talking about a legendary goal by Matt DeMarsica from, did he go to North Allegheny for, what, a couple of years, Bob? And then he went off like so many hockey players do to
some
other
of them
places.
Go to way other places, but this is, this Penn's Elite program has been very good, and they still have more coming in from that program. So that has been something that has catapulted a lot of young guys who may not be, the best at what they do in terms of top prospects in the country, but they're very good, and they have an opportunity to take it and move it and get opportunities like he has at Penn State.
Did I mention how happy I am, Bob, that the Warriors won last night and Steph Curry had, let me see, 52 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 steals, and a block. One of the greatest performances I've ever seen.
12 three-pointers.
Yes.
12. Nobody has made more than 12 in a game except one person, Klay Thompson. That's who he's trying to get to.
He was trying to get to 14.
But how about Jokic last night? 61 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists.
I don't know. I've been watching basketball, and by the way, I have a new James Worthy framed poster behind me from the General that's going home with me today. I've been watching basketball obsessively for 50-plus years, and I don't know that I've ever seen individual performances like that back-to-back on TV. I watched the first one on the NBA app. The second one on TV, it was just phenomenal. But we digress. Back to the six-pack limits. Please crack one in honor of our old friend Ron Cook. Bob, big news yesterday. David Bednar demoted to AAA. I didn't see that one coming, even though I think it's a good move. I mean, I see a lot of people saying, yeah, that had to happen. maybe, but I don't remember hearing it as a topic anywhere that it's time to demote David Bednar. But it's a good move, I'll say that. But I was shocked.
For his own sake, I think he needs to figure it out.
I was shocked.
Yeah, normally that would be something that they would not do, or if they did it, it would take a long time. This is only 3 games. But, however, if you can look at the big grand scheme of things, this dates back to last year in 2024 and into even this exhibition season, the Grapefruit League. All of these numbers that we're seeing have been consistently bad, dating back to his last 25.
So why did he open as the closer?
Well, that's a better question.
Shelty told the world that I don't have a closer. He's not the closer. Yet when the season comes around, he goes to him twice in a row.
You know, I guess just belief that he had figured it out, but he hasn't. He needs to figure it out. Although I don't know how many safe situations he's going to be in the way they're going.
Hopefully he gets things together.
His velocity still strikes me as good.
What a fall from grace. Yeah. I mean, it's a disaster.
Yeah,
a disaster.
It's not just that, but they're overtaxing the bullpen again last night. Thomas Harrington was supposed to come up, a spot start, even 5 games into this, whatever it is. And, you know, they were hoping he can go a little longer, and he didn't. And, again, they used the entire bullpen. So today they're in action at 110, and it's Skeens. And, you know, Skeens should take this at least into the 7th inning. And if he's still going well, I'd just ride him as long as I could.
You just mentioned something. Another one, please, Limits, as we're now guzzling these things because the Pirates have come up. Derek Shelton. I wrote about this in the Post-Gazette today, Bob. They're off to a 1-5 start. Man, he better hope that Skeens pitches well, although Skeens has a good matchup today. And he better hope that Mitch Keller has a really good start against the New York Torpedo Bats on Friday when they come to town. But even if they do, they could lose. What if this turns to 2-8? What if it turns to 5-14 or 8-20? Would Bob Nutting make a move at manager, and should he at that point? That's 2 questions. Would he and should he?
Would he? Likely not. Should he? Likely yes. But my caveat to that is whoever they hire next is going to do exactly what all these other managers have done. Clint Hurdle was the one exception that he got this team to a level, but he had a big resume behind him. You know, if you're going to bring in someone who can be a controllable manager, then chances are you're not going to see much difference. It also starts with Bob Nutting. Above everything else here,
for sure,
it starts with him. He is the owner. He has to set the standard. We saw out in San Diego today that they decided to do something that a lot of teams have endorsed, which is signing a guy who is right there with
Jackson Merrill
as a Rookie of the Year. He finished second to Skeens.
Yeah.
He got a huge contract. I'm not saying that necessarily has to happen right now. At some point it needs to happen if they intend to keep him beyond his arbitration years. But my point is, if it's the same sort of person you're looking for, then I wouldn't expect much change. So it goes above manager or GM for me.
To me, separate topics. Does it matter who the manager is? Probably not. Probably not. But should he be fired based on his record if this just gets worse? Absolutely. Should Ben Cherington go with him? Absolutely. But we all know how it works. The manager almost always goes first. Shelty is in his 6th year, Bob. He's in his 6th year. And among managers who have ever managed this long, he has the 4th worst winning percentage in the history of baseball. 413. Okay, there's 3 other guys who are worse who made it as far as 6 seasons. All the other ones with worse winning percentages were obviously fired before that. Bob Smizik pointed out the other day that 8 managers were hired in 2020. The one who lost the most, Shelty, is the only one still with his team. Can you believe that, Bob? Now, listen, it would be unusual for any team to fire a manager in April or even May, but it's happened. Milwaukee moved on from Ron Renicky after a 7-18 start in 15. The Reds fired Brian Price, 3-15 in 2018. Poor little Phil Garner lasted only 6 games into the Tigers' 2002 season. You mentioned Hurdle. He got the job in Colorado after they fired Bud Black in 2001 when he started 6-16. And Hurdle himself, 8 years later, after getting that franchise to a World Series, was fired after an 8-18 start. I almost think if this thing starts out 1-9 or 4-17 or 8-21, you have to do it. You have to do it. Do you agree or not?
Yes, I do. But I also think it's, again, my thought there is who will they replace him with? And will it make a difference overall? You can keep going through this if you want.
I don't know. Would somebody else enforce discipline?
Preference.
Would somebody else, when we see these basic fundamental plays mangled all the time that players learn in Little League, would at least...
Is it the manager's fault then?
No.
You learn them in Little League.
No, but you know what is the manager's fault? When there's no repercussions.
Right. I understand that.
So would somebody else walk in here and bench somebody right away?
Okay.
And get in somebody's face right away?
Sure, you can do that.
Would it make a difference?
Who's going to play for them?
I don't care if it makes a difference. I want somebody who would do that. I want somebody who would take their best hitter so far, Kiner Falefa, and not keep him locked in the 9-hole and maybe lead him off instead of leading off Jack Sawinski, who has an on-base percentage smaller than their new first baseman and strikes out all the time. Other than that, he's the ideal leadoff hitter, Bob.
This is what I don't like about Shelton with this constant changing of the lineup. There is no consistency to any of it. And yes, you're absolutely right. Accountability is big, especially for a team that has no real superstars. Superstar treatment comes and goes. If you have somebody who does that, that's a delicate topic for a lot of managers / coaches.
Yeah.
In this case, it should not be a topic at all. There's nobody on this team that is above any of that. So, yes, that should be done. But my point to you is if they make a change, do you honestly think it's going to be to someone who can, not to stand up to the ownership and say, no, we're doing it this way. This is my general manager has to spend more than $80 million a year. You're handcuffing us.
No, I don't think it'll overall make a big difference because of the owner and the GM. Separate topic. It should absolutely happen. And if all the new guy does is come in and make sensible lineups and manage the bullpen better and get in somebody's face when they keep throwing to home plate when they should be thrown to second or make stupid plays on the base paths, that might be enough for me. It doesn't work.
Fine.
It doesn't work for me to say the reason to keep Shelton is because nobody else would do that much better. I'd like to find out.
I didn't say that. I said that if you're going to do it, you should do it with an upgrade, a massive upgrade, as the reason. I'm not, absolutely looking at this saying they're doing a terrible job on all levels. On scouting, they brought in 2 new hitting coaches.
Yeah.
What has that done? They're batting 160
I know.
as a team.
Believe me, I'm with you there, but those are all separate topics.
I understand that, but it's under one big umbrella, and that umbrella has the name Bob Nutting on it.
And he's not going anywhere. So does the manager belong here with the job that he's doing? The general manager should go with him.
He said earlier this year that he thinks this is the best roster that he's had in 6 years. In 6 years,
yes,
this is the best roster?
He's doing a terrible job, and he should go with Shelton if they get off to a disastrous start. But he won't. So it's always the manager first. And if that's going to be the way of it here, then he needs to go at some point if this gets worse or stays the same. They go 1-5, 2-5, 3-5. What's their record then? 6-15?
I don't know. I mean, I thought in the last 2 games there were plenty of reasons why. In fact, the first series as well. That Derek Shelton is a lot like many managers. They don't like to air their grievances publicly. Sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you need to take a page out of Michael Terrian's book and make a statement that will be heard by everyone. You can say it in the locker room too, but when you put it out there in public, some players may not like it. You bring those players in and you're honest with them. Say, you're giving me no choice.
Right.
I want to see a better performance, and if I don't, I'm going to keep calling you out, and then you're not going to play.
Winning time, I'll give Shelty this. He walked into the beginning of a total rebuild. But you know what? After 4 years of grace, winning time started last year. And they imploded in August with him being at a central figure in the bullpen mismanagement. And now they're off to a 1-5 start. Since the day he signed his extension, which was after their fraudulent 14-7 start in April of 23, he's 31 games under 500. And by the way, it would help us and everybody out there who helped pay for the stadium, which includes me, you, and everybody else, if they told us how long the manager was extended. They outrageously haven't told us, the public, that. We deserve to know. We don't even know how long Derek Shelton is signed for. He's the only manager and coach in sports that I know of where we have no idea how long he's signed for, which is ridiculous, Bob. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think it all should be transparent. We get these reports about what they're making or losing, or nobody knows for sure because they're not going to show you. And that may be something that's potentially off limits. Not many teams do show you. But the bottom line is that what you see. You have to judge everything by what you see. And what you see is a team that's not committed to doing what's necessary to take it to another level, and they have to do it.
I just can't believe some of these guys are here, let alone the slots they're putting.
I can't believe
Jack
he played first base last
Sawinski
night.
is still here?
How many first basemen do they go through? And
I don't even know who the guy was at first base last night. He's like 5'7", and there was a play at first where it was Harrington. Remember the one where he
Yes.
almost fell? Where if you had a first baseman who was like 6 feet maybe, then he's out. Where did that guy come from? Next. My God, Bob. What did you make of Harrington's first start, and what do you think of him as a prospect?
I haven't lost my belief that he's going to be a good pitcher at some point. I just thought last night he was nervous. It showed. He's normally a control pitcher, and he was not in control. He was wild. And again, it's very difficult when you are pitching, and Paul Skeens may find this out today, when you don't get much run support. It makes it very difficult because you know you're going to be on very short margins here. You have to do the things you're supposed to do, but he was wild, and he's not normally wild. So I think he was a little amped up and nervous.
Well, I agree with that, and it's always, it's an amazing feat to get where Harrington has gotten. And who knows how he'll turn out, but I will say this. I saw echoes of Quinn Priester, and it's just, man, it's really hard to make it as a major league pitcher when you're topping out at about 93. That requires you to be perfect. And I know he's a control guy. I do, and I hope for his sake he can execute that way at the major league level. It's just really tough to make it when that's your game, because as I think Joe Block was calling the game, there was a couple of balls that were a half inch off the plate, and Block said it. Like a minor league hitter is going to swing at that. Major league hitters have eyes like, I don't know, Bob. What animals have great eyes? Do owls have good eyes or bad eyes?
I think they have good eyes,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
think
like
so.
an owl. Eyes like an owl.
I mean, that's
so
right.
you better.
The difference up here is major.
It's a tough way to live, topping out at 93 limits in the major leagues. I'm not saying he won't make it. I hope he does. It's an awesome story that he got there. They did a great job covering it last night with the family. It's just a tough way to live at the major league level. Keith Law was on with the PM guys, and he sees a lower rotational starter in Harrington. Like I think he said a 3, 4, or even a 5.
I think he said a 5, yeah. And he said that he doesn't even have him in his top 100 prospects list, even though Pipeline has him at 78.
And that's your number 3 prospect, Bob.
Yeah, that's not. But I still think I think when you watch him in the minors, whether or not he can translate this in the majors, when he's on his game, he's pretty good at locating pitches. And he did not locate him last night.
It ain't the minors anymore.
I know.
If you're not getting tons of swings and misses at this level,
well,
it's
and
a
Derek
tough
Shelton
way. It's
said
a
that.
tough
He said
way to
everyone in
survive.
Tampa's rotation and bullpen, all they do is just fire heat.
And it was especially galling, I'll use that word, to see his performance juxtaposed with Shane Baz blowing people away. And, of course, him being part of maybe one of the worst 5 trades in the history of baseball, right?
Yes, I think it was certainly the worst trade in Pirates baseball for sure.
Well, one thing about him throwing 93, 94, that's also where Bailey Falter lives, and he's made a decent renaissance out of himself since leaving Philadelphia and going to the Pirates. Like, I'm not going to – it was a bad start for Harrington. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat that. But first start, a lot of nerves.
I'll grant you that, Limits, but he's their number 3 prospect, and Bailey Falter is a guy who has a 4.6 career ERA. So if Bailey falters his ceiling, I don't feel great about that if I'm a Pirate fan.
No, I'm not saying that that's his ceiling, but I'm saying that there are guys like the Kyle Hendricks of the world that with really good control and being able to spot pitches can still make a decent career out of themselves.
I agree with that, but you better be damn near perfect if you're topping at 93. Those are few and far between, I would argue.
That we can agree on.
Next. All right, Bob, next up is Skeens today, and every Skeens start is an event. And I can't wait to see it. It's an oasis in whatever else happens with the Pirates. At least we get Skeens. I feel like every time he goes out, he has a chance to throw a no-hitter. And I think he's going to be better today than he was in his first start. You agree?
He should be, yes. But that's a pretty good hitting team we see in Tampa. They got some guys out there who can get it done, but so will he. So this is going to be a typical Skeens start, which is, to me, It's going to be very close. He's going up against a pretty good pitcher himself. And so I worry more about how the Pirates can manufacture anything offensively, because no matter how well he pitches, if they don't, then it's going to be a loss. They got to give him support, and it has to change. My goodness, their batting average with runners in scoring position is just atrocious.
I mean, the lineup is an abomination.
It'll be different today again.
That's not an opinion. That's just a fact. And maybe they can change that fact. But I look up and down and I think, Ben Cherington, what have you done? What have you done? In year 6, your 4 leadoff hitters this year have been Tommy Pham, G1 Bay, Adam Frazier, and Jack Sawinski?
And there'll be another one today, I bet.
Oh, my God. Next. Ovi needs 4 goals. Is it going to happen in Pittsburgh? I'm starting to get the feeling it is, Bob.
Yeah, first of all, I'm amazed at that guy. He missed 25 games this year with an injury you thought may have kept him out the whole year.
Yeah.
And he has 38 goals. The way he's going, the answer will be no. But down deep, I want it to happen here in Pittsburgh. I do. I want to see it. I want to watch him do it. I don't care that it's Alex Ovechkin and Washington and everything. I think people need to get beyond that and understand this is history. I'm sure Sidney Crosby would welcome the challenge of trying to be on the ice when he's on the ice and shutting him down. And making him wait for another year to do it.
Right. Well, there's that side of it where if you wait for another year, you have the whole off season to talk about it, right?
Yes.
And build it up. But now we're on nightly watch. I mean, obviously, Ovi's capable of a 4-goal night. All right, Bob. Thank you for your participation in today's 6-pack. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Let's go to the General. General Patton, Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for Starkey's Card of the Week every Wednesday. Contests run through Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. That's your chance to win. Man, I'm going with a Jokic-Curry combination today, Bob.
Now, why did you have to go first all the time? That was going to be
I didn't go first. Usually I ask you.
No, you don't. You take it, and then I'm left, I mean.
Now I feel selfish.
Those I was talking about them all last night on the TV show.
Well, join me, Bob. We can do it together. I'm sorry.
No, but you took them. Okay, why don't you take one and I'll take the other?
Now I feel
I'll take Jokic. You can take Curry. How about that? We'll split the difference.
I like Curry. Yeah.
How dare he, Bob? He does that every week.
No,
See, he does.
You go back and you listen to last week.
I will.
Or maybe I do it every week.
You do it every week.
I'm sorry.
What do you think, Bob? Here's what I like. Okay.
What do you think, Bob? Play second fiddle.
Now in my head, I'm trying to come up with somebody else here on the fly.
Ready, fire, aim. You're next, Limits. Who do you got?
I am going to go a little bit off the beaten path and say Alexander Ovechkin, who we were just talking about, which is not off the beaten path.
He's been out there before.
You know what, Bob?
Closer.
You know what, Bob? I'll give you both of them. I'm going to take Shane Boz. How do you like that?
I'm sure the General has something on Shane Boz, but that wouldn't be my top choice.
Hello, General. How are you, and what do you have?
Gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for having me. All good guesses, buried in among Aaron Rodgers' torpedo bats.
Do you have a torpedo bat there? You might. If anyone does, you do.
Not yet. I'm hoping to have one by the weekend, though, and I hope I don't see too much of them this weekend. But among all those other stories, 1 and 5 wearing me out. Joker. We got to go with the Joker. 60-point triple-double.
Thank you very much. 60-point triple-double.
I'm glad Bob thought of it.
I did, but you – did I not mention at the beginning of the show where he talking about Curry? I said, by the way, did you see –
Great for talk radio, my man.
General, do you miss Ron?
I certainly do.
So do I, actually.
Not miss Ron, but he would not have guessed the Joker. I'll guarantee you that.
No, he wouldn't have. No, unless you thought it was a Batman movie, and you might have one of those, too.
It's a good thing that Bob did guess the Joker. Thank you, General.
You're welcome. You guys have a good day.
You too, sir.
Jeff.
What a man he is, huh, Bob?
Yeah, that place is amazing. That was the first time I was ever there, and I was just stunned with all the stuff he has.
I am so pumped. I just put it on X, this framed photo of James Worthy going in for a classic one-handed dunk, and I attached James Worthy to my post. Do you think he responds to this, Limits?
No, he might like it, but I don't know if he'll retweet with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, a like is a response.
Then yes, I'm going to be optimistic and says he does.
So far, he hasn't. I think it's a nice photo, Bob. Do you?
I think it's beautiful, yeah.
Can you name any of the 3 Celtics in the background?
I have to look at it. I can't see it.
Wrong. Quinn Buckner, Rick Carlisle, and Danny Ainge.
I would know two of those three.
No, actually, it's none of the above.
Okay.
Is that Quinn Buckner?
Rick Carlisle, the old coach of the Mavericks?
Yeah.
Greg Kite is in the background, number 50.
I don't remember him.
Greg Kite.
You want to know who the Pirates are betting cleanup today, by the way?
Oh, my
Because
God.
that changes
Hold on.
every day. Don't look.
Let's use that as a radio tease.
Okay.
I want you, as we launch into Jay Caulfield, to come back with the Pirates lineup, Bob.
Okay.
Please. I'm more interested in leadoff myself, but I can't wait to hear this. Bob, you're up, as a matter of fact, leading into this with a West Shore read. Please,
yes,
the floor is yours.
Excited to say, as we said earlier, we have great news from West Shore Home, a company based in Western Pennsylvania. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects, and the best part, employee installers. No subcontractors ever needed here. They employ those people, and that's great for you because this week you can save 25% on your project. And to make it even better, go to westshorehome.com/fan. You'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 this week.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins are off today. They're currently practicing up in Cranberry and will play against the St. Louis Blues tomorrow at 8 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services, from residential, commercial, industrial, to design build needs. Hellman Electric does it all. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 120 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... Get your one way. Hyundai vehicles have won over 120 IIHS Top Safety Awards from 2006 to 2024.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a Skeens day in Tampa Bay as the Pirates look to avoid being swept against the Rays It's a 1:10 first pitch in the game that you can hear on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Bob, we're going to get to hockey and Jay Caulfield in just a moment. But you promised us the Pirate lineup for today with Paul Skeens on the mound in Tampa. What do we got?
Well, I was more intrigued with the cleanup hitter today. So here we go. Adam Frazier leading off. That's your favorite.
Okay, batting what?
He's
140?
batting first.
Yep.
Brian Reynolds second.
Yep.
O'Neal
Off to another
Cruz,
slow
third.
start. Off to another slow
Their
start.
cleanup hitter today, Tommy Pham. Followed by Jack Sawinski, Brian Hayes,
God.
Andy Rodriguez, Jared Triolo, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
I
Still
don't
batting
think,
ninth.
I honestly don't think a team, joking aside, in the majors will field a worse lineup than that today. Do you agree?
Well, they can themselves beat that lineup by inserting some of the guys they have on their bench.
Wait,
into starting roles.
Kiner-Falefa's ninth again?
Uh-huh.
He's their best hitter so far, Limits.
Yeah, he has been.
I thought he should have been leadoff today, just for that reason. But, I mean, Pham is just – he's off to a terrible start, and he's batting cleanup today. But this is some rotating cleanup hitters that you have.
This is horrifying, Bob. It really is. Tommy Pham is batting .095.
Does he have an RBI yet? Do you know?
No. Neither does Key Brian Hayes. All right, forget that. Let's avoid that for as long as possible. But we'll come back to it. And let's get to another Pittsburgh team that's been struggling pretty much for, the whole season. But may have some hope in some of these young guys that are now getting recalled. We'll see about that. Let's go to Jay Caulfield, who's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Stanley Cup champion, Jay Caulfield, I might add, Bob. And Jay, do you think the new guys are going to inject a little life here? How do you think the Penguins can find maybe a kernel of hope in the end of their season?
Yeah, first off, good morning, guys. Good to talk to both of you. And
you too.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do think, guys. I mean, they needed something. It's been talked about. These guys have been talked about since Corbin since the Gensel trade, and McGroarty since the trade and he came aboard. They've been talked about all year long. So it's good to get them in right now. I would never see why not. I mean, in my opinion, anybody you anticipate being in this lineup next year, it's great to get some games under your belt, and then you'd be coming in more comfortable next year. So I'm all for it. I thought it was a great move, and I think Mike Sullivan put them in the right places, and they had a good game. They were effective. They were good in the roles that they were in, and McGroarty playing with Crosby. I think. You can see, again, strong defensively, had some good opportunities. To play with Crosby, you got to be playing at a high level, like energy-wise even. Not only just your intelligence in the game, but, play the give-and-go game that he likes, but also be able to go up and back. 200 feet, that's the great line today, a 200-foot game, but you have to have that. And you have to have the energy to go through that and be able to play at that tempo. I thought they did a good job the other night.
You mentioned Sidney again, and after getting that record setter, continues to do things. That game, that 1-0 game, man, I just looked at so many little things that could have resulted in goals, little things that prevented goals. He does all those little things like that, and he's playing at a level, Jay, where most people his age are not going to see that level. I wonder, in your mind, how long do you think he can play?
Yeah, Bob. I mean, my God. I mean, you think – I don't know when Father Time hits you, you know what I mean? Like, in a way, I mean, there's certain parts of his game I'm sure that he feels that it's not the same when he was, in his 20s, maybe, taking somebody wide, doing all those things. But whatever it might be, I just think the way athletes in general, number one, and we've said this a lot, the athletes today, there's no off season. Like, you get a mental break from the grind of the schedule and the game and what the pressure you have with that. But you don't see guys getting out of shape and then have to really, turn it on and before camp and get ready to go. They kind of maintain it, throughout the year. And it's 12 months that you have to be in that position and ready to go. With that being said, I think what he does, and now he's constantly working to improve the game. 100% of his world is in the game of hockey, and I think he can go barring. It's going to be about, do you stay away from the injury bug? He's been through a lot already in his career, but can you stay away from it, these remaining years? That's the stuff that goes with it, and because I don't see his drive or intensity and love for the game waning at all.
No.
So it's what he does, and I think that's what will give you that, that even further, a longer career. Because I don't believe guys like that want to be, Joe Bob, I don't think they want to play. Would they be good at playing a different role later on in their career? I don't see him being a player like that. Mario he's not going to be, I'll be your second or third line center. That wasn't going to happen with Mario. I don't think it's going to happen with Sid either. The only player I knew that was able to do that was Brian Trottier. Brian Trottier, who was probably the most unassuming superstar playing in the game of hockey. What he won and what he accomplished. He was able to come to the Penguins and play a third-line role and be such an integral part of what took place in Stanley Cup teams. I don't know if that's in the makeup of it's especially what Trotz did was something unique. I don't know if that's in these other guys' DNA. And that'll be just something, and we'll see how long that goes. But I think he's going to run and carry this team. And as I said, staying away from an injury bug or whatever might sidetrack him, that's it. Otherwise, a number of years still to go.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jay, how do we figure out this Tristan Jarry guy? It seemed to be going great. It's either been great or horrible with nowhere in between. How do you figure this, and what do you think his future holds here?
Yeah, I don't, I think he was obviously – I said it before the games he came back. He should have been a star of the game. Not the star, but one of the stars in almost all those games he played when he came back out before they put Ned in for one game, then he came back. 3 of the 4 games for sure he was that good. I thought the other night against Otto, he was really good again. But I think the team in front of him was way better. The 2 hiccup games, yeah, I don't know what happened with that, Joe. I mean, you got to think you sat one night, then you come back and you're not the same. The team in front of him wasn't the same either, but that's beside the point. He wasn't the same goaltender. Then he comes back against Ottawa and very good. I don't know what that's going to be like. I don't know what you need to play him. I'm sure myself they're going to play him all the way out, unless he has another down night and you got to go the other way. They know what they have in Ned. They know what he's going to be as their backup goalie. They know what they have there. You got to find him what value. I still think it's about increasing value. I mean, if he has a good run, that helps everybody. That helps him. That helps the team. That helps Kyle Dubas. And then you see what decisions are made from there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes, I would agree with that because I think, they got to get something out of this. And it would, I would love to see him play the way he played the other night consistently. His whole thing has been consistency, lack of it.
Yeah.
Now they have this kid Miroshov down there, Jay. I don't know what you've heard about him, but he's won a lot of games in a row, and he, people that I talk to, and I don't know him, I never met him, but people that I talk to who do and have seen him and been part of that say that the guy has a tremendous confidence about him. Like he's really, for his age, he knows what he's doing and he believes it, and he's one of those kind of leader types. Do you hear that, and what do you expect from him in the next year?
Yeah, I hear the same thing. So, but I want to go back to one thing too, real quick on the Jarry thing. If you get through the regular season, he still has the hurdle of the playoff thing, right?
Right.
Hasn't won the playoffs. So that would be the next step if it went on. But because if that was coming around right now, that would be the first thing when the regular season ended. The first thing that's going to come out of the people's mouths is going to be, well, can he do it in the playoffs? All right. So let's remember that as we move forward. Now about the young goaltender. Yeah, Bob, absolutely. I've heard the same drive, the same call. Has no problem waking his team up if they're not playing well in front of him. I've heard a mix of all of that. I also will say at the same time, ECHL, the East Coast to the American League to the NHL, one step to the next is one thing. AHL to the NHL is a whole nother. It's a giant step. And I think they all want to temper, what they have. We saw what happened to Blomqvist here when the team in front of him wasn't that good at times, and it lit them up. You got to be very careful with it. But I think they feel they have something special. And it's about the personality that you met on top of the skill. It's the parts that you mentioned, Bob, that drive and willing and the confidence to be the best. That's it. And again, I think and I did hear that there's no problem straightening guys out when they get back in the locker room. They need to be better, blah, blah, blah. All that goes with that. But again, huge step from American to the NHL because every player, they're coming at you. The shot's different, the placement, all that goes with that. So I think they're well aware of it, but they really feel like they have something right there.
All right, Jay, we'll leave you with this, is that Ovi is down to 4 goals, and he has 8 games. It's becoming quite apparent that this is probably going to happen this season. It could happen tonight in Carolina. He's capable, obviously, of a 4-goal game. But if it comes down to the finale, April 17th, right here at PPG Paints Arena, do you think that would be a major talking point with the Penguins to try to hold him away from the record? Would that be a point of pride in the final game? If you were playing, could you imagine it being that way? Or what are your thoughts there?
I think I feel like nobody wants to be a part of they don't want to be the goaltender that's on the film for the rest of their lives, as the one that led in the goal that changed everything, right? But at the same time, there's a different level of respect with this, guys. I don't know. To me, it's such a great story. The NHL needs it. I think what the Penguins will do is play their game, and if he beats them and scores a goal, or beats Gretzky in Pittsburgh, I think it is what it is. I think they're going to just do their thing, always trying to eliminate him on the power play. They always try and take that away. I don't see them doing anything any different. But you made a point last week there, Joe, if they're down by 1, do they pull their goalie? And, I don't think – I can honestly say a goal's a goal. I don't think Ovechkin wants it to be an empty netter. And I might be wrong on that. I might be wrong. Who knows? Just getting a goal. But I think he'd like it to be in the fashion that he's done it in his career and from one of the best of all time release of a one-timer from the half wall. Anything like that, but I don't think the empty netter might be one of the things that comes into play, Joe, if it happened. But to me, I think the story has been outstanding. I think the NHL would love to have it carry over into the following year to get the most out.
Yeah,
right.
So, Jay, one final question for you, just regarding the end. Do you remember the time when, and I've always thought this when Ovechkin, who still scores from the same position, because the shot is so good it doesn't matter. Do you remember when teams would like to take Mario out? In other words, just have one guy, and then Mario himself would take himself out of a power play. In other words, just say, okay, you're going to stay with me. I'll just move here and it'll be a 4-on-3. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember Mario chuckling about it, Bob.
Right, and I mean, he did a smart thing, and then but I'm surprised no one's gone to that tactic, just to try to stop him on the power play specifically.
Well, but the thing is, he's evolved too, right? And then before it used to be Backstrom and Oshie and Carlson. Right. So if you try and take him away, they're going to beat you because they were so good. Oshie in the pocket, Backstrom on the half wall, Carlson at the point. I think Mario just abused that. I mean, and it depends what talent you have around you, because you give great players a 4-on-3, and more than likely they're going to beat you, right? So I do remember. I especially remember it happening in Hartford. I remember us going to game, and I almost remember Mario almost like leaning on our own bench, like laughing. I might seriously almost chuckled about it. Like, if you want to do that, go ahead and look what happens. So I think they could try anything like that, Bob. I think they just lean to his side to want to take that away. And the way guys block shots and the bravery that it takes to do that, they get in front of it. But they still haven't found a way to stop him. If you watch, he moves around so much more. He scores all different ways. And so he's evolved as well, and obviously to be the goal scorer that he is. But it's a really good point, Bob. But I do remember Mario and our power plays totally abusing when somebody tried to do that. It's true. It's a really good point. And I believe Perry Maguire was part of that. And I think he tried anything to stop Mario when he was in Hartford. Nothing could work. Yes, no.
Jay, we appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Jay.
Okay, guys. Great to talk to both of you as well. You take care.
You too. Thank you, Jay. The telestrator man does a great job with that, too.
Yes, he does. Does a great job with everything. All right, Bob. Coming up next, it's time for the Limitless Express. We can all hop aboard in the 12 o'clock hour. We have Dan Zangrilli and then Mark Cabali, the big boy. And did you see the flap this week, Bob, where it looked like the big boy fell asleep right next to Mike Tomlin at the owners' meetings? Did you see this?
I did see it. I'm not believing that he was sleeping.
Okay.
Do you?
Yes, but I don't think he'll fess up to it when we have him on. I think it's going to be very interesting. Yes. I have a lot of questions. Do you?
Yeah. He got a lot of play out of that, I can tell you that.
Could it have been an act, Bob, to get publicity for the McAfee show?
I mean, maybe, yes. I doubt that. I don't think that's really the guy. I think it was just he had a long night. They do those things.
Yeah.
I've been down there a lot, and they do them really early in the morning.
Yeah.
And if you're not awake, you can very easily find yourself, and, one picture says what it says. You could read into it if you want. I don't think he was doing it that way. I just think he was tired and maybe, just got a little bit of take a little cat nap while you can, but I don't think he was fully asleep.
When you've been down there, I'm assuming this was for Cowher and Tomlin. Have you socialized with the head coaches when you're down there?
It's really good. The owners' meetings is really an open book kind of thing down there. They have all the GMs, all the owners, all the coaches, and they make them available as best they can. You can go to, pick whatever table you want to go to. Obviously, we concentrate on Pittsburgh coaches, but if there's something that happened with Kevin Stefanski or any of these other guys, you can go over there and be part of it. And very rarely do you get that opportunity.
I mentioned yesterday, upon hearing Tomlin take a little shot at Cabali, a good-natured shot, that I wish we would get the off-the-cuff sort of fun Mike Tomlin more often than we always seem to get is the formal one. Do we have that little clip where Cabali, after he woke up, said that he likes candy bars and so does DK Metcalf?
Apparently we have the same appetite for candy, me and DK. You hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Apparently he eats 4 or 5 candy bars a day.
Really?
Not me. That's what he said on a podcast.
He wears it a little differently than you.
You got to give him credit for that one. It was a dart.
Stuff.
That was a dart.
He wears it a little differently than you. God, I love that, Bob. I really do. And you've gotten to know that Tomlin more than I think all of us practically.
Well, you get to know him, and that sort of sense of humor is very much a part of his makeup. And, I think during the week when these press conferences happen, all these guys are the same. They don't really engage you. But when you see him out on these kinds of situations, you see that he's really quick-witted, too. Comes up with lines like that one.
That is a great line. Yeah. All right, so the big boy, Cabali, is in the noon hour. But up next, the Limitless Express. Where did the Steelers come down on the tush-push? Limits will tell you about that, and we'll register our opinions. First, my opinion on the Good Feet store. Man, it's good. It worked for me. I had problems with the joints of my big toes for a long, long time. When I would do something as simple as take a long walk, it would be like, I really don't want to do this anymore because my feet hurt. And I know a lot of people relate to that. It's been quitting time for a while now. Everybody's New Year's resolutions down the drain. And I would bet for a good percentage of people that has something to do with foot pain, which comes in various forms. Could be burning in the balls of your feet, could be plantar fasciitis, could be a number of things that often get misdiagnosed and all of that. You know the story. Well, my pain lessened with the Good Feet foot arch support system. Yours could too. You check it all out at goodfeet.com. You don't need new shoes or anything like that. It's customized around your shoes. And in addition to going to the website, you can visit one of the stores. Robinson Town Center is the one where I went across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township. Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. So give it a shot. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Adam Frazier will lead it off for the Pirates today with Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz to follow. Tommy Pham and Jack Sawinski will bat 4-5 for the Pirates and play in the two corner outfield positions. Ke'Bryan Hayes will bat 7th and play at third base with bat 6, rather. Andy Rodriguez will catch and bat 7th with Jared Triolo and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa rounding out the lineup with Paul Skeens on the mound. Pirates look to avoid being swept, which would drop them to 1-6. Pirates and Rays will play at 1:10. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The San Francisco 49ers are putting the ball squarely in Brock Purdy's hands. Owner Jed York told NFL Network on Tuesday that his team has sacrificed signing players to make room for Purdy's upcoming contract. The owner also said they're essentially waiting on Brock and his camp to hammer out the final details. Some not-so-subtle public pressure to get their quarterback to the negotiating table. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport. Check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Man, I'm looking at baseball. Yankees coming to town could be problematic for the home team, but I think a lot of runs scored there. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit Target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need RAMP. RAMP is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, RAMP handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With RAMP, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust RAMP, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using RAMP and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to RAMP for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get Go with the Captain back in town. Wild caught, beer battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm this afternoon. The high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Is anybody anymore in a locker room? Like, you know, TJ or Cam come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
You're a pathetic person, you know that? Great for talk radio, my man.
Was there a question there?
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
You know what that means, Bob? It's time to hop on board because the Limitless Express is leaving the station. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the time is 11:40, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Limits, the floor is yours, my friend.
All right, let's start it off, guys, with the most controversial topic at the NFL owners' meetings, which is the tush push. There is a large group of teams that is for banning the tush push. The Steelers are included in that group, and there are also a large group of teams, of course, led by the Eagles, that want the tush push to stand and continue. I know that, Bob, you are heavy against the tush push. Are you surprised that the Steelers are in lockstep with you?
No, not necessarily. I think they understand it was an innovative play, and I don't think they want to tax innovative plays. But my only question to that is, why then, on a blocked field goal, you're not allowed to do any kind of pushing or they make it one way, citing safety, the other way, it goes against what the previous rule for that is. So, I mean, regardless of what I think it's going to be here, I don't think they're going to change this rule at all. Seems like it's been tabled for now, and I think it's a direct indication that the league does not like the fact that the Eagles, and more lesser extent the Bills, have come up with a way to convert these things. If their percentage was 47%, not 87%, I think the league would, not have a big problem with it. But I think those other teams do have a problem with it. Give them credit for being creative, but it's not consistent with the other rule about blocking field goals.
So let me get this straight. The big, bad, tough, nasty Pittsburgh Steelers are against the tush push? How about find a way to stop it, or as Ray Fittipaldo wrote today in the Post-Gazette, find a way to do it. Last year, they had a 6'3", 230-pound quarterback who could come in at any time in Justin Fields. They could have put Mount Washington and anybody else behind him. Jaylen Warren and Mount Washington, with that quarterback behind Zach Frazier. Why didn't they do it? They did it in like a half-assed way a couple times, but they were mostly a lousy short yardage team. That cost them games. And now they're voting against this? I don't get it, Bob. I don't see a problem with the play. It's not applicable to field goals for me. It's more applicable to what we see when a guy like Jaylen Warren gets the ball on the goal line and, he's heading toward the goal line and 17 teammates come up and start pushing him from behind. That happens with every team. Why can't you do it at the line of scrimmage? I don't understand it. All these teams are crybaby, whiner, soft for this, for voting against it. I'm glad it got tabled. I'm glad it looks like it has a chance to stay. Stop it if you don't like it. Or, better yet, copy it.
I fully agree. With you, Joe. I think that the innovation that was created in this, and a lot of the things that Tomlin and others have talked about, is does it look like the field goal block play and the player safety element of it? I feel like there are probably some teams that are claiming player safety when they really think that the rule is just one that they can't stop and they want an excuse for it. And they want
Crowley, there was no injury.
No injuries.
Zero.
That is such a crock to even bring up the player safety. So the alternative would be to turn the ball and give it to your running back on short yardage. That's safer somehow? What?
I think it's just the fact that there are so many bodies piling on top of each other, and the idea that, knees could buckle. Or
Yes, that's football limits in a nutshell. Bodies piling on top of each other. Get out of here with this, Bob.
Come on,
the
Bob.
Steelers are voted against this?
I was surprised. I thought they appreciated the innovation part of it.
How about Tomlin saying it's a very innovative play? They've definitely taken big steps towards innovation that compared to what we have done. Basically admitting, yes, we are not a very innovative organization that come up with
just like Kansas City. Kansas City coming up. Remember that whirling, spinning huddle that they had? And you're wondering, what are they doing? But they're just trying to figure out ways.
I mean, of all teams, the Steelers have publicly stated that their goal is to build a rugged, in-your-face, smash-mouth offense. That's why they've drafted an offensive line and running backs and everything else, and they can't get a yard. They can't get a yard when they need one, and it's a recurring problem that came up again last year.
And
It's just really mind-boggling.
Matt LaFleur said the tush push isn't a football play.
Oh, what is it then? A hockey play? What does he mean by that? It's not a football. What does Matt LaFleur think about when one of his running backs is at the 1-yard line and there's a rugby scrum and everybody's pushing him from behind? How is that different?
I don't get it.
It really isn't different. So,
Next.
whatever.
The Lions' proposal to eliminate an automatic first down on defensive holding and illegal contact penalties, which is currently the case, did not pass. So the Lions wanted to, whenever there's a defensive holding, 5-yard penalty, illegal contact, and it's automatic, they wanted that to be eliminated. The league did not agree.
Bob, I wasn't aware of that. I should have been. I'm totally in favor of that. I think those little cheap holding calls should be just a 5-yard penalty and not an automatic first down. I commend the Lions and their kneecap-eating head coach, Dan Campbell. I
agree.
love that.
I think there has to be a little bit of a subjectivity to some of these calls, and they're not always the same. So that's all they're trying to do. Is make it
5
more
yard, make
realistic.
it 5 yards,
Yeah.
not an automatic first down. I hate when it's 3rd and 18.
Yeah, and they get a slight holding and it's an
Right.
automatic first down. So I agree with that, but the league obviously doesn't.
Well, they're stupid. Next.
I feel like there are a lot of illegal contact penalties that are just, a couple of touches here and there. Like the whole defensive holding, I can understand. Illegal contact, that should just be a 5-yard penalty. The onside kick amendment is going to be adjusted and voted on later in May as the league tries to figure out what they're going to do with the onside kick. With touchbacks on kickoffs now bringing the ball back to the 35-yard line as well.
That's big, and that's the way a lot of us thought it should have been last year. We spotted it right away by saying that's not a penalty in any way to have the ball come out to the 30. Like, that is not punishing. Teams are just going to kick it out of the end zone anyway, and that's what they did. So 35, now you're getting close to teams really saying, all right, let's try to kick it in play and try to make a play before the 35. I think the 40 would be ideal, Bob.
Listen, to be honest, they want both sides of this. They want exciting returns, but they don't want exciting returns. So they're trying to figure out a way. But honestly, the best way to do it is just move the kickoff back and have a return on every play. Then it's up to your special teams to get the job done. But they're citing, injuries as a reason for that. Everything is about injuries. But if you really want the play to exist, then go back to the way it was, or move the instead of where they're kicking it, move it back 5 yards or 10 yards, and say, okay, now we're going to get a return.
Just go back.
You have to stop the return.
Yes, I agree. Just go back to 1975. The league is twisting itself into a pretzel under the illusion that they care about player safety. I mean, this has gotten ridiculous here. They don't care about player safety. They care about presenting things like this in case they're in a courtroom someday. See what measures we took to protect the players? Yeah, while you were arguing for an 18th game in the regular season, while you were having 3 games on Christmas Day with 3 days of rest. Get the hell out of here, Lemon.
And that's what I wanted to bring up next. There will now, instead of just 2, which was on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, whatever it was, be 3 Christmas Day games this year, which will all be on a Thursday.
But we care about player safety, and you can see it in the way we're doing the dynamic kickoff. Bob, I've had enough of NFL hypocrisy with this.
Here's one rule I would want to see changed. And the Christmas stuff, it was bound to happen, Austin, because they make too much money.
Well, plus there's every Thursday night game, but then don't pretend you care about player safety.
But here's one rule I wish they would change, and that is when an offensive team fumbles the ball into the end zone, it goes out of the end zone.
Oh, I hate that.
I hate that. It should not be possession defense, not at all. It should be back to wherever that play originated, and you lose it down, and they didn't recover the football. It went out of bounds, out of the end zone. Therefore, give it back to the offense.
I disagree with every syllable you just uttered.
I know what Joe's going to say. He's going to say.
I don't care because I think it's a bad play and it's a bad rule.
I know what you're going to say, Joe.
Yes,
I'm going to predict it. I think you're going to say that the end zone is hollowed ground and that it is different compared to the other 100 yards on the field.
No, I'm going to say the end zone is hallowed ground and is different from the other 99 yards on the field.
There it is.
And it is. If you cross that goal line, you get 6 points. So if you fumble across that goal line, it should be a way bigger penalty than, no harm.
No.
You just get the ball back at the spot of the fumble. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No.
You lose a down, obviously.
Nope, it's hallowed ground. He's exactly right. Things happen around the goal line.
I just don't like that rule.
Big.
I never have. They didn't recover it. So if you recover it, it's one thing. You hit the ball back out to the 20-yard line, wherever. If you don't recover it, nobody had possession, which means it goes back to the offense.
You get into the end zone.
That's the way I like it.
You get 6 points on the board. You fumble out of the end zone. You lose the ball. I'm sorry, Bob.
Well, no need to be sorry. That's just the difference. I don't like that rule.
Are you going to talk about the first downs and the technology therein?
Yes, that was coming up next. We're rolling through all these rules. So there will now be – so replay assist has also been passed to basically be further utilized for certain things. And now technology, the chain gang
further utilized for the Chiefs is what you meant to say, but go ahead.
The chain gang is basically now secondary. So they're still going to be there, the guys with the chains that'll measure everything.
Yeah.
But first downs will now be judged based off of technology with this expanded replay assist.
It's about damn time, Bob.
There's a song
of course
like that. It's about damn time.
Of course, it's too late for the Bills, who had Josh Allen clearly get a first down in Kansas City. They may have gone to the Super Bowl, and now they changed the rule.
Maybe that was the genesis of this whole thing.
It may have been. I mean, what are we doing? We went to the year 2025 with a plastic chain, two plastic markers and a chain link to measure first downs when we can send people to Mars or Uranus, Bob, in 10 minutes? What are we doing?
Yeah, well, it's just about time. And the good thing for the people who operate the chain gang, they're still going to be involved. They're on the field as a secondary source. So they get to be right where they are, and that change will still be there.
Finally. And Doug Whaley was explaining this earlier today on his weekly appearance with the Morning Guys, that it's basically a video situation, that everybody will be aware of what's happening, and they'll be able to get it down to the millimeter. The same way they do. And it might be different technology, I don't know, but the same way they do in tennis, right?
Yes,
where
tennis has been great with it.
I don't understand. There's a line in football, too. So get it right in the end. Of course, again, it's too late for the Bills. Next.
The Steelers' proposal to allow for Zoom calls during the legal tampering period, as well as visits ahead of the start of the new league year, has passed, which Albert Breer calls a significant change to free agency and how communication will be for players.
I like that. It makes sense. They're doing it anyway, most likely. They're talking to agents. Now you get to talk to the player. What's the difference? I'd rather talk to the player than the agent. You can do both.
I have no idea what Albert Breer is talking about. And as I said the other day regarding this, if there was a gauge to measure how much I care about things, this wouldn't even represent a 0 on that gauge. I couldn't care less. I don't even understand it. I don't care. They all talk behind the scenes to anybody they want anyway. And I have no idea what Albert Breer's talking about.
Like when Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just magically met at, what was that ski resort in Utah?
Right. I mean, Bob, I don't even understand this. I don't want to talk about this rule change anymore.
Yeah, the legal tampering in and of itself sounds suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, of course it is.
Of course.
Legally tampering.
Anything else?
One more. The Lions' proposal to reseed the playoffs based on total records was tabled, according to Diana Rossini. I think it eventually got shot down. I'd have to further confirm
I think
that.
so.
Yeah, I think it did.
Well, go ahead.
So basically what they wanted to do is make it similar to other playoffs around sports where the top records are the ones that ultimately get seeded. So the Lions, who obviously were a 5 seed and were a wild card team, or not the Lions, Minnesota, rather, were one of the teams that was a wild card team that had one of the best records. It would have been different. They wouldn't have been a 5. They would have had a home playoff game based on having one of the 4 best records in the NFC.
No. It devalues divisions. The only rule I'd like to see regarding that is if you finish below 500 and win your division, you don't get a home playoff game. That's the only stipulation I would make. Otherwise, if you win your division, you deserve a home playoff game. And for the wild card teams, too bad. Win your division.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable you just uttered. Yes, I agree.
You agree, Limits?
I do. I still think that winning your division, even if you are 8-9, which it does happen occasionally, but there should still be a value on divisions. And in looking at other leagues, like look at the MLB. They took away a lot of divisional games to be able to play. All the NL teams will play all the AL teams. The NBA, they have divisions, but, I mean, who cares?
Nobody cares. Well,
No.
well, wait a second. Then you guys, at least you, disagree with my stipulation that if you have a losing record but win your division, you have to go on the road. Do you agree with that, Bob, if that were to happen?
If you win
your division with a losing record, you don't get a home game.
I could live with that. I don't think you really deserve one.
No, I think if you win your division, you just still get a home game.
Thank you, Limits. Anything else?
You're welcome. That is all. The Limitless Express vault today is closed.
Bob, I thought that was a good one today.
Yeah.
Did you?
You need a vault sound closing. That's what you need.
Yeah, you
Just to
really
finish
do.
it all up.
Of course, if it comes off certain websites, you're not allowed to use the vault closing. Limits, I thought that was outstanding. It was fast-paced. It was entertaining. It was lively. And we disagreed from time to time. I think that's the way that the Limitless Express was designed. Do you?
Fully agree. That'll be our vault close.
close. Yeah, that'll be the close.
We can't do that every day. No.
A dying sheep. Where'd you get that?
That is you yawning
It's
from
every
last
day.
summer.
What are we talking about?
Bob,
it's every day.
Does that sound more like a baby whining on a 5 a.m. flight, a dying sheep, or C, other? Let's hear it again.
It sounds like a cat in a microwave, as someone once said.
It sounds like a sheep to me.
It's a terrible sound.
Oh, a cat in a microwave.
Cat in a microwave?
Well, I mean, you're trying to get me to describe what I just saw.
Now I feel horrible because imagine that, and then listen to this.
Jeez, cat in a microwave.
I know. Who said that? Somebody said that once in regard to, I forget what it was.
Yeah.
But honestly, Joe, you can do that outside of the studio, you know. If you really have to do that kind of yawning.
Not really, because it happens spontaneously, and I'm sure Ron misses it. Coming up next, Dan Sant. Yes?
Could I give you one
breaking
quick
news?
thing? Yes.
What?
Yes. Do you want to tease it, or do you want to take it to Zangrilli? This is a Pirates-related thing.
I want to tease it. The old radio tease, Bob. How do you like that?
I think that's great. That keeps people going.
Here's the tease. Someone new is taking ground balls at first base.
Oh, no.
Who is it this time?
And is this one going to be a 5'4" first baseman or
No,
5'9"?
this is a real banger in the household here.
Oh, my goodness.
Who haven't they tried?
Well, you know what? I want to do this right now. Let's guess, Bob. I'm going to guess someone new.
I'm going to guess Brian Reynolds again.
That's not. Brian Reynolds wouldn't be new, though, I don't think.
Did you say new?
New. Someone
okay.
new.
Oh, my God. I'm going to say McCutchen.
I'm going to say no. He can't. He was not even in the lineup again today. This is 3 straight games. He's not in the lineup, and all he does is DH.
I know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, I'm going to say Tommy Pham. Why not?
Bob, your point is correct, but Joe is correct. Andrew McCutchen is taking ground balls at first base, according to a video posted by Noah Hiles in Tampa.
This is Jason Mackey's dream come true. He wrote about this like a year and a half ago. And I said, Andrew McCutchen at first base, have you lost your mind? Looks like he was right, and looks like I was right, Bob, and you reprimanded me.
No, I can't believe it's come to this. Honestly,
you can't believe it's come to this. They have a guy who appeared out of nowhere named Valdez, who is 5'9", who played it last night.
Really was to go out and spend some money on a legitimate first baseman, and then you don't have any of these
Well,
problems.
they did bring in, to be fair, they brought in Horwitz.
Okay.
And he got injured.
But again, I'm talking about someone who has a little bit more track record than
So
Spencer
am I.
Horwitz.
Yes, I agree with that. They should have brought in a real first baseman. All right, so let's play a little game. People who have taken grounders at first base since the end of last season. You go first until we run out, and the last person standing
okay.
like musical.
Brian Reynolds.
No.
Oh.
Just Brian Reynolds.
Okay.
Now somebody else goes.
Andrew McCutchen.
DJ Stewart.
Jared Triolo.
Andy Rodriguez.
Matt Gorski. We're running out, aren't we?
I know.
I got 2
Joey
more.
Bart?
I
don't know if he did or didn't.
No, if he has. Derek Hall.
Derek Hall. That's our Hall of Notes. I forgot about him.
Valdez.
Scantling.
What's his name?
Emmanuel Valdez.
Emmanuel Valdez.
Derek Shelton. I don't know.
Was there a question there?
Anybody else, Limits?
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Will Craig, maybe?
Will Craig back.
Will Craig. I think
that's it.
I think that this team's plight, their self-imposed plight, might be best encapsulated by the first base, by who's on first.
Oh, wait. I think Billy Cook and Nick York were
Billy Cook and Nick York.
They did it too. You know, honestly, I don't know why those guys aren't up here right now.
Perhaps the better question is who hasn't taken grounders at
why?
first.
Those two guys were prominently acquired, and I think they have a lot of talent. They sound like they're ready to take this step. Why not?
Well, the guy who played last night, Valdez, I'm serious about that play. It was one where Harrington fielded the ball and almost fell, but threw it. And the kid is 5'9". If you have an actual first baseman over there who can reach a little bit, that's an out.
I'm taller than him.
Do you agree, Bob?
Yes. But, I mean, I don't even know. You know, I didn't hear any plans of his being on this roster at all, and all of a sudden he's there. I just think that's something you can solve. And, again, going back to the offseason free agency, they didn't do enough. They had something potentially to wrap their hands around, which was Skeens, and a promising potential young staff, and yet they didn't do anything to help it. So,
did they just think this up on the fly? Kutch, go over to first. It's your turn today. You'll be our next first baseman. Majinski, the way you made it to the majors, you were a failed starter, and you became a decent reliever, so why don't you go back to starting, and now you're in our rotation? It's like they make it up as they go along, Bob.
One thing I'd like to see them do is the way things are going, why not let Paul Skeens bat? I mean,
I 100% agree with that, and that's not a joke. I had people who coached him in college on the record saying that this dude, I think it was the Air Force coach, said, I can tell you this much, and he wasn't referring to the Pirates. He was referring to any team. He wouldn't be your number 9 hitter. I'll tell you that. He'd be up in your lineup. I agree 1,000% with that. Do you, Limits?
Do. I would rather see him hit. This is the one instance where I wish the DH was no longer a thing.
Let's ask Sangrilli about all of this and more coming up next. Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your generosity during the 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. We were able to provide, you were really almost 260,000 meals to our neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And a special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. Bob, you're on the clock.
Yes, Joe, and I'm excited to share some great news from West Shore Home.
I know you are, and I'm excited to hear it.
In Western Pennsylvania. Here we go. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects. And the best part about it, employee installers. So no subcontractors ever. And this week you can save 25% on your project. And to make it even better, go to westshorehome.com/fan. You'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 this week.
Thank you, Bob. And I apologize as well. Emilio has worked with Gina several times in the past, so when it was time to sell his home in Upper St. Clair, he reached out to Gina once again for help. Emilio said he loves to work with Gina because of her extensive knowledge of the local real estate market. And with Gina's marketing plans, she was able to sell Emilio's home for over $600,000. Emilio said Gina and her team were always there, and if he had any questions, they had the answers. They took care of the issues that come up, sometimes unexpectedly, when you're buying a home. So if you're ready to buy or sell, call Gina. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. And if the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. So before you even take the mound, you win. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we're 1 hour away from Pirates and Rays in Tampa Bay as the Buccos will send Paul Skeens to the mountain. You can listen to the game on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Dented Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport 1-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Spring is here. Let 2 men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The NFL Draft is coming, and with the first pick has you covered from every angle. Get ready for expert mock drafts, in-depth position rankings, and the perfect draft plans for all 32 teams. We're breaking down the best sleepers, unveiling comprehensive big boards, and delivering all the insights you need leading up to draft day. Whether you're a diehard draft junkie or just want to know who your team should take, With the First Pick is your go-to source for everything NFL draft. Follow and listen to With the First Pick on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcast.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates and Rays will play today, just about an hour away. You can listen on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA as Paul Skeens will start for the Pirates, looking to avoid being swept. According to Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, Andrew McCutchen is currently taking some ground balls at first base before the game. Tommy Pham will bat cleanup. Jack Sawinski will bat fifth, as the Pirates will put Pham in left and Sawinski in right field today. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dan Zangrilli joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Bob.
I love you.
Very excited to announce Mr. Dan Zangrilli is going to be with us every Wednesday at noon.
Big time addition to the program.
Lunchtime with Zangrilli. Here he is, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel.
Dining with Dan.
Dining with Dan.
You like that?
Might be pretty good. Do you?
Very nice.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, look at that.
It's 12 o'clock.
That's why Bob is first on the marquee. No. Dining with Dan.
It's your show. I'm just here as a caddy.
It's your show.
I just hope people don't lose their lunch about, well, the content or the meal that we may be serving up.
No.
Help me, Dan, please.
Like this guy.
I can't take it anymore.
It's Pirates on a Platter here with Dan Zangrilli. Let's get started with the hot topic. You like that, horse? That would be Noah Hiles tweeting out video of the 97th player to take grounders at first base since the end of last season. Mr. Andrew McCutchen, what do we make of this, Dan?
So it's something that I actually suggested a couple of years ago. Not to, I'm not trying to strain my scapula, patting myself on the back here, but I always envisioned this as a possibility. So the designated hitter slot doesn't get monopolized by just one person. And McCutchen, obviously, the last couple of years has done that. I do know they want to get Brian Reynolds off his feet and keep that bat in the lineup more consistently. And let's be honest, what you've seen defensively from O'Neal Cruz in center field leaves a lot to be desired. So if you have, say, a potential fly ball pitcher or where there's a lot of center field action, maybe is Cruz a DH once or twice a week, say when Bailey Falter is on the mound, so you can just try to mitigate some risk of a lot of center field activity while Cruz gets better, hopefully, at that position. McCutchen's bat is an interesting one. He lengthens the lineup. You don't want to completely remove McCutchen from the equation because, listen, he could still turn around a 101-mile-an-hour fastball, as he did last night, coming off the bench cold, as he did 96 miles an hour up and in a few days ago and hit the ball 400 feet. Of course, there's no more a professional at bat in the Pirates lineup given than anyone by McCutchen. So to try to expand and I hate to use the term, provide more flexibility for the manager, this does make a lot of sense. It's something that I kind of targeted a couple of years ago. Now, it remains to be seen if McCutchen can do it.
Play
right?
first
Can
base.
play first base.
I mean, just to push back, I definitely hear your logic. I just think that position is deemed by too many as easy to play. It's easier, but a 38-year-old 5'10" guy without a lot of reach, you're just going to throw him in for the first time in his career at first base. We've seen Endy make an error in his first game. We saw Valdez last night. I thought if you didn't have a first baseman who was 5'9" with no reach, that throw by Harrington gets there and you have an out. I just don't like the idea of him playing first base.
Well, and I don't know if he's taken a ground ball outside of Little League on the infield, which is obviously a lot different, and especially if you get somebody left-handed up there. There is, yes, Joe, a lot of nuance. So, I mean, everything that I just described as to what makes it appealing is all on paper. The practicality of it is a completely different animal, and I think it will be a little while before we would even think about putting somebody like that in that situation, because you're not going to try to embarrass one of the greatest players in your franchise's history.
Nor would he want to embarrass himself. I
correct.
have a feeling that he doesn't want to do field work at all. It seems to be that's been the case. I agree with your logic, too. I think anything he can do, given the state they're in. But to me, the fix would have been signing someone. I know they brought in Horwitz, and hopefully he's an answer there, but I would have still – down the year after year, they're asking the same question: who's on first?
And listen, what they're going to try to do for other people, whether that's give Reynolds and/or Cruz or others more DH days, you're also going to be putting some extra mileage on a guy that they have to be cognizant of his odometer as well, right? McCutchen's basically playing on one leg. He can't run the bases like he used to on a consistent basis. There's a reason why he can't play the outfield. The inability to throw, really. The elbow was an issue last year. Again, those legs. So you're going to be taxing him if this is going to be more than just a once a week or once every couple of weeks. But I like the idea, the intent of it. I think it's worth running out. Obviously, some skepticism does remain as to the practical application.
Dan Zangrilli joining us here. What are we calling this, Bob?
Dining with Dan. It's your
with...
noon lunchtime.
Let's whip up
ritual.
an opening for that next week. Yes, Limits, put your creative talents to use here.
Knives, forks, what do you think about plates smashing on the floor?
There are a lot of knives out there already. So
Because
I
usually
like that.
These appearances are completely disastrous.
Yes,
right?
have been in the past. Dan, there's so many things that baffle me. I don't know where to begin. From their best hitter batting ninth to their worst hitter batting first to Tommy Pham at cleanup today to what the hell's going on with the bullpen to Carmen Majinski suddenly appearing as a starter. Let's start with this. David Bednar. Shelty said before the season, no, he's not our closer. Then he was their closer, and now he's in AAA. What happened to Bednar? What happened to Bednar, and are you optimistic that we'll ever see the all-star version of him again?
Secondary stuff. I think when you watch 96 miles an hour, otherwise well-located fastballs up in the zone, above the hands in his first two outings of the year, the walk-off hit in Miami by Storff, and then that home run. He eventually did get the save, but made a 4-1 game, a 4-3 game. Those were elevated fastballs that are hand-high, sometimes above the zone, and that is typically a very safe space to be in, unless hitters know that there is nothing else this guy can throw or can go to. I can then sell out completely on the fastball. That's about the only chance that you have of hitting something hand high or higher as hard as we've seen it in the early going. And that is, talking to Alex Stumpf yesterday, had him on the pregame show with me, looking at the secondary stuff there, it's pretty damning. So breaking ball splitter, he has to get that back. That answers the question as to whether or not he's going to return to that closer form. And I would think because they're sending him down to AAA, this is going to be not a complete retool, but it's going to be a fairly lengthy process. Because if it were a quote-unquote quick fix, I think you temporarily remove him from the closer's role, as they did last year, and they try to give him some of those lower leverage opportunities when you're underneath games in the 5th or the 6th inning to try to work through all of this. But the fact that they're sending him to AAA, probably with somebody in their pitching group that thinks that they can identify something, and it's going to take a little while. So I at least don't anticipate this is going to be, Bob, Joe, something that is, 2 weeks and he's back. I would think that it's going to be longer than a month.
I would agree with that, just because of all the stuff he has to work on. So that leads to the question then, who does close? And is it a committee approach? It seems to be that's the way to go. They have so many lefties out there. I don't know if you can put those in those guys, but I guess Holderman is next, or who's the other guy who was really good? Dennis Santana last year. I thought he was good at times. What do they do?
So, he gives up a run. He was the last man up in a game that they were significantly underneath, but he comes to mind. I'm guessing they try Holderman first, but that's also going to have a quick leash because his body work hasn't actually been anything close to stellar. In fact, you can argue that he's been worse than Bednar in some respects. But I would go to Santana, and Ryan Borucki, believe it or not, has actually been lights out. And I would think that those two guys in the back end of the bullpen, if we're talking about the here and the now and the hot hand and just trying to win games and who on this particular date, April 2nd, are your two best relievers, unfortunately, you're looking at Dennis Santana and Ryan Borucki.
Why not Kyle Nicholas?
He doesn't throw enough strikes.
Well, who does? He has 99-mile-an-hour stuff. And I think I saw last year some really good outings from him as well.
Well, if you're protecting leads and you're going to be given the 9th inning, you got to be able to throw strike one. And you can't be putting, potential tying or go-ahead runs on base by way of free pass. The last thing you want to do is come in and ignite an inning or start a rally yourself. But that was the knock on Nicholas. I would say if he's able to reel in what he's got, you're looking at the new closer of the Pirates.
Yeah, he has to reel it in, but you're right. He has the stuff.
In fact, Bob, I was surprised that he was left off the opening day roster, but my bold prediction to some people that asked about it was that Kyle Nicholas would end 2025 as the Pirates closer. So I'm with you. I'm very high on him, and I think that is eventually where he needs to get to. But as we sit here today, to try to win games and to try to stop a 1-5 start to the year, he's not your best option.
Dining with Dan Zangrilli here for the noon hour on Wednesdays. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com. To register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan, why is Jack Sawinski still here and coming off the season he did? And why was he batting leadoff last night? He strikes out looking to open the game, goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. I'm baffled by the whole Sawinski story.
He looked good in the Miami series. He hasn't looked good the first 2 games, obviously, of this Tampa Bay series. Why was he hitting leadoff yesterday? It's because coming into yesterday's game, Pirates leadoff hitters were swinging it at an 0.45 clip. I think it's just trying to find something, throw it up against the wall to see what sticks. I don't think they long-term think of Sawinski as a leadoff man, but I would have kind of stuck with Pham there, but they have problems everywhere. Outside of Reynolds, outside of IKF, why do they have him 9? Good question, because he's hitting .341 as a 9 guy over the last year and a half, so he's going to flourish there. So rock and hard place, do you move him around, and do you take that production and try to put it elsewhere, and then you don't get that production? It's a finicky kind of thing. He, along with Reynolds, have been basically the only 2 guys in Cruz showing spurts of any form of competency in that batter's box at this moment. It has been much of the same, obviously, than what we saw all of last year. There's not been that marked improvement. And listen, Nick Gonzalez, how long is he going to be out?
Well, and it's Adam Frazier. He's leading off again today. And,
right.
So I have the thing about these strikeouts. I thought, with Andy Haynes, he was the guy who was going to be the fall guy because of what happened last year. They brought in new guys, and yet the strikeouts still baffle me how many there are. And I know this is a league today, Dan, where it's swing for the fences and strike out, and people tolerate that. But they don't have the swing for the fences power, and they're still striking out. Why not change that approach, or why is it 10 a game like we saw last night?
I have 25 in the first 2 games of this series.
Just
no,
insane.
and no walks.
Right.
I'm at a loss. I
We
am.
all are. We all
it's
are.
just. I mean, it's as bad as it gets offensively, and the reason why I have, or maybe even had, I don't know if I'm going past tense just yet. It's, the starting pitching is in order, and they've got the hard part down in trying to build a winner. But the fact that they just haven't been able to somehow, some way scrape together league minimum production is the most frustrating part of all this, because I don't see, and maybe you guys disagree, this bridge that's too far to cross, this massive chasm here between them actually being a competitor because of said starting pitching. It's just tweaking and being competent in the bullpen, and it's being competent in run-scoring situations. They don't need to be great. They don't need to be a juggernaut. They just have to do enough to support what, by all indications, is a top 10 pitching staff. So as far as the strikeouts go, man, it's wild. I never saw 5 or 6 to start the year.
It's incredible. Although it's maybe not to this extent predictable, but when you bring in guys like Adam Frazier and Tommy Pham, what do you expect?
Sure.
Right?
And that's pretty much it. That's why I thought the biggest problem looking back was this offseason, is they didn't seize more opportunities to spend more money.
And I'm not – I don't go that far and think that all of your ills can be cured in the offseason. But I agree with you, right? You've got to be able to do more. Your offseason acquisitions as a small market team, that should be cherry on top, accoutrements, right, to the dinner. You need to have your internal guys and your core players realize their potential. Key Brian Hayes, sure, he had a couple of hits, and so far he's off to an okay start. Joey Bart, okay, is he going to repeat what he did last year? But Sawinski, others, how about Jared Triolo? Was hitless going into yesterday, 1 of 3 for as many opportunities as he's been given and for as highly as they think of him. He's got to add more to this offense. Those are drafted or acquired controllable guys that are to be part of their core. You cannot solve all your ills through free agency, whether you're a big market team or whether you're a small market team, but especially if you're a small market team, you have to develop your own.
Well, they haven't done that either.
Correct.
That's the problem.
And that's the biggest area of failure.
They all stink, and they're all off to horrible starts except for Connor Falefa and McCutchen. O'Neal Cruz underachieving. I won't even get to what he's doing in the field. Joey Bart, OPS less than 600. Brian Reynolds, for the second straight year, I might add. He was bad for the first 2 months last year, hitting .230 with a .550 OPS. Endy, nothing. Fraser, nothing. Sawinski, nothing. Hayes, nothing. Pham, nothing. Almost literally nothing. He's batting .95. And Triolo, the same as last year. And then Valdez, I don't even know who he was until 10 minutes ago. And then why was Ji-Wan Bae on the team? I don't get it. Oh, my God, as I read the names out loud, Dan, what has happened here?
And a lot of these guys are internal guys that have been around long enough, or their time to rise to the occasion is here. And if they don't, well, then you've got problems, and I would tend to agree that they do.
Well, let's talk about something that happened today out west, San Diego. They decided to give the guy who finished second to Paul Skeens in Rookie of the Year voting. He had a tremendous year, and by any other year, he probably would have won it. Jackson Merrill gets a 9-year extension for $135 million. That could get up to $200 million potentially. He's a young kid. They believe in him. He also was willing to go beyond his arbitration years, a lot of them.
I think they got 5 free agency years.
Yeah, and to each his own. He has the choices to make. What would that look like if the Pirates seriously wanted to do something like Skeens? What sort of numbers would you think would be there?
I would think.
And would they do it anyway?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, I think that this is the exception to the rule. This is where you stretch, though it's really, really risky to do that with a pitcher for obvious reasons. I think you have you have a palette if it's a position player, like they did to a certain extent with Hayes, but more so with Reynolds. I think for it to even be remotely a possibility with Skeens, I think that number, the baseline minimum, is probably 225, more realistically 250. That's the baseline minimum.
For how many years?
Best case scenario. Ooh.
Because I think he'd want to take it now through arbitration. After
Yeah.
arbitration, that may be a different story.
But he'll have to give back probably at least 2 free agency years. At least. The Pirates, I'm sure, would want 3. But what it does is it at least extends their window as to when they're going to trade him.
Why would he do that? The minute he becomes a free agent, assuming he stays healthy, he has a chance to make $500 million.
He does, and this deal would have to be constructed for him to be able to go out and get another contract. Probably, what is he, 23 right now? You're probably looking at a minimum of 8 years. Ideally, the Pirates would like some sort of team option there to try to get 10. Then he hits free agency, 33 years old. Why would he take the deal? I mean, $225 million guaranteed is significant. It's not going to be 100. It's not going to be 150. So that's, like I said, that's where the barest minimum comes from. Probably 225 with the ability to go out and get another 300.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, though, that won't happen. Okay, unless they show us it will happen.
He strikes me as a guy, Bob, who's going to bet on himself.
I'm sure. That's the way he sounds. So to that point, that's where I was really frustrated with this offseason. If you have him here for the limited amount of time you do, knowing that he won't agree to anything beyond that, that's where they need to operate as if they have a first-year rookie quarterback who's an all-pro. You have a young guy making less than $1 million. That gives you freedom financially to do a lot of things.
It does. And I actually believe that the owner is aware of that, and he believes that. And I don't know, maybe I'm getting hoodwinked here, but what really scares me more than anything is if you would make a regime change, and right, I mean, we're probably closer to that than we are not. What happens when a new general manager comes in here or a new philosophy comes in here? What they're looking to do is they're looking to tear it down, take the few assets that they have that the outgoing general manager leaves them and parlay them into something that you
well,
can...
hopefully you would bring someone in with the mission of, listen, we've had all these picks. We have allegedly all these prospects. We need someone to take us to the next level here, not tear it down again.
And not many general managers are coming into a new situation where they're having to work with what the previous regime gave them and try to make chicken salad out of whatever has been left behind.
Right.
And here's the other thing. We say Skeens, he's got 5-6 years of control, but really it's almost 4. Because if you aren't doing the things that you need to do, and if your organization is not in a healthy place, as time goes on, you look at this asset as your biggest chip to be able to flip and move to retool your organization and get them where they need to be.
Garrett Cole had 2 years left on his deal when they traded him.
Correct. So that 6-year window that we talk about, that's assuming that you take it all the way to free agency and you don't move the guy trying to get something in return. And we know that probably with 2 years left of control, Cole being the example that you just gave there, Joe, that's when you're looking. So it turns from 0 to 6. It turns out to be a 4-year guy at that time. And listen, I don't want to get the cart before the horse here, and I think it's silly to work on all those hypotheticals. But if they don't get this thing turned around here, man, I mean, those are the type of scenarios that you are forcing yourself into. You box yourself into a corner if you don't get this right sooner rather than later.
Dan, we appreciate the time.
Dining with Dan, a lot to get into right there. So we look forward to some really good entrees coming up in the next couple of weeks.
We didn't even get into the third base coaches, where Mike Rebelgo has picked up the grand tradition of Goey Schofield and Rick Gofield. Did these guys know to stop people ever at third base? Can Shelty hand them a stop sign? Huh? There's Ron, Bob. Do you hear him?
I hear him.
It sounds like he's from Florida.
Yeah.
Is he related to Billy Cook?
I think
he
that's
might
his
be his dad
long-lost
or
son.
grandson.
That's his long-lost son. Rebelgo.
It's Rebello.
I know. Shelton said after he sent Pham an extra innings that it was an inadvertent send. Like he accidentally started windmilling?
Like there was a glitch in the system?
Yeah. What is he, a robot at third? What is happening, Dan, with their base running?
Well, yeah.
I know they've stolen some bases. That's wonderful. But they don't move runners along. Guys that get on base don't seem to score. And then these base running gaffes, sending guys home who have no chance to score. It's mind-boggling.
I think it's in unnecessarily selling out to metrics and data and risk and not allowing the moment and true baseball common sense to take hold of the moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Look forward to the pregame show coming up.
Giddy up.
What time does it start today?
It's on KDKAM right now.
Right now?
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
What a nice man he is, huh, Bob?
Dining with Dan, Wednesdays at
That's
noon.
a great name you came up with, and I commend you for that. Up next, we're going to solve a mystery here. The big boy, Mark Cabali. A lot of people felt like he fell asleep next to Mike Tomlin.
It was a joke.
At the owners' meetings. What really happened? Was he on illegal substances, Bob? Was he sleeping? Was he trying to gain attention for the McAfee show, or was it just an understandable glitch in the system there?
We will reveal the answer coming up.
We'll have Cabali coming up next. First, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And I want to tell you about the Good Feet stores. And as I've said many times here, for a while, the joints of my big toes hurt. Didn't want to go through any exercise regimen. A lot of things can go wrong with a foot. You know that. Plantar fasciitis, that became famous here at one point. Pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be. Nothing ruins an exercise regimen like foot pain. It's like, forget it. My feet hurt. Well, my pain lessened when I went to see the people at the Good Feet store. When they introduced me to the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Worked for me, could work for you, no matter what the issue might be. You can go to goodfeet.com to get the lowdown. You can visit one of the stores. Robinson Town Center across from IKEA is where I went. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. So check it out. Start with goodfeet.com. Maybe visit a store. It's all designed, by the way, around your shoes, your feet, obviously. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. They design it to your needs. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins will play against St. Louis. That game will be tomorrow as the Penguins are still currently practicing, or were currently practicing in Cranberry just a little bit ago, as it's Pens and Blues tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Penguins won against Ottawa in overtime on Sunday, 1-0 on a Sidney Crosby game-winning goal. Multiple rule changes in the NFL and rules that were passed, but the one that did not and was tabled for a later discussion is the tush push, with the Steelers currently one of the teams that are against the tush push. The kickoff on a touchback is going to be pushed from the 30 now to the 35-yard line. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running. Our Pirates are here.
He struck him out. Inside again. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeets. Inside again.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alexander Ovechkin is 3 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky's all-time goals scored record and 4 away from breaking it with 8 games to go. But something happened on the march to history. The Capitals became a Stanley Cup contender, netting the second most points in the league behind only Winnipeg. My question, can the team keep up this momentum when Ovechkin's chase of the Great One eventually ends? I'm Maggie Gray.
Paid for by government. Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-222-3967, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-3967. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
$1 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-896-4200. That's 800-896-4200. 800-896-4200.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Bresman, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you going to do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts.
If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, we have some very exciting news. Mark Cabali's going to join us. He's coming back from the airport, from the owners' meetings, where he either fell asleep or had something horrible happen to him, or was doing it intentionally to drum up business for the McAfee show. I don't know which, or it just happened. What's your gut feel, Bob? Just so people know, there was video and photos of Cabali, who got prime seating next to Tomlin at Tomlin's media address at the owners' meetings in Florida, and then proceeded to, well, do one of those things. It looked like he was sleeping for sure. I don't know. I'm leaning toward this was trying to drum up more, maybe more publicity for McAfee. How do you feel, Bob?
I mean, that is certainly a consideration, but I think more likely he had to fly down there late. He had to get up early. As I said, these things are very early, and if you don't get there early enough, you get kind of boxed out. So my guess is he got there early, ate some breakfast, sat down at the seat well ahead of Mike Tomlin, and then he was very kind of in and out of consciousness waiting for that to happen, and it carried over to when he was talking. So I don't think that he staged this in any way. I think it was just a function of being too early in the morning, and he strikes me as a late-night guy.
Limits, you failed to add Noah Heil's follow-up quote on the McCutchen is on the field taking grounders at first base. He added, I'm like 90% sure he's just messing around, but it's still an interesting visual.
What?
Yes, he added that.
Was it April 1st still?
Did he write it? He wrote it underneath his tweet a little bit after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He added that. So still, I guess, a 10% chance, Bob, and we spent the whole segment taking that seriously. I'm not blaming you, Limits, but we should add this
I never took it seriously to begin with because I don't think he is equipped, physically right now to play any position, which is why he's not played a position. So I don't know what the reason was, but certainly when it first came out, because they don't have a first baseman. For example, if they had a stud at first base and he's over there taking grounders, you wouldn't probably write much into it.
They could have again. They have a 5'9" guy who nobody knew of until 5 minutes ago playing first base. So why wouldn't McCutchen take? You know what I mean? You're right. It's the context of it. Anybody over there taking grounders wouldn't surprise us. And who knows? There's still a 10% chance it's serious, right?
Yeah, it could be, but I doubt it. In fact, I would bet that that's not going to happen. I think it was just what it was.
Me too. How else are you, Bob? You doing well today so far?
Yeah, we're doing, hopefully today will be a good day for Skeens and the offense. He has to have the offense. You can't win if you don't score. So.
Yeah. Are you optimistic with that lineup? Give me the lineup again if you have it in front of you.
I think it was, I don't have it in front of me, it was Frazier leading off.
Yeah.
Followed by Reynolds, then Cruz, Tommy Pham, your leadoff hitter. And then I forget the rest of it, but it was
I have it
Triolo
here. Adam Frazier, Brian Reynolds, Cruz, Tommy Pham as your cleanup hitter batting .095. Sawinski, Key Brian Hayes, Endy Rodriguez, Jared Triolo, and Kiner Falefa. And I meant to ask Dan this because I agree with you. Paul Skeens should be hitting.
Yeah, I'm not
joking about that.
I'm not joking either. I think if he has a good track record of being. Now, they'll tell you that his sole mission is to pitch and all aspects of his attention go there. That's fine. Except in this day and age, we've seen people like Travis Hunter come around, people playing two different positions. Ohtani, and I'm not suggesting that's the case here. But what I am suggesting is in this time of need, I'm sure they won't take that chance. But
if you gave Paul Skeens an offseason to ramp up as a hitter, I think he'd be the fourth or fifth best hitter in this lineup. That's what I think. And I'll go back to some quotes that the Air Force coach gave me about Skeens. He would have been a first-round pick as a catcher.
Well, I know
and hitter.
He's really good. That's what I'm saying. It's not just any hitter we're talking about. We're talking about Skeens as a hitter, especially what you saw in his career at college. But that's only out of desperation do we mention these things because they get no hitting from anywhere. And normally you wouldn't even consider that with him.
I mean, I was thinking about it the day they drafted him, to be honest with you. Mark Kozlowski's the Air Force coach, Bob, who coached Skeens, and Jay Johnson was his coach at LSU, where Skeens won a national championship. Both of those guys, particularly Johnson, have coached major league draft picks who are hitters. And I asked both of those guys 1 year ago, could Skeens be Pittsburgh's version of Ohtani? And here's what Johnson said. You ready?
Go ahead.
He's coached 61 major league draft picks in his career. He said, I would never bet against him for anything. He's got the talent and competitive nature to do it. I will say this. He said, I think, pitching is obviously where you want him. But Jay Johnson, the LSU coach, added, I will say this. If you were in the old National League rules, you definitely have the best hitting pitcher in all of baseball, and he would not be batting ninth in any order if he was hitting. I'll tell you that. And he wasn't joking. I half-jokingly suggested to him that Skeens would be batting cleanup for the Pirates. And the other guy, Kozlowski from the airport, says, believe me, he could do it. He could hit, meaning he could hit
and if
in
Joe
Major
Madden
League
were
Baseball.
the manager, he'd be batting cleanup. They would move him in a position where he can actually make a difference.
Johnson also said this when Skeens was at LSU. He said, we decided to go with all pitching, and we could not have won without him pitching. But I stand by this, his coach at LSU said. If he was just a hitter for us in his last year here, he would have hit 25 to 30 home runs and been a first-team All-American position player, Bob.
Yeah.
Give him a month or two to ramp up and let him hit. And I promise you that this guy would be better than some of the hitters in this lineup.
I'm not going to rule
crazy.
that out. It's not crazy, but they're not going to do it. That's simply the way that goes. But given these difficult times they're having offensively, I mean, you got to be creative about some of this stuff too.
Mark Cabali has entered the studio.
He is.
The drama is building. We're going to have him on live at the top of the hour, and he's going to join us for the whole 1 o'clock hour, not only regarding the owners' meeting incident, but also the Steelers draft, the pending Aaron Rodgers signing, which looks all but done right now, everything. Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your amazing generosity during our 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. You provided nearly 260,000 meals to our neighbors in need. Special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. And that all went to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who distributed the meals. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted and plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Join us Friday on Federal Street for opening day. Nova Place is just steps from PNC Park, a short walk to Acrisure Stadium located along South Commons. Prepay and reserve your parking at Nova Place Garage on Spot Hero. The best place is an easy exit. The best part is an easy exit, I should say, in any direction after your event without getting stuck in traffic near the stadiums. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sports events, concerts, and more. Bob, you're officially on the clock.
Yes, I am, Joe. And I'm excited to share some great news at this point from West Shore Home, a company based in Western Pennsylvania. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects, whatever. And the best part about them, employee installers, so no subcontractors ever. This week, you can save 25% on your project, and to make it even better, go to westshorehome.com/fan. You'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 this week.
Well, I thank you, Bob, for your kindness. Mark Cabali coming up next. First, I got a message from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. It's the best place to bet on sports. And, man, you won't find many weeks more loaded than this one. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions. Hump Day parlays today, golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Anything you like. The Yankees are coming to town with those torpedo bats. How about betting on some home runs there? Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New rule changes in the NFL that are going to take effect next season include the touchback rule being moved from the 30 to the 35-yard line if there ends up being a result on the new dynamic kickoff rule. Also, the idea to ban the tush push has been pushed back to a later date. It could be in May that the NFL owners end up deliberating again on the tush push and might end up finding a realistic solution. The Lions' proposal has been tossed down for the idea of reseeding the playoffs or seeding the playoffs to begin with, not based off of division winners, but based off of the best records. That was shot down. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back. not your wallet.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moments away from first pitch in Tampa Bay with the Rays playing at the Yankees spring training facility at George Steinbrenner Field this season due to the Tropicana Field being damaged due to the hurricane. Not able to play in the Trop all season long. Paul Skeens will pitch for the Pirates. First pitch in 5 minutes. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. It is Skeens' second start, went 5 1/3 on opening day and allowed 2 earned runs. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Mark Cavalli joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was a joke.
Well, that's the question, isn't it, Mr. Mark Cavalli? Fresh
from Florida.
Fresh off a long trip from Florida today. He took 2 airplanes. Did everything go well there? And I had a little confrontation on the way back from Florida the other day because I was on Southwest and it became problematic. Nobody likes
it wasn't both ways. It was empty seats all over the place, and I appreciate you offer me to come in here, and this cabinet falls on my ankle and almost breaks my ankle as soon as I come in here.
You don't need that to happen again.
My goodness, that clobbered me right in the ankle.
I know.
Maybe that's because I ate some of that pizza already. That's the only reason why I came in. I was driving by, and Limits said, I'm coming on. I'm like, I'm driving by, and I'm thinking, wait a second, it's pizza day.
Yeah, man. Slice some Broadway. But there's more important matters to attend to. You were involved in a social media moment the other day.
Really?
You were at the owners' meetings. I'm sure you know this, and you've already talked with Doran Dickerson on our air, but we want to hear the story for ourselves because Bob and I are skeptical. You got the front row seat next to Tomlin at his media address. Next thing anybody knew, it certainly looked like you were sleeping sitting next to Tomlin. It's led to many theories. Was Mark on illegal substances? Was Mark sleeping? Was Mark staging this for the benefit of the Pat McAfee show? We know that you're a blue check. We know that every engagement you get, I think you get money. That's what people are saying. What happened the other day when you were seated next to Tomlin and we all saw the photos and the video? The floor is yours, my friend.
Do you want the Cliff's Notes version or from the beginning?
From the beginning?
Well, like I told you before, I've been there and I know how early those things are. I think that contributed to it.
Yeah.
All right. The day before Sunday, Mike Tomlin talked to about 8 to 10 of us local guys there. 25 minutes, sat down, very similar place. It might have been the same actual room. And went over everything, everything possible. So there's nothing else you could really ask him at that point. During this engagement, I asked a question. I was right across from him. As I started to ask the question, he gave me that Mike Tomlin glare, big eyes, just like staring into my soul. Then I start like stammering and stuttering. And I finally got it out, and everybody's laughing at me. So fast forward to the next day. 7:45 a.m., this breakfast, they call it, with all the coaches. I get there early. There's a million people around Mike Tomlin. Small room. You could tell it was hot because you saw Mike Tomlin's sweaty head. people jammed all over the place. I end up saying, okay, I'm here early. I'm sitting right next to Mike Tomlin because I don't want him glaring into my eyes again and me stuttering and stammering again as he's staring into my soul. I can at least glance off to the side a little bit. But then I'm thinking, wait a second, I can't videotape him because I couldn't videotape him the day before. We're not allowed to. So we start there, and we're talking. I'm having, you look real closely, Joe. My phone is like this, and it's hard to say on the radio, but it's tilted here so I can see what he's doing. Meanwhile, as I'm taping him, I am processing some of the things that were being asked him, while also thinking, we asked him 25 minutes worth of questions yesterday. What else do I need to ask him? So I'm thinking. The great Mike DeFabo decides to take a video at that point, post it, and it looks like I'm sleeping when I'm really just in deep thought thinking, what am I going to ask him next, while glaring at my phone to make sure I have him in frame so I could post some of the video. And that was it. Then it just absolutely went crazy.
But you like the fact that it went crazy, right?
At first it was fun, but after the 400 millionth time, somebody's like, you sleeping piece of garbage, you got the best job in the world, and you can't even stay up. It gets a little frustrating there.
You have to learn to not pay attention to that stuff.
Bob, you've heard the testimony. Let the cross-examination begin. What's your question? I've got some.
My only question would be, you pointed your camera in direction.
Yeah, I was real close to him, so I had to go like this to get that bad angle. If you see him close to me.
You don't strike me as someone, however, that would be afraid of looking straight into his eyes.
Yeah, but he just glared in my soul the other day.
See, that's the flimsy part of the argument.
No, it was.
What do you care what somebody glares into your soul?
I have the audio.
And how is it going to? How is sitting closer to him?
So I didn't have to make eye contact. If he was glaring at me, I could have just turned to the side a little bit.
You could have stood behind him.
So I was rattled. I didn't want to stand because people were jamming it.
But those who have doubts said you picked that seat right next to him, so it's convenient to take a picture if you happen to delve off.
It's a funny thing you should say that because Alan Saunders was sitting right next to me.
The alley cat.
And I said, Alan, I got to be very careful of my facial expressions during this because there's 5 cameras in front of me.
That's a good point.
I said, I got to be very careful of this. And meanwhile, 2 seconds later, I don't listen to my own advice.
Okay, I need to hear the following statement. I, with your right hand raised, I, Mark Cabali. Mark Cabali was not asleep next to Mike Tomlin.
I was not asleep. I'll bet anything in the world.
No,
anything's possible.
Joe,
hold on. Now,
I've talked to sleep experts. I have an authority on this. The sleep expert said if you fell asleep, your head would immediately go down.
Maybe my mouth was open.
He did, and then when Tomlin talked, he perked up like someone had injected him with caffeine.
He won't admit this, but I think the time of this thing, it's early in the morning, too. You may just close your eyes. All it takes is one picture, which is not necessarily true of the same story. I am not representing Mark Cabali. I'm just giving you that.
Listen.
He also just protested too much. I asked him for a simple explanation, and he went overboard.
No, I just told you every single thing that happened. After this happened, I'm getting text messages from certain former players laughing at me, and I said, yeah, trust me, you've been in his room when he's droning on. You tend to, lose the state of not consciousness, lose your ability to pay attention. They're like,
did you snooze off for a brief moment?
No, I just woke up like 20 minutes before that.
That adds to my point.
Well,
you're still tired.
See,
I was not tired.
You were tired.
I did not even take a nap. No, I did not sleep. It had nothing to do with I videotaped it, which I normally don't do, but I knew that if I videotaped it, the show, Pat would use it or could use it, so especially with Rodgers. So that's why I videotaped it.
All right.
You have to understand, it was in a corner, too, so there was very little room. Joe Rudder was rubbing his belly on me the whole time during this thing, too, so this could have had an effect, too.
Was any part of it staged to increase engagement, to make it look like you were sleeping?
No, I didn't know anything till after the fact. I left.
You would need to call in another witness, and that would be Mike DeFabo. He took the picture.
Yeah. Judy Batista was there. Rudder was there.
Yeah, everybody was there, but they were behind me. There wasn't many people in front of me because it was in a corner spot. So there wasn't many people in front of me. I don't know how I got that seat. I was there early.
Well, you staked it out. Were you drugged in any way?
I'm trying to think where we did the night before that.
So, okay.
No, I didn't do anything. I got. Was that Sunday?
I'll leave you with this.
Yeah, I might have had a margarita, but I'm not like drunk 12 hours later.
Right, but I'll leave you with this, is that you acknowledge that the reason the photo came out looking like it did is because when you start to think, when the wheels are turning, what happens? Your eyes go to the top of your head?
No, I was just, you see me a lot with, Pony posted every time I do it. I mean, Mike Williams last year in Washington, I was like, looked like I had broken my leg, the facial expression. Deontay Johnson, when he was ripping on the refs, and I was like, oh, God, Deontay, what are you saying? You're going to get fined. And that was all over.
Squinting, yeah, you just
ESPN.
squinted, yeah.
But I was in deep thought thinking, who do I need to ask? Should I ask about the cornerback? Some random person, because we already covered 25 minutes and an extra 20 minutes. We're 45 minutes into talking to Mike Tomlin. There's nothing new coming out of it. I'm thinking, okay, what can I ask and be interesting? Oh, how's Akko Inibu doing, or whatever that was your two favorite. What I'm saying? I was just trying to think about something you could use later on.
Bob, what are you left with here?
Man, it's a big day, maybe for some edge rushers like Ade and Iko, man, who just got here.
Mark.
Bob, what are you left with?
I'm left with thinking that Mark is being honest.
Okay.
And I am. I think so.
I did set up the old candy one. I did that on purpose.
You didn't expect that kind of response, though. He was pretty sharp with that response. He looked
why don't we take a listen to that, Mark? Here we go. When you said DK Metcalf eats candy was your question.
That was late in the thing.
Well,
apparently we have the same appetite for candy, me and DK. You hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Apparently he eats 4 or 5 candy bars a day.
Really?
Not me. That's what he said on the podcast.
He wears it a little differently than you.
How about Tomlin?
Tomlin is Tomlin.
I love it.
He left a lot of that one, but I mean, he's quick with those things.
I love it. Did you get a chance to socialize with him?
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. We have our end of the meetings dinner yesterday with some of the higher ups.
Wouldn't you agree with me though? He's much more.
He had no idea, by the way, zero clue about the meme action. Now Omar, he had no inkling whatsoever. You think that he pays attention what anybody says? If he didn't know that meme existed, if that was the case, he would have said something to me. If he didn't know that, he doesn't pay attention to anything.
Did Omar think it was funny?
He said, as soon as I walked in, after I was talking to somebody else. I was late to the Omar thing by like 2 minutes. They were waiting for me. And he goes, hey, see any good memes lately? I'm like,
that's a good line, too. Bob, now I'm curious about this. So you sat down for an informal meal with Omar, Mike, and the media.
A bunch of,
How did that go?
That's the Rooney dinner.
Yeah, the Rooney dinner.
The Rooney dinner, okay. Some of us haven't been invited, have we, Limits?
You have to go down there.
I want to go.
You have to go down there and cover it.
Yeah, I mean, there's like...
Or fall asleep during it, yes.
Like Art and Mike and Omar and Roger Goodell was there, national media.
So who sat around Mike?
It's a very strict seating chart.
Yeah.
So you have to sit at table 1, 2, or 3. I got bumped up to 2. I was off the kiddie table. So it was me, Max Starks, Dolak, Omar. I can't remember who else. Lawley, maybe.
Who?
Now Omar and Lawley. They were there, and
Bert
was there too.
Bert, yeah.
Table 1 was the heavy hitters, like Mike, Art, his wife.
That's where Bob would have been.
Goodell.
Any media?
And the national guys like Sam Farmer and Mark Maskey and Judy Batista. Those are the big-time hitters.
I'm surprised Dulac doesn't get to that table, and Bob absolutely would have been at that
I don't know.
table.
I think Dulac, I think he gets a little, not perturbed, but I think he would like to be in that table.
He would be uncomfortable, though, probably in it. That's how it is when you're
He wouldn't be uncomfortable. He lives for that.
No,
Bob.
I understand that, but he may just want to say, I'm fine here,
Did you get to the big table when you went?
I've been there a few times, yes.
The big table?
I don't know about the big table, no.
The big boys table?
I would be in a number 2 table.
I do have the videos of Bob about 5-7 years ago.
You're gonna delete
what
that
was
now.
he doing?
Dancing
delete that
at the
now.
NFL media.
With who?
Himself. He was dancing like Bruno Mars. It was at the NFL. What's that called? The party.
The party.
And of all people who were there the other day was Serena Williams, Venus Williams, and Guy Fieri. I was so enamored by Guy Fieri.
Who's Guy Fieri?
Who's Guy Fieri?
diners, drives, all that show he does on the Food
famous
Network.
chef?
What? Do you know who he is, Limits?
Oh, come
Guy
on.
Fieri, yeah.
Everybody
The
knows
chef.
who Guy Fieri is.
He's a big sports fan, too.
Yeah, I think he's tight with Glazer, who's also tight with
Tomlin.
McVay.
Now, have you ever just sat down with Tomlin and had a drink at camp or anywhere and just
maybe
BS'd with him and
maybe
had
15
fun?
years ago,
Yeah.
when he was first there, he would be at Dino's and we'd be talking Karate Kid and stuff like that. He's a big Seinfeld
By
guy.
the way, to clarify, I was not
Is he?
dancing by myself.
Oh, there was one that was I
It was Missy
got
Matthews. There was a song.
There was
and we
one with
wanted
Missy.
to dance, so we danced.
There was one with Missy, and there was one where you were definitely dancing to Bruno Mars. And put it this way, he put it online.
I think I remember
the
that.
next
yeah.
morning, it was gone. I'm like, Bob, what happened? He goes, my wife called me.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
So, hold
I
on.
was having a little bit too much fun that night, I think.
Rewind again. Tomlin is a big Seinfeld guy.
Yeah, Seinfeld, Karate Kid, those 80s movies. Oh, no, now he's a big gymnastics because his daughter's.
Yeah, and she's doing really well.
I think they're in the tournament in Seattle this weekend. I guess she's a freshman, and she's actually in the starting lineup.
And his son is making an impression, yes?
Yeah, apparently he had a pretty good pro day, and I don't think Mike was very.
What?
He was a little surprised at how well of a pro day his kid had.
That's awesome, actually.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we can move on, Bob. I'm left with some suspicions as much as I like this guy sitting across from me.
It felt like it was Matlock or something here today.
No, I believe you, Mark.
Perry.
I don't, actually.
Perry.
I'm going to move on. Perry Como.
No, Perry Como's a singer. Perry, what was it? Come on, Bob. The lawyer, Perry something.
The show.
Oh, I know.
Perry. I thought it was Perry Como.
Perry Nelson? No. What is it?
Perry.
Everybody in the radio.
Someone on the text line will figure it out. I can't think of the
They're
name.
yelling at
It's
us
a
right now.
detective show.
I don't know. If it's not NCIS or Chicago PD, I'm left out to dry.
Perry Mason?
Perry Mason. There you go.
Perry Mason, that's it.
Woohoo!
All right, let's move to the important stuff. Percent chance that Aaron Rodgers is coming here up to what, 99, 100?
I'm saying maybe a click over 99. I think they truly believe that it's a 99% plus possibility.
Do you believe there's a handshake agreement already taking place?
I think put it this way. I think they truly are believing that is, but they're not going to come out and say publicly because how bad would that look if the 41-year-old with who you already said that almost a handshake agreement said, nah, I'm doing something else. You would look really even worse than you do now, right?
As Pony said yesterday, Art already has parted ways with Steeler tradition by talking about a free agent with a pending deal. They never do that. So wouldn't he look horrible anyways by going as far as he did yesterday?
Yeah.
If Rodgers didn't sign here?
I think Art knows. Everybody knows. So he was able to give a little sound bite there to add a little bit of color to it. I do truly believe that they think it's a done deal. It's just a matter of when.
Will the number on the contract, the annual salary, start with a 3 or a 4?
It should be 3, right?
If it's 3, it's going to be low 3. It might be at the 3.
That's what I said.
It's not going to be crazy.
You don't think $40 million a year?
It's not Dak Millions. Dak Prescott money. It's not going to be Joe Burrow money, but it's not going to be Justin Fields money either.
See, I'll be surprised if it's below $40 million a year.
I don't think so.
Is it going to be for more than 1 year?
I think isn't the Jets still on the books for some of his salary because they released it?
I saw a little bit of that, but I'm not sure how much. That would be the second year in a row that they're getting help from another team, but it is a 1-year proposition, right? And they still have to deal with their quarterback issue moving forward at some point.
Yeah, I mean they have what, $35 million under the cap. I mean, they got plenty of money to spend because they can still restructure contracts as well. The money's not the issue right now. So they always spend to the limit. So if you're looking at, they have $34 million, they need 10 in excess to get through the season. You're looking $30 million. I would say 1 for 30. I don't know if they would go 2 just to spread it out more. I don't think they would do that. 2 for 60, but next year's just a voided year. I mean, I don't know if they would go that route, but they could do that to save money this year.
And have we reached the point now where you're convinced that he'll have both Metcalf and Pickens, not trading Pickens?
Unless George just goes absolutely crazy and says, I want out, I want out, I want out. I asked Tomlin, I said, have you talked to George? Because I've talked to him many a times, but not about DK. I don't think they have they have zero interest in trading him. Now, if things get a little pretentious between now and
so they're going
draft,
to
maybe, but they have no thought about trading him right now.
Even though they might be able to, recoup a pick now that they could use in this year's draft, or do they play it out? And then if it's a good season, can they franchise him? Will
I
they
think
franchise
they would
him?
franchise.
It's a lot of
It would
money.
be 25, but what are you doing? If he has a good season and he leaves free agency, you're going to get a third-round pick for him next year in a comp pick selection. What was the best you get for him this year? A 2, if you're lucky?
You don't think there's even a remote chance that they'll have, like the Bengals, 2 highly paid receivers, do you?
That's a lot of money.
But
you got to find your next quarterback, too. You have to find your next quarterback.
But the Metcalf deal really turned out to be not that exorbitant in the end. It's only guaranteed 2 years, I think.
But it's what the market is, too.
Yeah, you know what? Now you think about it, I think that I wouldn't take that off the board just for the fact if you can get that entry-level quarterback, you got money to spend someplace else, right?
That would be the key,
that
but it has to be solved here now or next year for sure.
It's going to be solved. I mean, regardless, if you even go – I don't think they're going quarter. I'm almost – sorry, Joe.
No dart for you, Joe.
We're close into the 90% they're not taking a quarterback in the first round. They might go third, fourth, or whatever, but I don't – what I'm under the understanding is they're not interested in a quarterback in the first round. So that means you're going that route of drafting next year, and he's going to have to sit a year anyways, and Mason might be your quarterback next year.
Let me ask this question differently then. You say they're not interested in a quarterback in the first round. Are they not interested because of where they reside at pick number 21, or would they be interested if they happen to move up?
Excellent question, Bob.
I don't think they're interested because he's Jackson Dart. Okay, maybe he's good, but he's not a surefire. He's a Kenny Pickett clone-ish. People were talking about him being.
I find that rather insulting.
Well, some people are saying he's a worse version of Kenny Pickett.
I know, and some people are saying he's Bo Nix or Jalen Hurts.
If you do Jackson Dart, you have to commit to him 3 years minimum.
Well, here's my question, because Limits brings this up. What's the difference if they take somebody at 15 next year? Are you reaching then to? I think we've come to a point where people are so traumatized by Kenny Pickett that unless they get a top 5 pick, everybody else they take is going to be, what are you reaching for Pickett again? This is going to take a year. He's going to have to do, are you sure next year's crop is that much better in the middle of the first round?
I'm not sure next year's crop's any good. I'm not sure if you don't find somebody in the second round this year, it would be better. I mean, that's why I'm always against tanking. Tank for a top 10 pick to get a quarterback. There's no guarantee you're getting anybody if you tank.
But that's your best chance.
Is it?
Yes.
Who was the last I think the last I'll tell you, Eli Manning was the last top 10 pick quarterback to win a Super Bowl. Everybody else has been 10 up.
Every one of those Lombardi trophies over there was born of bad seasons, so you could get a quarterback.
What I'm saying is history is stating over the past 18 years that somebody past the 10th overall pick is winning the Super Bowl. You don't have to have 1 through 10.
Tom Brady's also won 7 out of those 17 or 18, though.
Well,
I mean that's close to half.
I mean, Mahomes, I'm saying you put Mahomes in there, what was he, 11, 12?
Okay, let's put top 12 then, and then that includes Ben and Mahomes.
Well, I'm just saying top 10. We go even numbers in the United States.
You got to have, for the most part, have a losing season to get that guy. For the most part.
You're at least in a better position if that happens by virtue of where the draft puts you.
Yeah.
That's it. But tanking is a tough proposition. I think it's not as easy as it seems because it still comes down to making the right choices. And that doesn't matter if you're drafting 10th, 29th. You still have to hit on these picks, whatever they may be.
It worked for Cincinnati and Buffalo and, many other teams.
Wow, Buffalo. Buffalo were fortunate, right? A lot of people weren't very happy with the Josh Allen pick at the time, right?
Yeah, but the only reason they were in position is because they were a horrible team.
And what only matters is if the club is right, and they were right.
There was wasn't there a bunch of other quarterbacks taken that draft to end up stinking? Top first rounder? I can't remember that draft specifically. I thought there was a lot of hit and misses on that one. I mean, the one with Josh Rosen, too.
Yeah, you could make a lot of mistakes in this situation.
Remember him?
Yes.
Sure you could. But you want a losing
you look at
season
Trey Lance,
would give the Steelers their best chance to get a
I
quarterback.
understand that, but I'm just saying, put you in a better position.
Yeah, you know what else would help, though? If you do have that core in place, and say Aaron Rodgers is even a shell of his MVP type self, then you're cooking with gas, brother. I mean,
I
understand that.
There's still a possibility that if he gets properly protected, he can he can deliver the ball where it has to be.
The arm's not a problem.
The arm is not, and neither is the brain, as Ben Roethlisberger.
And I don't think the legs are either, because I think last year he dealt with multiple injuries.
Now we're trying to talk ourselves into Aaron. If I had asked you this on the last day of the season, you would have been saying if I had asked you this right after
February 24th, I think I tweeted.
Yeah, if I had asked you this right after the Steeler-Jet game last year when he threw two balls to Beanie, what would you have said? This guy would look good in black and gold?
Well, not at the time, because Russell was looking good at that time. But what I'm saying is he has the ability. The problem is he's 41, right?
He'll be 42 by the season.
He'll be 42. And those injuries that he had to deal with last year, and there was a bunch of nagging ones, can easily pop up again.
That happens with our bodies, doesn't it? And then there's a guy like Tyler Shuck, who's older than Ron Cook going into this draft. Do you think they'll take a guy like him in the second or third round?
Brandon Whedon, right? 2.0.
Right.
I think Jalen Milroe has, if you're going to put one name out there that they seem to be high on, maybe he's it later. I don't know if that's the right call either.
I don't know. I mean, Will Howard, I don't think. I wouldn't think so. I don't even know who else is left there that's in that middle round without just throwing away a pick. At this, I agree. You have to find somebody. If you can take a Milroe in the fourth, if he gets there, I don't know if he will or not. That's not bad. Then you follow that up next year with somebody.
Right, you can do that.
Then
also.
all of a sudden you don't have to turn over your room every single year, right?
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The big boy, Mark Cabali, joining us here in studio on his way back from the owners' meetings. He stopped off.
How about that? Dedicated.
What a dedicated man, Bob, huh? He stops off.
You were questioning my sleep. If I was so tired, I would be sleeping right here, Joe.
That's actually a pretty good point if we were in a courtroom. That could be used as testimony, Bob.
Sure could.
Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. I'm going to ask Mark next. There's a Roman Wilson item from Tomlin today on the team's website. He remains a subject of curiosity. Let's talk to the big boy about him. If you're heading to the game Friday, stop by Federal Street and say hi to Joe. It says Pomp and Joe, but Pomp won't be there.
I'll be there, just not then. I got stuff that I have to do.
Yeah, no, I'm not blaming you.
Yes,
I'm just saying.
You take every opportunity to remember I'm part-time Pomp. Okay, I get it. I am. That's what the deal was coming into this.
I tell everybody that. Listen,
part-time Pomp, baby. You know me.
I don't want to give people false hope, Bob. It's just going to be little old me. Perhaps Donnie Football, I understand, may pay a visit there. The Fan will be live from 10 to 3 p.m. before we turn it over to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and you better believe I'm going over there after the game. Our broadcast coverage on opening day is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery and Mike's Beer Bar. Meet your friends at Mike's before the game. I'll be there as well. I'm making all the stops. In fact, at Mike's, Bob, I go for the steak and shrimp. Have you been there where you cook your own steak?
I'm not very good at that, though. I don't trust myself. I need some help.
I love that. I'll help you. And right now the time is 1:33. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Bob, the floor is yours.
Yes, Joe. I want to talk to you about some exciting news with some great news from West Shore Home, a company based in Western Pennsylvania. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects. The best part, employee installers, so no subcontractors ever. And this week you can save 25% on your project and make it even better. Go to westshorehome.com/fan. You'll receive an additional $500 if you do that. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 this week.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates are on the board, Joe, as Adam Frazier drives in a run. That's what drew my excitement, to let you know that it is 1-0 Pirates in the top half of the second.
Might be all they need. Limits with Skeens on the mound.
More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, Joe.
Thank you, Limits. Bob's becoming nicer by the minute. Would you agree with that?
Fully agree with that, yes.
Even at his age, he proves that you can still be nicer as you go along. How nice can he be in the end, though? Is it even possible that he could reach a full 10 out of 10?
Can he reach a full Jerry DePaula and Jeff Hathorn?
He's already there. Bob?
His age?
Yeah. I mean, we're all getting up there a little bit. Even the Kabbalian.
Did you have to throw that in? His age?
How old are you, Kabali? 53? Oh, my God. There's the video of Bob at the owners' meetings from 10 years ago. He's got it.
Do me a favor.
Post that. Please post that.
No, don't do that.
No.
Seriously.
I will not post it.
Don't post it. If you post it, you're going to be banned. You can't do that anymore.
Banned.
Bob.
Bribe him. Blackmail him.
No. I was having fun. Why is that all of a sudden out of bounds?
I think that looks fun. I think it's a great
You ever
video.
dance with Bruno Mars?
Yeah.
Okay.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, as we know. Baseball, basketball, hockey, golf, whatever you want, it's out there. Check out some of their exclusive promotions, hump day parlays, golf profit boost tokens, everything. You got the Yankees coming into town with their torpedo bats. I'm thinking a couple balls are going to leave the yard. That may pay off for you. But right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What? You have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders have gotten all the quarterback attention during NFL draft season. Ole Miss's Jackson Dart showing up in some mock drafts, but keep an eye on another intriguing name. Just a few months ago, Will Howard led the Buckeyes to a national title, but now he's facing the old Ohio State QB conundrum. Was Howard good, or was he just driving a Ferrari of an offense? Quarterbacks always move up close to the draft. Expect to hear Howard's name, for better or worse, as we get closer to April 27th. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KING to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KING to 321-321. That's KING to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Plus, Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails. Turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Camlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mark Cabali, on his way back from the owners' meeting, stopped by the office. Here he is, sitting right across from us.
Just for the pizza, not for the company of you guys.
I promised a Roman Wilson item here, which I now can't find. But Tomlin talked about this and, essentially said he's going to be fighting for a job with Calvin Austin III, and that, his playing time in the end wasn't all about health last season. Mark, some of it was about just not being ready to play.
Yeah, the moving train.
What happened?
I don't know. I remember him back towards the Colts game. So that was early on. That was, week 5, 6?
Yeah.
He was out there working out before the game, and he looked good. He actually looked really good, and he just never got – what did he have, one snap or something all season long? Then he got hurt again. I think it was one of those – I'm just speculating here, but you're not on board. You don't know the game. You don't know the book.
Labriola said that
Sit down.
In a Q&A that he didn't have enough of a grasp of the offense.
One of those phony injuries to – I think they did that to Shazier many years ago. When he got hurt, he never came back to what it was. I still think he has a ton of talent, but that's a guy you can't count on, man. You have to count on the big three. And I think Calvin Austin has now worked his way up to maybe not the big three, but a serviceable, a better than Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller.
Yeah, he made plays when he had a chance to make plays.
Yeah.
And so give him credit for doing that, and you hope that Roman Wilson does the same. And
he's a free agent next year too, Pomp. You got Pickens and Austin are free agents next year.
Well, I think they'll draft a wide receiver this year, though, too. And they'll add to that group. As a preventative measure, too, just to know if you're not going to bring Pickens back at the end of the year, it's somebody else to step right in.
Yeah, the first round's pretty open. I wouldn't rule out running back, but just stuff you hear. If there's any semblance of a defensive lineman who is not just a plugger, a guy that is versatile.
Yeah.
Think Javon Hargrave can play the inside if you need him, flip him to the outside. If that guy's there, I think that's pretty much a lock.
Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. So if Ashton Genty drops to them, do you think the Steelers take him?
They would be very interested, I think. I don't think he's going to get to that point. But
what do you make of that, Bob?
Honestly, you need a running back. You cannot.
But they can find him anywhere. Although I'd be tempted with him. I would.
He is by far, I think, the best. I only think Hampton's maybe a distant two. It's not like he's not bad. But you got, 8 to 10 top-notch running backs? It's still a crapshoot, Joe. You don't know what you're getting with those guys.
And I still think their need for defensive line help is just screaming.
Yeah.
So
but
I think
you got to find a fit there, because if you don't find a fit or a guy that you can play multiple positions, then all of a sudden you got Loudermilk.
There. I thought you meant running back. Running back, you got to find some explosiveness. You got to find a guy who can score on any play.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay found one in the 4th round last year, Bucky Irving. Right, Bob?
You can find them. You have to be good about it, shrewd, figure it out. But again, to me, the pressing needs in this one.
That's what you need. That's why.
I can't believe Sawinski just swung and missed, Bob. I've never seen that before.
He struck out on his first at bat.
Hey, they were winning, so don't complain.
1-0 in the third, and Skeens looks very good through
don't
2.
Complain,
Of course he has. This is their chance to win when Skeens is on the mound.
There's more fans at the Thomas Jefferson 8U baseball team than this game right now. What are they playing in a bandbox?
It's George Steinbrenner Field down in Tampa. That's where they play their minor league games, and
There's 2 teams in Major League Baseball that play in minor league ballparks. Think about that.
Yeah, the Oakland one in Sacramento.
Where else would that happen?
Hey, we saw Jake Wilson get his first career home run on the same exact day, 24 years later, than his father Jack Wilson did.
I can't believe Sawinski just struck out, Bob.
He's
yes,
0
I
for 2
can.
on 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, and he struck out 3 times last night.
About your stadiums, now you got pretty ironic that Pittsburgh has a major league ballpark but a minor league team.
Thank you, Dr. Kamali.
Mark,
did you
good
like
to
that
see you. I'm
horse?
glad you're back. We'll see you
What a
this
wonderful gesture it was for you to come in. Do I owe you anything, Limits?
Limits?
The 50-minute mark.
I thought I already said that. The 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Bob, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow, and I can hardly wait.
Look forward to seeing you guys. Thank you very much. And as we go, let me tell you real quick, I'm excited to share some great news from West Shore Home, a company based in Western Pennsylvania. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, door projects, and the best part, employee installers, so there are no subcontractors ever. This week, you can save 25% on your project, and to make it even better, go to westshorehome.com/fan, and you'll save an additional $500 as well. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save $500 this week.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, fan headlines. Powered
Good night,
by
Bob.
Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, Joe. Good night,
Good night,
Bob. Bye, Kabali.
Good night, Limits.
Pirates
Good night, Kabali.
against the Tampa Bay Rays right now. Currently lead 1-0 top half of the third inning. Keep Brian Hayes at the plate. Well, after Tommy Pham just stole a base runner in scoring position to try to double this lead. You can listen on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to the Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only on iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Phillies host the Rockies tonight at the bank. Taking the home team on the run line is the play we're targeting. Rockies starter Kyle Freeland is coming off an impressive opening day performance, but last year on the road he was an easy fade with an ERA near 6. With one of baseball's best in Zach Wheeler taking the bump for the Phillies, Philly on the run line is the play at -140. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. At Keystone Custom Apparel, they believe in providing quality products to businesses, sports teams, restaurants, school districts, and more through screen printing and embroidery services. With their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavor. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Can't get enough baseball? Start streaming MLB Network today. Get up to 15 out-of-market games a week live on any device, plus 24/7 access to MLB Network's award-winning shows, including live game look-ins and exclusive player interviews. And hear live radio play-by-play from all 30 clubs with MLB at Bat. Enjoy the home of baseball from virtually anywhere. Plans start as low as $5.99 per month. Sign up now at MLBnetwork.com/stream. Available in the U.S. only. Blackout restriction applies. Visit MLB.com/subscribe
subscribe for full terms and conditions.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you going to do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you going to do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Diabetes, high
blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Through 3 innings down in Tampa, the Pirates lead the Rays 1-0. Paul Skeens has given up 2 hits so far, 1 strikeout. Adam Frazier, a 2-out RBI single. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Comes in here, the team just gets this much better. I mean, you get a Hall of Famer in here, it's this much better. I mean, it's the offense all of a sudden becomes a different team, you know, and that's not a slight towards anyone here. That's an Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's a different animal. You can say what you want. Yeah, he can't move quite like he used to, this and the other. You know what still works? His arm and his brain. And so I think that's something that instantly makes this team offensively something to think about when you've got the weapons and that dude.
All right, everybody, welcome in. Here's how the show will work today. 2 hours on the Steelers and what's going on with them. Little Tyler Kennedy sprinkled in. Ben Roethlisberger on Aaron Rodgers to start. We'll get to Paul Skeens post-game as soon as the game down in Tampa goes final. We'll figure out what the Pirates' record is, what the wreckage is from this trip to Florida to start the season, and how they look coming back to Pittsburgh for the home opener on Friday. We'll all be down there. Roethlisberger is a fan of bringing Rodgers in. Now, he also on this podcast said a couple other things. He is skeptical that Rodgers will come here. He doesn't understand why it hasn't happened yet. His theory is that Aaron Rodgers is still waiting for Minnesota and prefers Minnesota over Pittsburgh so much so he likes Minnesota so much more than Pittsburgh that's why he's willing to force or make the Steelers twist in the wind. He does not believe the now widespread theory that there's a handshake deal done and that Rodgers is going to announce it on the McAfee show. He does not believe that. But he did lend credence to the Tony and Greensburg story that Aaron Rodgers put in a bid for a house in Robinson. That did come up on Footballin'.
Heard it on the radio.
That Ben had heard from someone he trusts, I believe is how we put it. Ben Rodgers.
No, heard it from somebody he trusts who heard it on the radio.
Yeah.
That somebody he trusts was Ben Roethlisberger telling Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben not wanting to admit that he was listening to us, so he made up a fake friend.
It would have been way funnier if he had said, "Yeah, I heard
ghost
it.
Friend.
I was listening to the Fan to Pony and the Other Guys show." Would have been a great time for one of those.
Well, let's go through what our reaction is to Ben, the resident Hall of Fame quarterback here, the guy who knows obviously more about quarterback play than all of us combined and then some, saying he does believe that Aaron Rodgers elevates the Steelers to a different level. I can say from personal interactions with Ben, I know this to be true. I know Ben, when he was in his 30s and I was still doing a show with him, there were 2 quarterbacks in the NFL that he honestly believed were better than him. Obviously, the man thinks very highly of himself, as he should. He's going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer in 2027. All of those things, you have to believe in yourself and think you're great to be great. You got to believe it first and foremost. But in personal interactions with him, I always thought the 2 guys he believed were better than him were Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. And name the other borderline Hall of Fame quarterbacks, Drew Brees, dudes like that.
We know he didn't think Brees was better
during his era. I know he felt that way about those 2 guys.
Yeah, you've mentioned – that was the first thing I was going to say because you've mentioned that before, that Brady, it was obvious. He asked for his jersey and –
ultimate winner.
Just the ultimate winner. The guy he just was overwhelmingly great. And then I thought your theory on the Rodgers front was always he saw in Rodgers like a similar player to himself, incredibly gifted, capable of making any throw at any time from any situation, and respected just the raw ability of Aaron Rodgers.
If you go back to Bradshaw for a second, those guys who played in that era put special they give themselves special points, not just because it was harder to throw the ball back then and defenses were more physical and quarterbacks weren't protected, but they love that they called their own plays and basically were their own offensive coordinators. That it was all on them. Memorization of the offense, knowing when and where to call plays, that whole thing. And I think there's a couple of old school quarterbacks who still try to play that way now. Ben was one of them. Ben wanted to do his own thing. Ben basically had the carte blanche from Bruce Arians. And Rodgers is absolutely one of those guys. So to what you just said, there, in my opinion, there is a kindred spirit thing going on here where Ben prefers, he likes the way, it's like non-robotic quarterbacking. It's
some
jazz,
of Rodgers' best plays
right?
were
It's
yes.
Exactly. It's jazz quarterback play.
If Brady was the ultimate winner and was the ultimate, I'll play the music flawlessly, and you just have to respect how perfect he was at it year after year, then Rodgers is the guy who was playing cool jazz music.
So I think there's some of that. I also think for whatever reason, I don't know why this is, but I think Ben is very gun-shy to criticize the guys that have followed him now. And I feel like he almost learned his lesson from the Pickett thing, and then he had to come out and admit that he was rooting against Kenny, and he said it right to Kenny's face. And I honestly think ever since then, he has said nothing but complimentary things about all the quarterbacks that have come through here. He stood up for Fields. Then when Russ went in and played well, he went to bat for Russ. And I mean, even probably the most shocking thing from this podcast that we didn't get to the audio of, and I don't know if we will, is what he said about Mason. He said nice things about Mason Rudolph.
Are we sure this was Ben and not a guy wearing a very elaborately drawn-up Ben mask?
I mean, one of his own personal arch nemesis, he went out of his way to credit and said...
Did he hate Mason the person, or did he hate that they drafted Mason? Like the idea of picking a quarterback, why would you do that to me?
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, I feel like he also just didn't think the guy was that good. So not only was he offended that they used a pick that otherwise could have gone to a player to make him better, he didn't like Mason's attitude and also was like, this is the guy you really think can carry my jock?
He has played some of the best games here as a quarterback since Ben's best
Which
years.
I've never understood that, and that sports cliche. Oh, this guy couldn't carry my jock. Who's carrying jocks around?
John Seibel.
Who's taking... Are jocks even worn? Donnie, when you played football in high school at Greensburg-Salem.
Oh, here we go.
Did you strap on a jock? Did you have
Never.
a cup that was around your Johnson that you used to wear for every game?
Not once.
Did you wear a jock playing basketball or baseball in your day, Chris?
When I was I would say 9 or 10, I think I wore a cup because I think back then the parental influence is still wear a cup. You don't want to get hit there. Basketball? I just have a cup?
I don't know.
just wear
You don't want to catch an elbow there, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, if I was going against Chris Paul or John Stockton someday, I might have.
I mean, hockey players, you'd think. We'll ask TK. Do goalies wear cups?
Oh, you got to wear one if you're a goalie. That's ending your career in a different sport.
But it does, unless jock technology has improved a lot, doesn't it kind of limit your movements? Having a big cup down there?
I mean, think of all the other pads you have as a goalie, and that's the one you're going to be worried about limiting your movements? It's protecting the family jewels.
Donnie, do you remember Juan Uribe, who played for Clint Hurdle in Colorado with the Rockies? You know, his claim to fame is that even though he played the hot corner, he said he never wore a jock because they couldn't find one big enough for him. Did you guys know that? That's out there.
What if his real
Congratulations on all of his success.
What if his real reason was it was actually my testicles, they were abnormally large, they wouldn't fit? Wasn't what you guys were thinking. Did Nick Foles wear one then?
I've heard things about him too, yeah. Good question.
I think we've all heard that Nick Foles story now. I think we're all very familiar with that one.
It just popped into my head, thinking about that expression. This guy couldn't hold my jock. How many people even get the jock references anymore? Like, I going back to what you said, I do remember when I was in Little League, messaging from my coaches, like, make sure you go to the sporting goods store and get yourself a nice cup and jock.
A nice cup. Like, don't settle for an off-brand cup. Make sure you get one by the bike company.
And I remember slamming my fist against it when I was 6 or 7 and just bought it.
Just to test it?
Yeah.
Did you ever get hit in the cup and go, thank God I was wearing this cup?
No, I got hit. I've told you this story before.
You got hit by a bat recoil, right?
Yeah, a bat recoil, practice swing, and then I immediately pulled down my pants and urinated to make sure that there wasn't any blood. And there wasn't.
Yeah,
but then I had urethroplasty surgery, yes. So,
you know what? The cup went the way of the dodo bird in the NFL. There was a big story, a feature done years ago about how no one wears them anymore, and it was got to be sleek for speed purposes.
That's what I'm saying, man. Maybe the hockey players have abandoned it too and just said they'll take their chances.
If I were a goalie, I'm just going to be very clear here, especially if I'm a goalie, I'm not taking my chances with anything.
Okay, but what if you're like a TK? TK's game was built on speed.
You know what?
TK letting a cup slow him down?
I actually think if I'm a hockey player, that's the one sport where I could deal with being kicked if you're a football player inadvertently or whatever. Pucks and sticks, no thank you. Like I said, that's putting you on the permanent IL.
Donnie, you heard Big Ben. Persuasive enough on Rodgers where because it's coming from him makes you think there is actually a chance of it working here? You buy it? If Ben were sitting in this studio and he made that point, would it be an effective argument that it would cause you to change your mind even a little bit on it?
I feel like you immediately saw right through that, though, with what you said early on, that he was complimentary to a lot of the guys after him. After the Pickett thing where he admitted that he was rooting against the kid when he was first a Steeler, he kind of said the same things about both guys that were there last year. And everybody since him, he has been complimentary of.
Is a quick theory.
So, why? It's he's going to say good things about everybody.
I know, but I actually do think he believes Aaron Rodgers would play well here. I don't think he's just trying.
Because of past comments.
Yes.
Right. I think it goes, I guess, a little bit further there because Rodgers is one of those quarterbacks that was better than Ben at the same in the
and
same
he also
time
beat
period.
Ben by being great in a game directly. It wasn't like the Packers defense carried them. Rodgers was just that good. I mean, I think the reason he's so complimentary as some of these other guys that have come after him isn't because he got gun-shy, Pony. He's never been known to be gun-shy. I think it's simply this. Now it's like a subtle way of saying, I feel bad for and will try to take the side of anybody who's unfortunate enough to play quarterback for this backwards organization.
But he never says that. That's the part that I don't understand.
I think it's left implied.
Is it?
I think it's an implication.
Because I think Ben would do even bigger numbers than his podcast already does. And people would seek out his wisdom and his opinions on the team if he was willing to say that stuff more often. I mean, we obviously know he thinks that Matt Canada was incompetent at his job.
But that's a safe opinion to take. That's not going to ruffle feathers necessarily. Everyone thought.
Oh, I understand. Well, but he could bring that up as a reason for why he doesn't trust Tomlin. Or he doesn't, or he could even get into, You know why I want Aaron Rodgers here? Because this head coach has no idea what he's doing at the quarterback position.
Coach-proof.
Where's that been?
Maybe he just wants to chill and have fun and hang out with Spence.
And sample beers. I mean, I feel like there's a shift a little bit in his podcast, for the worse, actually, where I'm just being honest as a consumer because I like Ben. I feel like the gloves have gone back on with his podcast. Like, I feel like we're getting like a kinder, gentler Ben Roethlisberger. And I'm sorry, people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear nice guy. People want to hear knives out.
What if he feels like too many of his opinions dovetail with mine now, or he hears me agreeing with him, and so he's got to find a way to stop that because he's mortified by it? Just like the way I am mortified by...
Be a truth teller.
I'm mortified.
Be a guy that was there for a decade and a half with Tomlin, and you're going to come out and give us now like the reasons why life after you has been so mediocre. That's what I want to hear. But apparently he thinks, to your point, that Aaron Rodgers might actually be... I did not bring my read sheet in here. Damn it all.
Hit us up, 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law... I don't remember it off the top.
A law firm that always say there's...
law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Good job, boys.
God, I really screwed that one up.
Do I have something else to say after your headline here, Don?
I rolled very confidently into that one.
No, Malsey does.
Jeff Hathorn on his theory. You know, Jeff is part owner of the Green Bay Packers. So he has big opinions as a guy who partially paid the bills for Aaron Rodgers for all those years. Covers the Steelers, obviously. Ben doesn't think there's a secret deal. Does Jeff think there's a secret deal that's going to get announced at McAfee? Paul Skeens on the mound. We'll give you post-game as soon as that's done, but here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in action next tomorrow night, an 8 p.m. puck drop in St. Louis against the Blues. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. You know what I'm going to tell you about. My awesome journey. And it was only a 6-week journey. Man, is that something to think about, 6 weeks. 6 weeks ago, it was like we were barely playing spring games in baseball. I don't think we actually even were, in fact. In fact, I know we weren't. Well, 6 weeks from the time I started till I finished Awaken 180, 35 pounds gone, lost forever, have stayed off truly this entire time, which is an awesome thing to be able to say out loud. And it's been easy because Awaken 180 gives you the tools you need to succeed because they care. Paige, the owner, all of her coaches, the people that are going to be supporting you in your journey, tailoring a plan to you, they care about your long-term success. That's why the coaching and support you get is free for life even after you reach your goal weight and you enter in that maintenance phase. They've got recipes for you. They've got, just the attention you can get, the support that you can get from somebody if you maybe think you screwed up a little bit and you aren't sure how to get back on track. All of that is part of why Awaken 180 is so great and so successful and why I have sustained my success for such a long time. Find out for yourself what I'm talking about at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Hunter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL tabled a rule proposal to ban the tush push for now. There's a report that 16 teams are in favor of getting rid of it. It could go away in May at the next owners' meetings, but somehow this debate has gotten bigger than just this short yardage play. Every coach and GM at the owners' meeting had an opinion. The Eagles basically called other teams soft. It all feels a bit trivial, but that's the NFL. Even the simplest play becomes a big deal for the country's most popular sport. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Segment is brought to you by Craig Riley has crazy ideas and sometimes terrible ideas.
I'm doing
a
wholly inappropriate Yinzer accent, given the person that has the Yinzer accent in this hypothetical.
Segment is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar's Fan Beer of the Month. It's Cindy's Hard Mountain Tea from Cinderlands Brewing, benefiting Partners for Quality. I'll be spending a big chunk of Friday over at Mike's as part of the home opener festivities. Jeff Hathorn in studio with us, moved up. The Hawk Report, 937thefan.com. Jeff also owns part of the Green Bay Packers. Congratulations on his success. So,
yeah, and I want to start off by publicly apologizing to Pony for screwing up the challenge yesterday and not knowing my periodic
That's all right,
table
Jeff.
well enough.
That's all right, Jeff. Hey, umpires make bad calls all the time.
Shake hands with him like Jim Joyce did. You could present the lineup card to him, and
you guys are so full of it because if you had lost on that technicality, you would have wanted the whole thing thrown out. But it's always funny when I get
to your
screwed.
grace as an athlete and as a quizmaster that you didn't throw a temper tantrum.
No one likes seeing somebody get screwed out of bets and out of winning stuff more than Donnie watching me lose things in that manner.
I beg to differ.
Not just Donnie.
Yeah. I enjoy it.
I honestly think Donnie would rather watch me lose a bet in excruciating fashion than win a bet on his own. I really believe that.
So that's
Doesn't matter. It never gets paid off, so I got to take the little victories.
So that's like saying a Penn State or a Pitt fan would rather see Penn State lose.
Yep, exactly, Jeff. Very good analogy. All right. So are you one of these people now who believes, after hearing Art talk, that Rodgers actually does have a secret deal done with the Steelers?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
Yes. But
what?
There's always that 0.5%, which is why they're not saying firm, which is why it's not done yet. But, yeah, I believe. I don't think – and I also believe – listen, I know what Mike said. There's no way they would wait until training camp or even mini camp until they figure out who their quarterback's going to be. This is going to come to
The
resolution.
Metcalf throwing thing wouldn't make sense if he wasn't in a handshake deal situation.
And I mean, I guess I'm conspiratorial enough to think that it's no accident that somebody just happened to be there to film a part of it, so it went viral.
Correct. I would agree with that. Do you agree with Roethlisberger's assessment that he would be a significant upgrade? I mean, he's like a potential game changer, I guess, for lack of a better word. I'm paraphrasing the way Ben described Rodgers' impact.
When you study his numbers, and he had a couple of bad games. There was some good in there's good in there. I mean, the Jets, he had comeback
Jeff, there was
wins
good
at
in
the
Russell
Jets.
Wilson last year.
There was. I'm just saying it's not as horrid. And he was top 10 in touchdowns and yardage.
How much weight do you
can't be horrid and be top 10 in
Okay, but
touchdowns
Russell
and yardage.
Wilson threw more touchdown passes than Lamar Jackson 2 years ago, and we learned the hard way that he wasn't the answer here.
I'm not saying he's the overall answer, but is he the best option that is out there right now? Yes.
How much weight do you put on when you look at the numbers, like where they came within the course of the season? Because you can make an argument that 2 of his 3 worst games came in as part of a 4-game losing streak, where if they don't lose those 4 in a row and they even flip 2 of them to wins, the back half of their season could look very different as far as the stakes of what they were playing for and all that.
I mean, and the Jets missed 8 field goals last year.
And led the league in drops.
Luckily, we're not bringing in their kicker, I guess.
Luckily.
No, I know. I'm asking that more seriously,
Well,
'cause
and I heard Palazzolo.
that's a rough stretch.
I heard Palazzolo on with you guys where he said he's fringe top 10.
Yeah, I thought that was insane.
Well, I think to be fair to him, we asked him at his best, what is he now as a quarterback? And he's like,
Yeah.
if you're getting the best out of him more often than not, he's top 10 to 12.
To which when this does happen, which I believe it will, I've got a story ready of okay, then who do you knock off you got your top 10, is he better than Geno or Darnold or Kyler Murray or Bo Nix or Hurts, Tua, Love, Lawrence, Dax?
Why? Okay, so do you think then that it happens at the McAfee thing? Is that your prediction? Are you buying into that conspiracy theory?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm not. I think that's too simple for Aaron.
He commits in an
it's too
exclusive Mark
obvious for
Cabali article on WWE.com.
Where do you come down on that? Do you think that Mark actually did fall asleep at the Tomlin thing, or do you think he did it all for eyeballs, clicks, and
No, he
clout?
gets this thing where when he's thinking, he gets these weird faces. Or if he's
Can smell the
It
wood
looks
burning.
just like someone sleeping. Wow, what a coincidence!
His eyes were open though.
That
the
he
whole
looks
time.
They were
disgusted.
glazed over, Chris.
He gets this look, because I'll sit next to him at a lot of the Tomlin news conferences. When the cliches start rolling, he gets this look that looked exactly like that. I can't do that face, but it's that
I'll try to
same
do it.
face.
So it's more of an anti-Tomlin face, is what you're saying.
It's more of a I can't believe I'm hearing this stuff again.
Well, what the hell did he expect? This is the life he chose. His job is to listen to Mike Tomlin talk during the football season once a week and go to these things. Did he expect that Tomlin was going to turn over a new leaf and all of a sudden start speaking in a completely different way? I don't get that.
That's Mark. It's I'm not gonna. I can't dig into that experience and tell you why you're getting that look. But that's the look.
Donnie, you buy in this that it's just Cabali fed up with Tomlin, or do you think he did it just for the clicks and the eyeballs and stuff and the money that comes with the Twitter impressions?
That part.
Thank you. Yeah, is it working on you, Chris? Are you buying this argument from Jeff?
That he's Mr. Cliche Man?
No, that Tomlin brings this out of Cabali, and it's not
Okay,
Mark just doing it for.
I don't think it would just be Mike. It could be anybody.
I'm gonna surprise you and annoy you, Pony, because you'll accuse me of fence sitting. I think you guys are both right. I think that Mark does that organically, but I think Mark leaned into it for the reason Donnie says, and you believe, and I actually believe he's doing all this. He sees $sign go up when he sees view count go up on Twitter. He's
okay. So you got to remember too. This was day 2 of Tomlin 2 days in a row, and he's hearing the same thing said over again.
Well, Jeff, how else do you explain that if he didn't really want to listen to the same BS, why did he camp out and pick a seat right next to Tomlin?
Because he wanted to sit. He didn't want to have to stand. And I can't sit here and defend Caboli and everything that he does, but I will tell you Maybe he's just making the face that a lot of other people there want to make.
I do think there's a double standard. I think if you had looked like you fell asleep, people would be like, "What's wrong with Jeff? Fire Jeff."
The fan
Wake up, Jeff.
Can't believe the fan doing this again. No,
it
now
would be
that
all
he's,
of that.
But
now that he's with McAfee, it's all fun and games at the clown show.
Yeah, it's like a Charles Barkley double
But it's
standard.
not like Mark's changed since he started working for Pat. He's the same guy.
Constantly disgruntled and irritated and annoyed by things and always ready to talk crap on person at a moment's notice.
Pretty much sums it up. Pretty good. Pretty much dotted the I's and crossed the T's with that one.
I mean, he hasn't changed at all since in the 20-some years that I've known him.
Tax day. Is Aaron Rodgers the Steelers quarterback on the dotted line?
I don't even know what day tax day is.
It's like the 18th or the 15th usually.
Normally the 15th.
But if it's on a Saturday, then it's got to get pushed back. By the time we all are legally
thank
obligated.
you, Chris Muller, CPA, for that thorough explanation on what happens to the moving target of tax day.
Just get him in when you can. Don't do that, people.
I can't tell you 100%. I just think
Your best guess. We're not holding you to this.
Yes, then I will say yes.
Tyler Kennedy and whether or not he wore a cup playing in the NHL coming up next and more. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Thank you, Jeff. That was the Hawk Report, everyone. There it is. All right, Donnie has a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5 shutout innings so far from Paul Skeens. The Pirates lead the Rays 2-0. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. So much going on in sports right now. There's a live baseball game you can bet on involving the pitcher that everyone cares about here, talking about Mr. Skeens. And he's got the strikeouts going, and the Bucks are holding the Rays at bay. So if you think they're going to hold on, you can get to FanDuel right now and live bet this game. If you think the bullpen's going to blow it again, you can bet against him on FanDuel and make money there. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That can be a full game bet. That can be a live in-game bet. That can be a parlay. That can be a player prop. You could have bet on Skeens strikeouts going into today, which I did, at around, I think, 5.5. So I need 6 from him, and last I checked, he had like 4. FanDuel.com/Andrew to make every moment more. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Camlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank during Odyssey's 6th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. Together as a community, you helped fund more than 250,000 meals. Each day, the food bank works to ensure all of our neighbors have enough food to thrive. Inflation and economic uncertainty is having an impact on many. Your support helps to provide a neighbor with groceries. You can also volunteer and advocate for the mission. To learn more or to donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mr. Kennedy!
Tyler Kennedy on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And TK is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Tyler, did you wear a jockstrap and cup when you played in the NHL?
Yes, I did.
Every game?
Wasn't big, but I wore one.
Is that across the board? Because we were talking about it. Football players basically don't wear them anymore. And a disturbing number of baseball players don't wear them, yeah.
Football players stopped wearing them a long time ago, it seems like, TK. And then, yeah, baseball, it's suddenly passé, too. But you guys got sticks and skates and pucks to deal with.
Yeah, I always wore one. And actually, this year I heard my first horror story.
Oh, no.
Actually,
Let's hear
from
it.
a kid.
Give it to us.
A youth. Yeah, well, story time with TK as usual. But so there was a kid, he was playing, U15 at like Arctic Foxes or whatever, and he forgot his cup. And he's like, I just won't wear one today.
Dude, I'm getting uncomfortable just hearing the setup here.
Yeah. because this is so the dad sat beside me at the Lemieux fantasy camp, and his dad was like he had to leave for a day. So, anyways, he's like, I get a call, and my son's like, oh, I got hit in the nuts with a puck, a slap shot. And they're like, they could not believe it.
No.
But his testicle ruptured. He lost a testicle. And he said, gone. So they have to go in and cut it off. Or I don't know what. They cut it off. So, and listen, so they sew it back up. And something happened where he had like a little bit of a bleed. So they had to cut it back open to sew it back together.
Oh, my
But
God.
he goes, yeah, because someone was like, oh, are you wearing a jock? And I'm like, yeah, I always wear a jock. He's like, guys, I'll tell you a quick story. And he was talking about his kid. He goes, my kid's 15. He just lost a nut at RMU from a slap shot. And he's like, yeah, it hit it direct, and it just, I guess the thing exploded.
Oh.
Well, didn't Starkey tell a story playing soccer that someone had one kicked off?
He said he said somebody had the old coin purse got ripped open and it was hanging out there.
Oh, I got another one.
Oh, great. Let's keep it going.
So when I think I was like 5 or 6.
Oh, no.
I was taking a bath, and I was like, you're just playing with whatever down there, and I'm like, oh my God, I have 3 balls. And I was like, and so I told my brother, and my brother goes, what? And like, your brother, the first thing he goes, he's like, I'm telling mom and dad. So, I'm 5. And I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? I thought it was actually cooler to have more,
Yeah.
So my mom's like, okay, show me. And I'm like, look, 1, 2, 3. And so next thing you know, I'm going to the hospital, and I had a sports hernia that dropped down into my balls.
Man.
And
you thought it was something to brag about.
At 5 years old?
Jeez. 5 years old. I couldn't believe it. I don't know what it was from. I don't know, and the worst thing about it, again, I was in grade 1 or 2. The girl that I went to school with, her mom, when they put the mask on you?
Oh, yeah.
Her mom was
anesthesiologist.
No.
And you're just ruined for elementary school. I was ruined for elementary school. And it was back then, they used to cut you open with a butter knife. Those old school surgeries. I swear, they used a butter knife. So now, I have a mark. It looks like probably 10 stitches. And everyone's like, oh, is that from your playing days? I'm like, no, that was when I was
5,
6, and I don't know what happened. Yeah, I had a third ball, and I thought it was the coolest until I told my brother, and the next thing you know, I'm going to the doctors. But it was so embarrassing, going to school and seeing this girl named Jody because her mom was like, oh, I see,
Well, we bit off more than we could chew today, Tyler. When we have you back next week, we'll talk about Ovechkin, the Penguins, and Penn State going to the Frozen Four. Thank you, brother.
Oh, boys. Thanks,
talk.
boys. I got to go.
See ya.
Later, boys.
TK, brought to you by Julian Gray Associates, getting their money's worth today. SaveYourSettlement.com. Comprehensive strategies to manage their settlements or verdicts following life-altering events.
It's the anticipation of what he's going to tell about the 15-year-old kid, the story here. I cross up my legs like I'm going protective mode, man. I just don't want to hear that because it just the second, the what would it be? You the empathetic pain you have.
Yep.
You got to go in. It hurts, but you probably go into shock for something like that. I would think.
I think you pass out.
That's what I'm.
A slap shot to that spot. Yep.
And then he just makes it sound like it just blew it off. It just exploded. Like it was an episode of Mythbusters or something.
It's just gone. It disintegrated. All right, Paul Skeens working his magic on the Rays. We'll see if the Pirates can hold on here with him on the mound. And then we'll do a Paul Skeens post-game show and get your reaction to the Pirates as soon as that one goes final. Aditi Kinkhabwala, the thing that's great about talking to her is she's tied into so many people nationally, agents, teams, things like that. So what is the NFL saying about the Aaron Rodgers soap opera? And the latest on this with what Art Rooney said, she'll tell us in just a few minutes. She's moved up, and then Mike Florio at 3:30. So we've got this thing covered. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Sky Rizzi, Risankizumab Rizza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Sky Rizzi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Sky Rizzi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Sky Rizzi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Sky Rizzi and visit skyrizzi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile.
Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hi, I'm John Henney.
And I'm Dara Henney.
And we're here to invite you to the best event of the year at Henney Jewelers, Wedding Band Weekend on April 10, 11, and 12.
Shop hundreds of wedding bands and enjoy incredible event-only pricing.
We'll have an exclusive evening event on Thursday, April 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. with giveaways, music, food, and more.
We can't wait to see all of our Henney couples and add new customers to the Henney family. For information and appointments, visit HenneyJewelers.com.
See you soon for Wedding Band Weekend, April 10th through 12th. Henney Jewelers, your jewelers for life.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business, and that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 innings left down in Tampa. The Pirates trying to hold on for their second win of the year behind Paul Skeens pitching. Lead the Rays 2-1 in the top of the 7th. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Aditi Kinkabwal a few minutes away from joining us, having her moved up today because the last 2 hours of the show will basically be Paul Skeens Pirates postgame. Still a third of that game left. Pirates got to see how much more they can get out of Paul Skeens. He's at 87 pitches. My guess is he'll start the bottom of the 7th against the middle of the Rays order and try to get him through that inning. And then the last 6 outs, who the hell knows? with David Bednar toiling in the minor leagues. Colin Holderman hasn't deserved that assignment or that responsibility, but he's probably next man up by default. You've got a couple of lefties that haven't pitched or didn't pitch yesterday, Barecki, and Meza. So I would think with some lefties in the bottom of the Rays order, those guys would try to cobble together the eighth inning. And first man up will be Colin Holderman, who hasn't looked great to start the year and
hasn't bathed himself in glory, Pony,
as you like to say, and also had a big hand in the Pirates' demise last year. Update on our PM team best caller bracket. The selection committee got killed for some of its choices here in putting together this field. So many callers were left out. It was only an 8-person tournament this year.
Thinking about tournament expansion already for next year, just like the real big dance.
Already tons of complaints, tons of disgruntled callers. First round results in. We now have our final four. In the 1-8 matchup between Carroll and Clinton and Candy and Monroeville, the two queens of the PM team, a resounding victory for the number 1 seed, Carroll and Clinton. Really, very much like, and Mulsey will appreciate this in boxing, when they'll put a contender against a former champ who is not in his prime as a way of raising that guy's stock and getting him more visibility and everything else. And it was really a passing of the torch, passing of the baton matchup there. Candy to Carroll. One queen to another, and Carroll is a force to be reckoned with here. She, unfortunately for the great Candy in Monroeville, obliterated her in that first-round matchup. In the most hotly contested, as you would expect, because it was a 4-5 matchup.
And late votes even pushed it closer. So maybe if this had gone on for 10 more minutes, who knows?
In a very tight matchup.
If this were a presidential election, I think they'd call it like a pretty close race.
Almost like a buzzer beater here. The 5 seed, our first upset, Jeff in South Park taking down Johnny the Barber.
50.6%. Anytime you win a 2-horse race with less than 51% of the vote, you know it was close.
Our number 2 fan taking down the leader of the lunatic fringe quotient of our listener base.
Okay. I was going to say one of these is technically still open, but
it's over. We could have called it 5 minutes in. 3-6 matchup. Paul in Washington versus Lou in Staten Island. Paul was the 3 seed. Lou was the 6. And Donnie, he loved Paul's chances in this tournament. He thought Paul came in like a house of fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was red hot. He was making great calls. He was adding something to the show.
Very memorable.
He was making us laugh. He was doing all those things. But in the end, what Lou is famous for,
Mike Tomlin
bashing.
Yeah.
Got him home with the victory. The 6th seed is into the Final Four.
You know what it
53% of the votes came in for Lou in Staten Island.
It's a hot team coming in Paul in Washington.
Got cooled off, though.
But Lou in Staten Island, he's a one-trick pony. He's a team that's jacking it up from 3 every chance that they get. They're shooting 50 of them a game, and in Lou's case, he's making about 24 of them.
And in the most one-sided affair, this game was non-competitive, this first-round matchup. The 2 seed, Anthony in Oakland, just mollywopped.
Oh, he just
the 7 seed.
He dog walked Adrian in Pittsburgh.
74% were all in on Anthony. So that sets up the Final Four starting tomorrow.
Now, do you have an actual bracket built for this? Like where it will be Carroll takes on Jeff?
Carroll takes on Jeff in the 1-5 matchup.
And Lou takes on Anthony.
And Lou takes on Anthony in the 2-6.
Sweet, sassy Mo
Donnie, early thoughts on what we saw in the first round and what you expect from round 2 of this tournament?
Anthony is the guy to beat. I know he's not the overall number 1 seed as we see the Pirates collide in the outfield.
Still made the play.
Luckily. I think it's Anthony's tournament to lose. I think he is by far the best or the strongest 2 seed we could have possibly had. I thought there were real cries for him to get the overall number 1, and I was kind of shocked he didn't.
I think he might.
Well, Donnie, didn't Donnie Palm have Anthony as the 1 seed?
Yes. But I also had multiple people that missed out on this thing.
And did Mulsey Lenardi agree with that? Did he have?
I actually think that you've got the right one seed here.
Carolyn Clinton.
Anthony, correct. Anthony might suffer from overexposure with some of our listeners.
Well, we had people call in and text in and say that.
Sometimes I think less is more. Carol does not always chime in every time. She's not a Tomlin fan. We know that. But she's judicious. And when she chooses to actually grace the show with her presence, she delivers the goods.
You just nailed it. That is one common thread among all four members of the Final Four. It's just like when we looked at the last four teams standing in the NFL playoffs, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, they all get great quarterback play. All four of these callers can do one thing well, and that's rip the crap out of Mike Tomlin.
Who knows nothing about great quarterback play.
Anthony in Oakland, Lou in Staten Island, Carol in Clinton, Jeff in South Park. They all do that well.
Yeah, they've all taken their swings.
And that all apparently that resonates with the listeners, and it resonated with the committee.
The guy the person I think among these four that is fighting an uphill battle is Lou in Staten Island, because Pittsburgh is a provincial town. And so Lou, while he definitely goes after Mike with some serious oomph, and I think the YouTube commenters often appreciate Lou, how direct he is.
Yes, they do.
And of course, the greater New York City sports caller, I think, has a reputation for being direct and very knowledgeable. I think there could be a sentiment that rises against Lou of, yeah, we like bashing Mike Tomlin, but he's our coach to bash.
I really thought the recency bias of Paul in Washington was going to get him through to the next round.
I think he jumped out to – did he jump out to an early lead?
He did.
And then Lou just chipped away using his time-honored strategy of being mad at Mike Tomlin.
So that voting will open up tomorrow. Anthony in Oakland versus Lou in Staten Island. Jeff in South Park. Can he be the plucky Cinderella story of this tournament?
Oh, I think I can imagine Jeff is going to call in and try to do some reverse psychology. I'm just happy to have been a part of it and to have gotten a win.
Guys, if I lose to Carolyn Clinton, I totally get it.
Exactly.
He's going to be so deferential here.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be surprised if he called in and said, you know what, even I voted for Carolyn Clinton. That's how much respect I have for the queen of the PM
He'll send a screenshot of his vote, and it's got the check mark next to her name.
All right. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's time to go all access with Aditi Kinkhabwala, NFL on CBS, great reporter. Aditi, let's start with your thoughts on what we heard from Art Rooney down at the owners' meeting yesterday.
Definitely not how I would have played it by any means. I mean, if he's trying to put pressure on Aaron Rodgers, which is what we must assume, right? Why else would you say that? Then you wonder, why would that work when that has never worked with Aaron Rodgers? And doesn't really seem to be the way that Aaron Rodgers has operated his entire career in the National Football League.
It's almost like, to use an analogy, it's almost like if my wife wants me to make the bed, the last thing she should say to me is to make the bed, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes. I mean, I told you guys this a few weeks ago that I had been in very close contact with a general manager who has been fantastic to me throughout my career, who had been in conversations with Aaron Rodgers, and he said, no offense to you, please don't take this personally, but there is nothing that I will do that will jeopardize these conversations. I had said this to you a few weeks ago, that my understanding was that there were literally less than 4 people who knew exactly what the nature of the conversations were that Aaron Rodgers was having at the time. And so this GM said, Aaron Rodgers doesn't like his business aired in public. Aaron Rodgers doesn't like people talking about him. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want people assuming anything about him. And so therefore, I am going to make sure that there is no way that any sort of leak could come back to me. And now you have Really trying to put pressure on him and saying, okay, we'll make a decision already. And so maybe it'll work. Maybe
what about
it's never worked in Aaron Rodgers. Hold on, Mulsey. It's never worked in the entire career of Aaron Rodgers. Maybe this time it will. But like I said to you, not how I would have played it, considering the understanding I have of who Aaron Rodgers is.
I think your answer there just gave it was like an Arrested Development meme, Aditi, but that's kind of a niche reference. So I'll just move on to this. What if this other theory that's been trotted out is I want to run this one by you to see if it passes the smell test. Art Rooney, we know the Rooney family rule has always been, you could ask him about like a core special teamer who's technically a free agent, which Rodgers obviously is right now, and they would give you no answer. We don't talk about free agents. We don't talk about people not under contract with the Steelers. Obviously, that was Art talking about a guy who is a free agent. There are a lot of people who have put two and two together and decided they must have some sort of handshake deal in place. Otherwise, there is no way Art would actually say the things he said or say anything at all without having already gotten something done on the backroom side of things that just hasn't been signed yet.
Okay, maybe, but, Art's a lawyer, and I would think that he's even more careful than I am, and my general operating procedure is that until it's official, it's not official. Until there's actually a signature on a piece of paper, until there's actually a contract that's signed, why would you sit here and say it's a done deal?
I get the sense in hearing your first two answers, Aditi, that you still seem to have some skepticism or cynicism that Aaron Rodgers ultimately ends up in Pittsburgh. Is that fair?
I do, and I think that we've talked about this for the last few weeks, and I can't remember which one of you, I apologize, I think it might have been you, Mulsey, who asked me if it was definitely a done deal, then don't you think it would have happened? And I said to some degree, yes, but I also question how much of an appetite for driving and leading and pushing a team Aaron Rodgers has right now, as opposed to stepping into a situation like Minnesota, where the train is moving. Everybody is professional. Justin Jefferson is as professional of a superstar as you can get, and you're basically slotting yourself in and helping a team that's already there. The Steelers right now are just not that team. On offense, they need a push. They need leadership. We've heard Najee Harris say this. We've heard Willie Colon say this. We need someone I say we, as in the Steelers, need someone to prod. The Steelers need someone to set a certain example. Does Aaron Rodgers really have the appetite for that right now?
So what's your take on the DK Metcalf thing then? When you saw that video, when you saw that photo shoot, when you saw that workout, what was your reaction to it? Because Rooney made it sound like it was another sign that Aaron wants to be here.
I mean, I think that Aaron Rodgers is a master manipulator. I said this. I like him a lot. I've said that over and over again. We've had fantastic meetings with him. Our CBS crew has. We've had tremendous conversation. But I also think that Aaron has a good time laughing at everybody. And I think that he does certain things to get a rise out of other people. And I think he finds genuine amusement as people assume and chase their tails and read meaning into certain things.
That seems extremely plausible to me. That's I can't argue that.
He must be turning on sports talk just guffawing then these days.
Oh, guffaw or two. Just tons of
just deep belly laughs as he listens.
Look, I've spent time with him. I've had what I think are good conversations with him. I don't begrudge him finding ways to amuse himself or have fun. And then there's another piece of it, too. Look, he's still in really good shape. And I haven't had a chance to say this on air with you guys yet, but there's a lot of chatter about whether he can move or not. I hear a lot of your callers calling and talking about that. Now, granted, at 41, he's not moving like he did at 25. None of us at 40 move like we did when we were in our 20s. But he can still move. And we had a meeting early this past season where he admitted that the first 1, 2, 3 games, he was a little bit hesitant. He was a little bit nervous about the Achilles, but then he really did feel like, okay, I have some strength. And he said part of his game has always been being able to move a little bit, to roll out a little bit. And he still has confidence in that and his ability to do that. He's not quite this, 50-year-old statue who can't move at all. This is still a guy that's got an A-plus brain, who's seen everything that there is that the game has to show you, who can indeed still move, who is still indeed, maybe not as well as he did in his 20s, but can move, who is still an elite athlete. But again, this all comes back to what Pony feels, and Mosey, I think that you're the same way. Do you think Aaron Rodgers takes the Steelers deep into the playoffs, or does Aaron Rodgers still kind of resign you to 9-8, 10-7, and in a 2025 draft? What year are we in? Are we in 2025 now? In a 2026 draft. Thank you.
Which will be here.
2026 draft. Correct. When there are more options at quarterback, would you rather have the opportunity to draft higher?
Aditi Kinkhabwala brought to you by the great people at Bet365. Aditi, thanks for moving up today. We'll talk tomorrow, and it might be an expanded conversation, or not tomorrow, next week. Well, you and I might text. We'll talk next week, okay?
Well, I hope we do, yeah. All right, sounds great. Have fun, guys. Thanks for having me.
Donnie has a debrief next, his biggest football topic of the day. Also upcoming, an update on how Paul Skeens is doing, and we'll get into Skeens' reaction and Pirates' reaction as soon as the game ends. Here it is.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Top 8 in Tampa. The Pirates lead the Rays 2-1. Paul Skeens, 7 strong innings, 1 unearned run against him. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
My goodness, the place to be on Friday is absolutely Mike's Beer Bar. It is the Mecca. It is the capital. It is the prime location, the place to be on Friday, before the game, after the game, during the game if you don't have tickets, over at Mike's. What a sprawling TV setup they have there. It's majestic. All the big TVs will be on the games to watch with volume on that baseball game. And what a eclectic collection of beers from all over town and around the world. Beers on draft, the hard-to-find microbreweries and seasonal beers all there at Mike's. Get you thinking about baseball. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Dodgers are 7-0, tying the 1933 Yankees for the best start ever for a defending champion. That Yankees team had Babe Ruth. Not bad. Someday we may look back at this Dodgers team as also historically significant. They have the biggest star in Shohei and so many supporting stars. Hard to keep track of who's hot. Obviously, they won't be able to keep up this pace, but they are for sure setting up an all-time season. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right, certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie Football Debrief. Typically heard at 4:30. Things are flipped around today because of Pirates baseball. And it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. I'll tell you what, a good piece of bread. Mulsey knows what I'm talking about.
There's nothing better, man. Ties a whole meal together, can break a whole meal apart.
When I was coming back from my projectile vomiting, one of the first things I ate was a piece of toast.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there chewing on it, thinking to myself, I should do this more.
Toast in general?
Toast.
I know. It's a little delicacy.
Exactly.
A lot of ways you can jazz up toast, too, but toast, just lo-fi toast. Great.
Don, what do you got for us today, brother?
The debrief, April 2, 2025. This is one that is taking place around a Penn State legend, Micah Parsons, the ongoing saga going on in Dallas between Parsons and the Cowboys, mostly just Jerry Jones. But if you haven't seen, Parsons and Jones sort of going back and forth because Jones downplaying the urgency to sign Parsons to a long-term deal. He also, Jones, that is, acting as if he doesn't even know who the agent for Micah Parsons is, not concerned with his contract, whatever it may be. And now Parsons firing back in the defense of his agent and everything against the Dallas Cowboys. But this feels to me like one of these things that gets ugly, and then all of a sudden he's got a ton of money coming his way, and he's very happy that he's a Cowboy.
Well, yeah, you're saying that because that's exactly what happened with Dak Prescott hours before that game in Cleveland in Week 1. After the song and dance of them not being able to find a deal, it happened. And it was a record-setting deal, and it paid him more money than anybody else.
Why does this keep happening with Jerry, though?
Because Jerry loves the drama of it, and he loves the Cowboys always being the center of attention. He can't get enough of it.
So you think he and Parsons are in on this together?
No, I don't think they're in on it, per se, but I think Jerry's fine with letting it drag out. I mean, what's Micah Parsons' recourse? To demand a trade? I mean, that's not going to happen. I think eventually the deal comes to pass. Here's a question for you guys. Better football player, Micah Parsons or T.J. Watt?
Micah Parsons.
What? That easy for you?
Because I think he can legitimately play two positions if needed. He can be one of the best edge rushers in the entire league. You can move him off the ball and have him do Swiss Army knife stuff. It's not a diss at Watt. If you're asking me who are the 5 best...
It sounded like it because you were so quick to say another edge rusher was a better football player than him.
I don't think T.J. Watt is the best edge rusher in football.
Okay, so what makes you think Micah Parsons is better?
I just said what I think makes him better. He can do both. He can play off the ball and be an elite game-wrecking player, and he can also be somebody who comes off the edge, like traditionally, and wrecks games that way.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't go there. I'm still saying Watt, even though I thought he was...
How many edge rushers would you put ahead of Watt
As Donnie likes to say, the man was on a milk carton at the end of the year.
I mean, when are we going to stop giving him that? Like, Aiden Hutchinson was a better edge rusher than T.J. Watt till he got hurt last year. And in like half a season almost had like the kind of year that Watt had.
Hutchinson had 7 or 8 sacks, I think, in 5 games.
Yeah. He was better than Watt.
Okay. Like he racked up more sacks on a team that was constantly trailing in games than T.J. Watt?
Aiden Hutchinson constantly...
Yes, the Bengals season.
Aiden Hutchinson, not Trey Hendrickson.
I don't know why I thought... Sorry. Hutchinson will... Hendrickson's in the news. I think that's why I got tripped up.
In the news, yes. He's in the news.
But, dude, listen to what you just said then, going back to Hutchinson. Well, he would have been better if he were healthy. You can't play that game and give a guy fake stats for games he didn't play in. Why are you making that smirky face right now?
Because things happening that were going to be very interesting for us to talk about.
Well, try not to get distracted right now.
Yes, never happened to you before. Anyway, I think Parsons is better.
Donnie, break this tie, please.
Also younger, which matters in this debate.
Does it?
Yes.
So see that
by that logic, you would have taken Tua Tagovailoa over Tom Brady because he was 15 years younger than him 3 years ago. Come on now. Just who's a better football player
no,
right
I wouldn't.
now?
That's a ridiculous comp because nobody has ever suggested that Tua's better than Brady. Plenty of people.
Who's a better football player right now?
Plenty of people outside. Don't even do the meow thing. You're dodging because you know you're drowning in this argument.
I'm drowning by saying T.J. Watt's a better football player than another edge rusher. You're right. I'm gasping for air.
Outside of the provincial Pittsburgh Fishbowl.
It's not provincial at all. 2 years ago, he should have won
Parsons is better.
Well, what are we doing here? 2 years ago, he was the best defensive player in the NFL, and if not for stupid PFF numbers, he would have been Defensive Player of the Year. Yes, Donnie.
I was going to say the only thing for me that would even have me leaning to Parsons is the age. But if it's like individual season, I feel like I actually still would give it to Watt right now.
Thank you.
But
the football guy knows where to go with this.
I don't know how much longer that can be said. Parsons, to me, I think he's a great player. I do think he's a borderline overrated player.
Okay, explain that one now. And Mulsey, why aren't you arguing with him for making that outrageous claim?
Well,
an overrated player.
I mean, he also just feels the need to be in the news, it seems, every single week. Like, for as great a player he is, it seems like he is bitching up a storm about
holding
every single week. Every week, he's bitching about something.
What does that have to do with him being overrated or not?
I also think that he's not quite as good in some big moments as he really should be.
You're the one who said T.J. Watt was on a milk carton for the last several games of the season.
Fair.
Yeah, this season.
Okay, so this season doesn't count when we're talking about big moments and how a guy performs?
I feel like Parsons, more often than not, like he's a type that he will have massive game and then completely go away. Yeah, that happened to Watt this season, but I feel like that was a rarity for T.J. Watt. I feel like we don't see that happen with Watt a ton. What just happened?
Parsons has been a part of one playoff win in Dallas, and we know the score with Watt here. But, yeah, I mean, for as much as I beat the drum for trade Watt, get everything you can back for him, he's 30 years old. If I'm just picking a football team for right now, I'm taking T.J. Watt over Micah Parsons.
How many edge rushers are you taking over T.J. Watt then right now?
Well, I can't say Myles Garrett. Because
Sounds like you kind of want to.
Because then a part of me will die for saying that.
Why? So you're going to just you're going to deny your actual opinion here, potentially.
What do you mean? You never did that with Roethlisberger where it, pained you?
A part of me will die.
It never pained you to, give him or a guy that you don't really care for credit? You've never felt that way as a sports talk show host. You've never had to, say through gritted teeth.
I've never given a false opinion because of a personal opinion about a player.
Interesting.
No, I always rated Roethlisberger honestly.
But honest broker, put that on a business card.
I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit.
Put that in a Steve Wilson promo. He always gives an honest take. 2 to 6, the PM team, Chris Mueller.
4 fewer QB. Says his name wrong.
4 fewer QB hits this year and a half sack more and 4 fewer games total for Parsons, who played only 13 games, still had a half sack more, and still had close to the same number of quarterback hits as Watt.
You asked a good question. I'm trying to think of the edge rushers off the top of my head.
Would you take Will Anderson over him? Just moving, I guess, really moving forward is what I'm saying.
Well, okay, so now you're moving the goalpost.
That's also a tough game to play.
Here we go.
You know what? Only for this coming season. Okay, hold on. This coming season, T.J. Watt because that you still both seem to think T.J. Watt's going to be really good this coming year.
I'm taking over him.
Okay,
really?
I would. I think that's automatic.
But he's coming off an injury, so I don't think it's automatic.
Okay. So he's the one elite athlete who's going to come off injury and suck.
I'm not saying he's going to suck. I'm just saying I don't know if he's going to be as good as one of the greatest edge rushers of all time.
Okay, just for this coming season, Will Anderson from Houston or T.J. Watt?
Probably Watt.
Danielle Hunter.
Watt.
Garrett.
Watt.
Trey Hendrickson.
Watt.
Nick Bosa.
Watt.
Will McDonald of the Jets, who was only a sack behind Watt.
Watt.
Okay. Trayvon Walker, a sack behind Watt.
Watt.
Jonathan Cooper.
Okay, Watt. I guess I still think he's the best one.
I think you're wrong.
I'm going to say it. I still think he's the best one.
Based on what?
Based on his body of work.
His body of work is trending negatively after last year.
Okay. So he had a down year by his incredible, lofty
A lot
standards.
of the advanced analytics are not fans of what? Pass rush, win rate?
We already knew that, though.
Yeah, the pass rush win rate, people think Myles Garrett's basically Lawrence Taylor's son.
They probably think he's better.
Good point. All right.
Well, interesting.
They do. Have they gone back?
Good thing this wasn't Judge Donnie, because the judge would have had you thrown out of court. You would have been the one going to jail trying to argue that case.
I mean, he wasn't even the best defensive player on his own team last year.
Well, yeah, because Cam Hayward had an out-of-body experience as an old man. Sorry, Cam.
According to ESPN, pass rush win rate, T.J. Watt 12th in the league.
Mike Florio joins us next. He has been on top of the Aaron Rodgers story before everybody else. He said Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh when people were mocking it and making fun of it. He'll join us next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Through 8 innings in Tampa, the Pirates clinging to a 3-2 lead. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Mueller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Sutter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-896-4200. That's 800-896-4200. 800-896-4200.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at pittsburghnflleague.com. Season starts in April.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at WetGo. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates and Rays have moved to the 9th inning. When that game goes final, we'll have post-game. Paul Skeens, Derek Shelton, all will be on the way. Time to talk to Mike Florio, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, what did you infer from Art Rooney's comments on Aaron Rodgers yesterday?
I sensed a little of the same exasperation that the fans have had. Like, what are we waiting for? When are we going to do this? I guess we're going to do this. I think we're going to do this. It sounds like we're going to do this. But until it's done, it's not done. And the longer this takes, the greater the chance that he's decided to make the bet on J.J. McCarthy face planning in the offseason program, or the Vikings seeing him perform and comparing in their minds what it would look like to have Aaron Rodgers there. I don't know why he'd want to continue the Brett Favre career arc, but if he wanted to be in Pittsburgh, he'd already be in Pittsburgh. The fact that he was throwing with DK Metcalf was encouraging, but I just think that Art articulated some of the concerns that the fans have. The guy's already a reject from the Jets. Why are we bending a knee for him? And why are we waiting for a guy for whom we've opened the door who has yet to run through it? It's just a weird thing, and it continues.
Mike, one of the theories that's been floating around locally is the Rooney's posture has always been to never comment on free agents, no matter how insignificant they might be in the scheme of things. And there are people theorizing that the fact that Art actually spoke openly and actually offered opinions about Rodgers means that even though the ink isn't dry and it's not signed on the dotted line, that Art is saying these things with a quiet knowledge that they do have a handshake agreement already in place. And so that's why he's been more forthcoming than he otherwise ever would be. What do you make of that theory?
That doesn't sound crazy because it meshes with the idea that they have an agreement to reach an agreement at some time for whatever reason. Whether it's he's going to skip the offseason program and he's going to get started at training camp. I think when Mike Tomlin said the line of demarcation is training camp, it might have been a message that that's when we should watch for this to happen. It is important, though, for him to get time with the guys who are going to be catching his passes. So the DK Metcalf workout video makes sense. He has to trust his guys. They have to know him. He has to know them. You can't just do it at training camp. But that might be what they're trying to set up here for whatever reason. I know there's been some talk about the Steelers deliberately waiting until after the draft when the compensatory draft pick formula window closes. That does not apply to Rodgers because he was cut.
Yep.
It's not the same as waiting on others who are available. If you became a free agent in the normal way with an expiration of a contract, then it would be relevant to the compensatory draft picks. But because he was cut by the Jets, that does not matter. That is not one of the reasons for the delay.
Mike, one of the other points in the weeds that I've heard some Steelers fans throw out there and hypothesize on is, well, could the Jets technically make this a June 1st cut because of money savings, and therefore the move wouldn't actually happen till after June 1st? Your thoughts on that?
He's already been cut, so
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Got it.
He's already been cut.
Thank you for
He's
clearing
available.
that up.
They did it as every team with 2 players a year can cut the player at the start of the league year and designate him as a post-June 1 cut. And he's still on their books until June 1. And then the day after June 1, he disappears. So that's already happened.
Roethlisberger went on his podcast last night and said, look, I still think he wants Minnesota, and I think that's the hang-up here. We heard the couple days at the combine of, hey, Minnesota's done, Minnesota's not happening. You quickly said the door is closed only for now. It's not locked shut. I mean, the people you talk to, do some of them still really believe that at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers ends up with the Vikings?
Well, when Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, the Vikings GM, was meeting with reporters last week, and he himself said the door isn't shut. I suspect that somewhere in the Vikings organization, someone or multiple someones are looking at the situation saying, okay, we got 2 choices. One, we see what untested, unproven, first-round pick from a year ago who missed all of his rookie season due to injury can do. Or we roll the dice, we go all in, we try to recapture the magic of 2009 when Brett Favre came to Minnesota, and they came within a Brett Favre being Brett Favre moment of going to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He threw a crossbody interception late in the 4th quarter when the Vikings were in reasonable field goal range. So I can see that some in Minnesota who want to go for it would be willing to put J.J. McCarthy on the bench for another year. For now, that's been resolved in favor of going with McCarthy. And maybe they're just using this vague notion of Aaron Rodgers as a way to focus and motivate J.J. McCarthy. But it does feel like the door is still open. And I had a general manager who has no horse in this race whatsoever remark to me during the league meetings. I personally think that Rodgers wants to go to Minnesota, doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh, and is waiting to see if the opportunity arises in Minnesota. And once he signs with Pittsburgh, he can no longer wait, and that's why he's waiting. That's just the opinion of one general manager. Doesn't mean it's true. But look, we make our conclusions based upon the facts that we have available to us. He hasn't signed for some reason. It's not just, I think, I want everybody to talk about me and speculate on why I haven't signed with the Steelers yet, so I'm going to wait, because the longer I wait, the more they'll talk about me. I don't think he's that juvenile when it comes to his desire for interest or attention.
Mike, I always like asking about some of these rule changes that get pushed through. How significant do you feel the touchbacks go to the 35 is going to be as far as impacting how many kickoffs we actually see get returned?
There are going to be a lot more returns because last year, as the season was approaching and they were doing the numbers on what the average return was in the preseason, it was already the 29. So why am I going to risk a guy taking a kickoff all the way for a touchdown when I could just concede the 30? If it's going to be the 29 on average anyway, let's just kick it out of the end zone every time. Now that it's the 35, that changes things. So we're going to see more efforts to kick the ball to a spot where the return team is going to be in a little bit of a pickle. Can they really get it out to the 30? The goal is going to be keep them within the 30. Ideally, keep them down around the 20 if you can, but don't give up the 35. So I think we're going to see more returns. There will be more injuries on that play. They act like it's a completely and totally safe play. It's not. Where it's safe, and they never talked about this because I don't think they wanted to speak it out loud. They wanted to get away from the possibility of a catastrophic injury when two players are running at each other full speed, instinctively dip their helmets, and make contact and potentially break someone's neck, serious paralysis or death. That's why they wanted to do this, and they would never say that out loud, but I think that's why they wanted to do it. So there could still be injuries, still be concussions, but you're not getting two guys at top speed.
Mike, so with the change of the getting rid of the chain gang thing, does that mean they're never going to get, like, spot football decision wrong ever again? Like, do we now have 100% confidence that the rulings of those kind are going to be made right always?
Oh, no, because they've yet to embrace a technology that will spot the ball in the right place.
So how is that going to work
then?
then?
It gives us a more reliable and consistent idea of how far you have to get. And it eliminates the drama of pulling the orange stick. And is it leaning a little this way? Is it leaning a little that way? Does Gene Steratore need to get out a credit card and check and see if there's distance between the tip of the ball and the post? That's all it does. There is no technology yet. And they claim that it can never happen, and I think that's baloney. I just think they need to spend the money necessary to do it.
Oh, then I think there was a big overreaction to this rule change yesterday because I think most people thought, oh, right now they just have the technology to make sure they get it right every time.
No. You still, like the Josh Allen play from the AFC Championship, when you had two guys coming in from opposite sides of the field, one had him getting a first down, one didn't, and that mating dance that happens as the two officials approach each other, the one that had him getting a first down yielded to the other guy, no first down. That's still there.
Mike Florio, check him out, profootballtalk.com. Thank you, Mike.
See you.
All right, so I had the wrong read on that rule, Mulsey. Donnie brought it up in the debrief yesterday, and I guess it just...
It's not quite as it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Where the
ball actually,
where the 1st and 10 starts and where it finishes is now consistent, but actually the enforcement of where the ball gets spotted and where it goes is still being done by human beings.
What do you think of the fact that replay assistance has been approved, but it's only going to be to pick up flags, not to throw flags after the fact, where none was thrown? Another it's like a half measure. It's a half measure.
Yeah. Hey, join us Friday on Federal Street for opening day. Nova Place is just steps from PNC Park and a short walk to Acrisure Stadium. Located along South Commons, prepay and reserve your parking at Nova Place Garage on Spot Hero. The best part is an easy exit in any direction after your event without getting stuck in traffic near the stadiums. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sports events, concerts, and more. All right. Dennis Santana was tasked with getting the save today for the Pirates. When we come back, we'll react to Paul Skeens shoving again. And the Pirates, it looks like they're going to beat the Rays and salvage this series in Tampa and at least come away with a win. Your thoughts on the Pirates' first 7 games, your state of the team address, how you're feeling about them after winning this game today. We're going to do a post-game show, and it starts with us and your calls. So get in line now at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370 for your Pirates thoughts. Quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment on the Buccos. When we come back, it's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, showers and storms possible with highs in the mid-60s. Overnight, more showers and storms possible with lows around 60 degrees. Rain showers for Thursday into the afternoon with highs in the low 70s. And Thursday night, rain possible with lows in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround. It's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. There's no limit to how much you could save, and if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. How do they do it? Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass the savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your free estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Take Boston to beat Baltimore. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. While all the Red Sox noise is about Rafael Devers eating donuts, Boston is in a good spot today. The Bo Sox lineup hitting over 300 against Zach Eflin. Ace Garrett Crochet takes the mound, and Boston is only minus 120 on the money line. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over.
We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport. Check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Man, I'm looking at baseball. Yankees coming to town. Could be problematic for the home team, but I think a lot of runs scored there. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Shiloh Plate and Pour on Shiloh Street in Mount Washington. Mount Washington's favorite neighborhood spot is back. Catch the game, enjoy an ice-cold beer, and dig into some great food. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. And the kitchen's cooking a full menu until 1 a.m.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates hold on to beat the Rays in Tampa to grab a win before heading back to Pittsburgh for the home opener. 4-2 the final score. Paul Skeens went 7. O'Neill Cruz hit a home run. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
with a high drive to deep left center field and over toward the wall and leaping up to try and make the grab, Jake Mangum, but this one is gone. O'Neal Cruz with a cruise missile opposite field. That is his second home run, and the Pirates take a 2-0 lead here in the fifth.
And they would hold on. Emphasis on hold on for a 4-2 victory. They tack on some big insurance runs late in this game. Good. I got to give credit where credit is due because this team has been so fundamentally poor to start the season. Found ways to move runners up, manufacture runs, and that helped for this bullpen. It got a little shaky in the eighth. The closer for the day was Dennis Santana, the waiver claim from the Yankees last year, who came on to take care of business in the ninth. And the Pirates come back to Pittsburgh with a tiny bit of pep in their step, having not gotten swept by the Rays. Behind the big horse, the man who was on GQ with Livy Dunn before first pitch today, Paul Skeens, Air Force One, who goes 7 really efficient innings, did not walk a batter. And that's a good recipe to win as the Pirates get to 2-5. 412-928-9370. If you're just flipping over to us from listening to the game or watching the game, we will open it up to you. Your calls on anything Pirates, their start to the season, how you felt about the game today, how you feel about them overall at 412-928-9370. This game, to me, encapsulates why I get so frustrated by the Pirates on a macro level, because this is what Paul Skeens is capable of doing. Like, I don't even think he's scratched the surface yet. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. We watched this game in the back before we came on the air. The Rays, basically the first time through the order, didn't look overwhelmed or overpowered at all. In fact, nobody struck out. Every guy made their outs through contact. And I didn't even feel like Skeens had great command of his pitches early in the game. And yet he got stronger as the game went on. He got better as the game went on. They let him get to 100 pitches. They didn't pull the plug after 6 and ask more of their wayward bullpen arms to get 3 extra outs. They pushed him for that last inning, so I guess that's the point of giving him that extra day of rest. Not having him pitch on regular rest is that you can afford to do those things with him. So that helped today. And even on a day in which he doesn't blow you away with his stuff, he's still excellent. And that's why this guy is more than just a big-time arm. He's a great pitcher. He can pitch his way out of things and still have an incredible stat line on a day where I didn't even feel like we got the A-plus version of Paul Skeens. Did you not hear anything that I said there? You're making a face like it just went in.
Well, no, I just I was expecting you to say even more. I didn't feel like you were actually at a natural endpoint there.
Oh, so you think I left some meat on the bone there in terms of Paul Skeens commentary?
I got the sense you were in the midst of a true soliloquy.
There? Okay.
I just thought you were in the midst of a soliloquy. No, I mean, it bothers me that their ace, as you said, did not have his best stuff, still threw up a ridiculously impressive line, not for any micro reason concerning this game. They won. But when you have a luxury like that, it should not require a great amount of effort in any way, expenditure-wise. You don't have to be the smartest guys in the room to build a team around that player that is very competitive. And yet, 7 games in, overall, the evidence suggests that they have failed to do exactly that.
So baseball is obviously the antithesis of football. It's 17 games versus 162. It's the marathon sport. The series is how you advance is determined not by single elimination anymore. There's no more one-game playoffs. It's all best of 3 or best of 5 or best of 7. But the point with Skeens is, honestly, I really believe this. Whenever he pitches for that day, the Pirates are the best team playing that day. At least they should be. Because you start with him on the mound, and that's going to limit the opposition every time he pitches to fewer than 2 runs. 2 runs max. His ERA through his first 25 starts is under 2. He has almost 200 strikeouts. Literally, since Abner Doubleday invented the friggin' sport, and there were the Cincinnati Red Stockings back in the, 1870s, whenever baseball began, they started organizing the game and keeping track of things, and there was professional baseball. Nobody has gotten off to that kind of start, where they've given up so few runs per game, and they've still managed to blow hitters away with big strikeout totals. Ever! Nolan Ryan, Bob Gibson, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Sandy Koufax, you name them. No one through 25 games has started a career like this. That's how special this guy is. So there's a lot of things that tick people off. My God, we've come in here after these first few games, opening day, opening series in Miami. Even last night, you watched it, made you want to pull your hair out. You remarked on Twitter, it looked like they were going through the motions in Game 6.
It looked like an August 22nd game when you're 18 games out of first.
But
on
it's
April
like
1st.
It's almost like that scene in Pulp Fiction when it looks like Uma Thurman's going to go down and they slam that thing into her chest
Adrenaline.
and she
Yes,
pops
they stab
right
her in
back
the heart
up
with adrenaline, yes.
That's what Paul Skeens does to me as a Pirates fan. I'm out cold. I'm done. And then here comes the big fella with his mustache and boom. Stab me right in the chest. I'm back. Because he's capable of things like this.
So 32 games a year, you should have the best team in baseball.
Yes.
Build a team that is even at, I would say, you can be a below average team that you build for the other 130 games. Now, you know your team's probably not going to win all 32 of them, fine. But let's just, for argument's sake, say, if you think you're the best team in baseball heading into any game he starts, so 32 times a year, build me a slightly below average team for the other 130 games, and guess what?
No doubt.
You win your division.
That's what I mean. You'd literally have to trip and fall on your own dinghy to not finish over 500.
Not be wearing a cup either.
Yeah, I mean, it should not be unrealistic that in the 32 starts he makes, as long as he pitches the entire year, that they win 25 of those 32 games. And so if that happens, that gets you 18 games over 500 in games he starts.
So what do you have to be through 130?
That leaves another 130 games, exactly.
You have to be, 57 and 73?
What number are you trying to get to?
Well, if you're trying to be, 500, you have to be 57 and 73 in the other games. If you're trying to get to...
Well, that would get you to 82 and 80 right there.
I'm sorry, 82 and 80. So, yeah, you can't get I guess what?
So 56
and 64 or 74 would get you to 81 and 81.
Yep. So
if you get to 60 and 70, okay?
But that's
60 and 70 gets you to what? 85 wins?
But that's actually taking advantage of the Skeen start. So far they're 1-1 in the games
I know. I'm using your 25 and 7 theorem. You just build a team that's 10 games under 500, you have an 85 win team. If you say it's 25 and 7 in his starts.
I mean, if they had played the first game in Miami the exact way, like when everybody's watching the start of the year, the very first game, people just peek in and they look at it to see what's up with the Pirates. Just a little bit of curiosity when everybody's 0-0. If that game got played the way that today's game got played, people would have a lot more hope. Because Skeen shoved and O'Neal Cruz looked like a dude. He hit a home run. He stole another base. He hasn't gotten thrown out yet this year. He's basically like baseball's Ricky Henderson as a guy on the bases.
Insurance run,
very
good
at bat
insurance run with a good AB, exactly.
Right. I mean, if that's the way they draw it up. That's the Pirates' formulaic win right there. Skeens pitches his fanny off. Cruz does his job in the middle of the order. Don't F the game up with errors and silly stuff, and you're going to win. You're going to win a lot of the time.
Especially in a division that has a lot more teams that are weak, if anything, than strong.
But they can't get out of their own way with the other stuff. And it goes back to what you and me said from the very beginning, even before the season started. Not just us. I'm not trying to give us credit, but everybody. Like, it's a universal truth among the fans. Like, if they had just built up the rest of the team around this guy, it seriously would not take much for them to be a contender in the division and a contender for the playoffs. But they brought the manager back. They're letting the same GM preside over this. And that's where the concerns creep back in. But, every fifth day you should turn off that TV or turn off the radio and flip over to us when Skeens pitches a day game and say, you know what? Like, that was fun. I got to watch this. Seriously, he is. He's not even just once in a generation. He's a once-ever player.
Well, wait, you think he's going to be the best pitcher of all time?
As long as he doesn't get hurt and other, silly stuff because it's baseball.
Or just decides he wants to be in GQ.
I don't know. Yeah,
on the front of Cat Fancy.
He has the makeup and he has the material to be the best to ever do it. So, Donnie, you want to put your 2 cents in? You'll have all night to talk about this game and more. Your reaction to what happened in Tampa this afternoon?
They had to be carried by their best players, and that was just enough to get them across the finish line. Because Skeens, it felt like such a casual 7 for him.
What do you mean by that?
Just not the overpowering dominance that we've seen from him a few times in his 25 starts, but still very good. Like all of a sudden we look up, another clean inning for Skeens, another clean inning for Skeens, another clean inning for Skeens. He gets through 7, puts them in a fantastic situation to win the game. Cruz, home run, knocks in another. They had to lean on their best players.
This is why I get frustrated sometimes by the one-size-fits-all stats and arguments with baseball. I do think there are some pitchers that are better later in games than early in games. There are great pitchers where their worst ERA is in the first inning.
Verlander's the very classic recent example of this.
And
get him in the first or second or you're not going to.
And I thought that was Tampa's chance. Their opening was early in this game when they were making contact off of him. And actually seeing him more was a detriment.
He's just so smart to go with all the prodigious physical gifts. The approach to what he's actually trying to do is so advanced. It's like on the Maddox trend.
I mean, you're right. The shining example of that is when his second start was against Chicago after seeing them the first time. And he gets asked by Hannah Mears about, hey, these big league hitters now see what you're all about. What's that going to be like? And he said, it's their problem, not mine. They're the ones who are in for it.
I just think he's
And then that's when Joe Block started screaming, what a man! What a man, Pittsburgh!
It is frustrating that there are so many other holes, though, and now you're going to get a day off, and you are going to have other things that come right back to the surface because he's not pitching. And then I guess what? The next chance, the chance you, I guess, would have to hope for if you're a Pirates fan is this. He does this every time, which is ridiculous to suggest, but he's like the very rare player where you can actually put that expectation on him. Like, most recent pitcher pony I would have felt that about is like prime DeGrom with the Mets. Like, you can expect every time he goes out there, he's going to shove. And then you hope that, Bubba Chandler, when he comes up, basically is like Skeens Jr. Didn't somebody say he was the best pitcher that they had seen all spring?
Well, somebody relayed that on the air, but I'm not sure we're allowed to talk about what that person said.
Good point.
So I can't say who it is.
Good point. But the best you can hope for is that you get a Skeens Jr.
Right.
And then you have 2 out of every 5 days.
I'm going to ask a very general, basic question off of today's game because of how it went and how Skeens pitched. Does it make you feel better about the Pirates at all? Does it have a calming effect? Does watching Skeens perform as advertised and the Pirates win a game, does it make you think at all out there? Like, you know what? Maybe they're not screwed. Maybe the season isn't going to be a joke. Maybe the season isn't going to be 90-plus losses and everybody gets fired. 412-928-9370. We've got people already who are lined up to talk about this, I believe. Donnie's actually working on it right now. I'm guessing we get like a Chuck and Uniontown sighting. Some of the OGs of Pirates post-game shows. Who else would get thrown in there?
Greg in Youngstown?
Mike in Newcastle.
Greg in Youngstown, I think, is not a Mulsey fan, though, so I might be driving him away.
So what? I mean, Adrian in Pittsburgh, you get on his nerves. He still calls in and puts you in your place. What? People can't call into a radio show because they disagree with the host? My God, that usually causes people to want to call in and chime in and sound off even more. That was when I was on the other side of this, when I was more caller than I was host, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go at the guys I disagreed with. I didn't want to just call into a host and say, hey, you're spot on. keep going.
Knowing
there's
you,
no fun in that.
I don't think that was tough for you to disagree with a host as a young pony. Sky is blue. I beg to differ.
412-928-9370. We'll get Skeen's post-game. We'll get some of Derek Shelton's post-game comments. Andrew McCutchen was spotted playing first base before today's game. Also, there's a little twinge for me of, as far as Santana goes, coming in to pitch the ninth. Why wasn't that the case when the season started? Like, I give the Pirates credit for finally making the decision on David Bednar, but I also think they deserve criticism for allowing it to fester at the start of the year and losing games in part because of it. When Santana was great in leverage spots, really, since he came over to the Pirates, his ERA in the second half of last season was under 2.
I mean, I saw somebody.
And you knew that Bednar didn't have it.
Saw somebody write this about him. He's got pretty good stuff to very good stuff at times, and he's kind of awkward, which is also something that helps you if you're.
I'm okay with herky-jerky in those situations.
That's a good. Yes, that's a good thing for a closer. Who was the dude who basically threw from 57 feet because he'd jump off the mound practically? Remember that guy?
Bob Wickman.
No, man. You want to talk about a classic? Just throw it up there and hope.
Rod Beck.
Donnie, you remember that guy who would throw with that weird, crow hopping motion, and he was, I think, a late reliever?
Keith Folk.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
I feel like he was a Tanner or a Taylor, something
Billy
like
Koch.
that. Billy Koch?
No? I'm trying. Braden Looper.
No,
am I there yet?
It's like a Tanner somebody.
I'm just
or
naming
other.
guys from MVP baseball, Donnie. Curtis Laskonic.
Who got the last out for the Red Sox when they broke their World Series drought? Who was the pitcher on the mound?
It was Keith Folk.
I'm just checking.
Renteria was the batter.
The ball went through whose legs in Game 6 of the 1986 World Series? I mean, come on. This man scored 100 points in a basketball game in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Man, no video proof of that.
Speaking of which, by the way, Donnie, we just had WrestleMania 14 on. Pete Rose cutting a huge heel promo in Boston, ripping Bill Buckner, saying he left tickets on the ground for him, but he couldn't bend over to pick them up.
This is the most predictable thing ever, and Donnie touched on this before we even went on the air.
Yes.
He said if the Pirates blow this game after Skeens, he goes, I won't be able to get a word in for 3 hours. All people will want to do is call in and bitch up a storm about the state of the team. He's like, I can basically just kick up my legs and say, hello, I'm on the air. This is 93.7 The Fan. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry will come out of the woodwork to put in their 2 cents. They won today. Skeens pitched great. You can choose to look at that as a silver lining and a reason for hope. Or if you want, you can call in and say, yeah, I still think things are going south and this team is in deep trouble. You are allowed to call in after wins. So let's attempt to do that next at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donald's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some breaking college basketball news. This coming from our buddy John Rothstein. Sources say that Robert Morris's Andy Toole has received a multi-year contract extension with the program. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball and the NFL and the NBA and all these places that are in season right now. So many great betting options. Today, I hit my Paul Skeens strikeout prop, which was 6.5. He got to 7, which was big for me, which helped me win my parlay. Thank you, Pittsburgh Pirates, for coming through for me. Get in on FanDuel and all the fun now on America's #1 sportsbook. If you do not have an account, it's time to get one. Sign up today, make a deposit, then make your first bet of at least $5. And if you win that bet, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets on America's #1 sportsbook. That is the power of FanDuel. So many great betting options. National semifinal odds are out for Saturday's game. Duke, a big favorite against Houston. Auburn, a small underdog against Florida because of the injury to their best player. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikwala every Wednesday at 4:15. you see a TD each week reporting on the sidelines, tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. A TD is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nikola Jokic is too good to properly describe. 61 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, the highest scoring triple-double in the history of the sport, and what should have been a game-winning performance for the ages if it weren't for Russell Westbrook. Yes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is amazing. Yes, he may win the MVP, but don't lose sight of Jokic, his own MVP case, and the fact he's still one of the greatest players we've ever seen. I'm Bill Ryder.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Increasing clouds tonight, the low 38.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's the 3-2. There goes Reynolds, and it's hit in the air to center field. Over to left center. This will bring home a run. Chasing it down and making a fine grab, Johnny DeLuca, as he approaches the wall in left center field. And O'Neill Cruz, with bat in hand, heads back to the dugout. Sacrifice fly brings home IKF. The Pirates add an insurance run and now take a 4-2 lead.
Big blast. Situational hitting. No blunders in the field. That's the O'Neill Cruz you want to see. That's the O'Neill Cruz we don't get enough of. You get enough O'Neill Cruz, just enough of him in games like this to make some still believe that he can be a star. He's a good player. There's a ton of talent and a ton of raw skills in there. It's just a matter of him putting it together consistently, which is, for many guys who never turn out to be great, that's what gets said about them. Oh, if only they could do good more or great more. And that's like where sometimes coaching and motivating guys come in, things like that, to get that extra out of a player. Cruz can absolutely win you games, though, and he did that today. I mean, Cruz, I won't say he's the least of their problems, but they run out bad players, which puts more on him to be good or to be better because he's got to make up for some of the dead weight that's in their lineup.
My only frustration,
and he's playing an important defensive position too.
Yes, he's only played it. This is like his 30th game playing it, so hopefully he gets better there. My only frustration sometimes, I do get frustrated with some of the things he does not do well enough on a regular enough basis, and
there's lollygagging.
So I want to know, like, Tommy Pham lollygagged in a worse way than I've seen any player on this team do last night. Basically walked to a ball, hit 30 feet to his left.
Yes, and Tommy Pham shouldn't play, and he probably shouldn't be on the team.
I hear garbage about him, like, oh, he's a veteran leader. Cruz was about 10 steps into right center when that play started, had to go to the wall and get it. But I'm sure Tommy Pham was extended a certain amount of deference. Cruz frustrates me, like I'm sure he frustrates every Pirates fan.
Yes, because
but it does
it's one of those classic.
I'm not done.
I know, but it's a lot of to whom more is given, more is expected.
But you know what? When like somebody like Jack Sawinski, who doesn't have half the talent, still makes a boneheaded play, just call it a boneheaded play and don't tell me how hard he tried for the ball when it went through his legs or he dove and missed it.
Yeah,
and he shouldn't have even gone for it.
Well, you're right, because that's a mental mistake too. We saw it in this game.
Yes, but it never gets ascribed to guys like that. Oh, look at their maximum effort. No, it was a stupid play.
One of the key moments in this game was the Rays center fielder tried to dive for a ball on Key Brian Hayes. He missed it. It went all the way to the wall, and then you saw Hayes lumber to third.
Yes, he was a lumbering.
He's not fleet of foot or a swift mover after all those back problems. 412-928-9370. Here's Les down in Tampa who's coming home from the game. Hello, Les.
Oh, hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, yeah, it was a great day at the park. It was a little bit warm. It was nice getting back at the Ray fans a little bit. I think they came in thinking maybe they'd get the sweep, but as the game was going on, you could tell they were going, man, this guy Skeens, he really is for real. And they it got dead in there. The Pirates fans were kind of taken over in the last couple innings. But I have some optimism. A few things I saw today that I like. I like Brookie and Santana. I think we might have a couple guys that can close games. I mean, last week, I don't know.
What would you do with Holderman, Les? If you were Derek Shelton, what would Holderman be for you in your bullpen now?
He gave up a run here. He came in the seventh.
The
eighth, excuse me.
You get scared. You get scared when you see him come in because, he has really good stuff. But, he blocks people and then he leaves balls up. And I just don't think he can be a leverage guy. I would have him in around the, sixth inning, maybe seventh.
That's where I'm at, Les. That's where I'm at. Colin Holderman does not deserve a leverage job. That's a good way of putting it. I can't put him in a situation that matters right now.
Les, when you say you do have optimism for what? Like optimism for, what do you think the Pirates can do this year? Like what?
I like Cruz today.
Okay, but what are your expectations for the season right now when you say you're optimistic that they can achieve something? What is it that you're optimistic for?
I would still hope they can get to 84 to 86 wins.
You think that can happen?
I do.
Wow.
I do. I think some of the guys on offense have to be more consistent. I mean, I loved Cruz's last at bat today. He battled. And
it was a professional at bat. Yeah, no doubt.
That was a great at bat. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Les. So the first guy up says he thinks they can still win 84 to 86 games.
The only way they do that is if Skeens is as great as we think he is, and, crucially, they don't blow any of the starts that he gives them great numbers. Like, there might be one stinker in there, maybe two all year from him, so okay, fine. You've already said, as you said, gone 1-1. They have to have some other pitcher on their staff pitch the way Skeens does pretty regularly. If you tell me that, 40% of your games you should go in feeling like you're the best or one of the best teams in baseball because of the pitching you expect to get, all right, then you have a margin for error, but right now they don't have that.
Starting pitching has been solid, dare I say even pretty good through the first turn through the rotation. Problem is the bullpen has been that bad and the lineup hasn't been much better. Here's Jim next. Hello, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, you're on the air.
Bye,
Sorry
Jim.
about that.
Oh, nope. Just saved it at the last second, Jim.
You're on with us.
Sorry about that. Just wondered whatever happened to Joshua Palacios. I mean, he was waived because, he was hitting 220, 230. That was a lot better than our.
220 or 230 is not a reason to say what happened to Josh Palacios.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Tommy Pham's hitting right now. I mean, we saved $4 million if we keep him around, rather than bring him in Tommy Pham.
Fair enough, but what is Josh Palacios' future? What do you project him as a major league player?
Nothing long term, but just short term until we could find something else for the outfield. I would think that we want somebody like that.
I mean, they just traded for an outfielder who 2 years ago led the minor leagues in home runs. I'd rather see that guy play than Tommy Pham or Josh Palacios.
I disagree. I mean, I don't disagree about that. To start the season, I thought it'd be at least to give him a chance.
No doubt, Jim. Thank you for the call. One of the most inside baseball calls I think I've ever heard. You want to talk about crying over spilled milk. That's like the definition of it.
Pony, you mentioned the starting pitching being, dare you say, good to very good. Not one starter who's actually taken the ball for them in a game this year, other than Thomas Harrington, has let a ball leave the yard. No starter has allowed a home run other than Harrington.
That's a good stat. Here is Brandon next. Hello, Brandon. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
Hey, I just want to make a comment on kind of the Pirates division in terms of my optimism. Everything that I hear from a macro level in baseball is that there's not a lot of high expectations for the NL Central as a division. You guys know better than I do, but what are expectations of the winner coming out? A few games over 500. And I think overall in terms of investment or lack of investment with our roster, it's disappointing because it feels like now's the time to capitalize on kind of the state of the Central and make our push for the playoffs. And that's just kind of led me to think just to not be hopeful for this year, because we think of years past, we've been so hot to start the season, then things just fall off. If we're kind of behind the eight ball already in the beginning of the season, then, years past.
So I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right. What is your take? The rest of the division stinks, so that's giving you hope, like the other teams blow? So
No, I would say not hope. It's more disappointment that we haven't seen investment in the team to capitalize on the state of the division.
Okay. And then the second thing was they usually start hot and finish cold. Now you're thinking maybe they start cold and finish hot?
Start cold, finish cold.
Oh, okay. Thank you,
A
Brad.
couple other stats. They still have not, 7 games in, had an half-inning pass where they actually had 3 hits in the inning, which is wild to me that hasn't happened yet.
I'm sorry. Did the guy not start his call by saying that he had something optimistic to say?
No, maybe. I was busy continuing to look up stats, so I glossed over if he said optimistic. Here's the other thing, Pony. I was doing my little home run digging on them. Harrington allowed the 1. Bednar's allowed 1. Holderman's allowed 1 home run. It's real tough for me to stomach the fact that you're 2-5 and your entire pitching staff, despite how bad your bullpen has been in a home run-oriented major leagues anymore, you've given up 1 home run every 2+ games, and you've only won 2 of those 7. That's tough.
412-928-9370. The Pirates won today. Paul Skeens was brilliant. Didn't give up an earned run, went 7. Your thoughts on the Pirates? And if Paul Skeens gives you hope that this team can have a good year, 412-928-9370, or you can tweet us at 937 The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. A Bucko Minute, which will include post-game comments from Derek Shelton, including what he thought of Andrew McCutchen taking ground balls at first base today. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back in action tomorrow night, 8 p.m. puck drop in St. Louis against the Blues. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Hunter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannabin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround. It's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
Pirates Double Play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen, it's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you're headed to the game Friday, stop by Federal Street and say hi to Pop and Joe and us. The Fan will be live from 10 to 3 before we turn it over to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Broadcast coverage on opening day brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery and Mike's Beer Bar. Meet your friends at Mike's before the game. At least the Pirates won't go into the home opener with a bad taste in everybody's mouth. They did win today behind Paul Skeens, going 7 innings without giving up a run. And no earned runs, gave up an unearned run. And O'Neal Cruz hits a homer. Derek Shelton, a man who I think has no business managing this team. 2-5. Let's get some of the manager's thoughts here on this Buccos win in Tampa to avoid the sweep.
Shelty, this one just felt more complete all around.
Yeah, we played a good game. We got some big hits. Paul was really good and went right after him, was really consistent, and, the bullpen was strong enough to hold on. So it was good. Indy had a big hit. Cruzy had a big at-bat there in the ninth to add on, but overall, good team win.
Safe to say Paul's looked much more efficient today than last outing?
Yeah, I think, last outing, it was almost just getting his feet underneath him, it looked like, even though, he'd pitched in the big leagues before. And today it looked more like what we saw out of him last year. Execution of fastball, being able to go back to it at times when he had to, I thought was really impressive.
That last strikeout, he was down 3-0 and he battled back and got the K to end his outing. So what do you think of that?
Yeah, that's what having that elite fastball that not a lot of guys have in the game, that you're able to go back that and get that at, what was it, pitch 102, 103. That's what makes Paul Skeens special.
Outings like this is what you expect from an ace during a losing streak.
Yeah, when you're not playing well or things are going tough, that's what you expect to happen, and he stepped up and did it.
Rocky coming in to close the door.
Yeah, his big spot. I'm going to tell you, Kevin shocked me a little bit there. I did not see him hitting for Lau, and Brucky came in and did a really good job. Was able to execute pitches, through the breaking balls. He's been sharp through in the early going of the season.
What gives you guys confidence that Colin's going to break out of this funk and continue to deliver in the league?
Yeah, it's just got to be balls on the plate, and I'm not saying those balls were strikes, because I'm never going to say that. But it looks like he's just missing, and we gotta come back on the plate a little bit, because it looks like it's close. We got to stay away from the walk. I think that's the important thing, because you get a walk there, and then all of a sudden you give up a base hit, and DeLuca runs like a deer. So now we're putting ourselves in a situation where there's a runner in scoring position. We just got to get back on the plate.
Is he someone that you guys still expect to pitch in leverage spots, or is it maybe a situation where you try to get him something lower leverage to get right?
Yeah, I think right now we'll pitch to the leverage, and we'll pitch to what our matchups are. I think overall we're still trying to find our footing as a bullpen, throughout the first 7 games or 8 games.
You talked yesterday about want to be more aggressive first time through the order. Did you see that today? You guys let a lot of hard hit balls first time through the order.
Yeah, I thought we were more aggressive. I thought we did a better job. You're talking two opening day starters throwing today, with Pepio throwing. And then I think, the question was asked yesterday about us being aggressive on the bases. It had to be situational. As soon as it got into a situation where we could move, we started to move again, and that helps us. That puts a ton of pressure on defenses by having to play defense while they're moving. And today, because of the game situation and then the player situation, we were able to get back to that a little bit.
I know you said you're still trying to figure things out in the bullpen, but is Dennis a guy we can expect to see in the 9th?
I don't think consistently in the 9th. I think you'll see him in high leverage situations. Today it just kind of matched up. We got Barucki, we got Holderman in the lane we wanted, and then we got Barucki at a situation near the top where we really liked him, and then Dennis was not that Dennis was the last man standing, but it was a situation where we liked him there. I think you may see him in high leverage situations in the 7th and the 8th, but you'll see him in high leverage situations.
I think that's the right way to do it, but I don't trust Shelton to execute the plan properly. To
be clear, you mean don't have a true closer, just pitch your best guy when the situation calls for it?
Yes. I think smart teams have attempted to do that. The Rays are one of those teams and have been for years. The most important inning might be the 8th and not the 9th because of who's due up and the matchups you can get from it. So don't have hard and fast rules like this guy pitches the 7th, this guy pitches the 8th, this guy pitches the 9th. But you're asking, especially with not a great bullpen, this man to manage those situations the best way possible. And I think that's one of Shelton's weakest traits as a manager. I think he's pretty bad at bullpen management.
He was a hitting guy. That's
a good point, actually, what you just said there. And it's the same thing's true of football. You don't know when somebody moves over from an offensive coordinator to a head coach, how are they going to do with the game management things? How are they going to do with the timeouts? How are they going to do at situational football in those critical moments? And you just hit on it with Shelton. When you hire a hitting coach who's never been a manager before to be a manager, that's a pretty important part of the job. You've got zero idea if he's going to be good at it.
I think the equivalent in baseball is you would rather hire a pitching coach, just like an offensive coordinator is now in vogue for most head coaching jobs, because a pitching coach just naturally would have a better feel for situational pitching like that.
Or like a catcher, maybe.
Sure.
Right?
Well, but a hitting coach, that would be the last thing that I feel for. Also, when he was asked straight up by Noah about Dennis Santana, will pitch to the leverage, or I'm sorry, was that Holderman?
Holderman, he said that about.
Will pitch to the leverage, yes. Is this going to be the last time we see him for a little bit in a higher leverage spot? Are you going to give him lower leverage spots where you can maybe have him be more aggressive? Because that fits. Like, you could be more aggressive,
Go
lower
at
leverage.
guys, it's not going to make or break
Because
you.
Shelton just said he needs to be more on the plate.
Yep.
And he said we're going to pitch to the leverage. That's not an answer.
I don't even know what that means.
That's what I'm saying. It's not an answer. Does not tell me.
Keeps coming up in big situations. I mean, he had 2 hits, another RBI today. He had the defensive plays down in Miami at the plate. Just kind of what have you thought about his performance?
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 really good defensive plays today. I mean, the ball that he fielded in the 8th going to his left was not an easy play, and he made it. I think the one thing that when we talked about bringing Frage back is, I mean, it's a slow heartbeat. I mean, we got some guys that in the early going are sped up a little bit offensively, and when you have a guy like that that's kind of been there, done that, he's got 8 years in the league, the slow heartbeat kind of helps a little bit.
Going forward, do you see Paul evolving as an elite pitcher, the kinds of things that he needs to do to raise the level of his game?
Yeah, he's going to be an elite pitcher. I mean, I think the one thing, to Hannah's point earlier, it's just efficiency. I think at times, he gets out of the zone. We got to make sure he gets back in the zone. I mean, he's one of those guys that has elite stuff that if it's in the zone, it's still not going to get hit. We just got to make sure that he stays in the zone.
I know you talked about it a little bit earlier, but I mean, how nice is it to see the execution at the plate in the last third of a game? I mean, putting together good at bats and finally seeing some things fall.
Yeah, and I mean that's the case. I mean, I think the inning that Indy got the base hit, the play that Walls made, and then the play that Caminero made at third, if the last play would have got made on the ball up the middle, I may just come upstairs because, I mean, those were elite plays. And that's what the Rays do. They played really good defense. But to your point, I think we had not gotten that ball to get in, whether it was the ball in Miami that was over the fence, the ball over the head, the ground balls. And today we snuck a ball through, which is important for us.
This team has been in Florida for a long time. How much are you guys looking forward to getting home?
Yeah, I think we're really getting home to see our fans. Opening day at home, off day tomorrow. Yeah, it feels like we've been in Florida a long time. So it's and I live here, so. But yeah, I think it's going to be nice to get home in Pittsburgh, and I think we're looking forward to seeing it.
I have a question on that, to that end. Donnie brought this up before the show. Is Sheldon going to get booed when his name gets announced and he runs out on the field on Friday for the classic opening day ceremonial? Let's introduce every player and every athletic trainer and every coach and all of the people that you see in the dugout for a Pirates game. Exactly. And they go through the starting lineup and the manager.
I'm going to answer your question. My initial response is yes, probably yes, mainly because given the 2 teams they've played, the lower payroll Marlins and the equivalent payroll Rays, and the fact that they're 2-5 and the way they've played, I think most people's very immediate big gripe with this team is how sloppy they have looked and how poorly their bullpen has performed and been managed. And I don't think you can trace that back to anybody else, really, other than the field manager, unless you really want to look at the GM and say you got bad groceries for this guy.
That's what I mean. I think he's in for a rude awakening. He can't wait to get back to the fans. You're like the last guy the fans want to see.
He's in this very narrow sense, right this second, I think he is the person Pirates fans are most frustrated with and mad at. Because they look at least 2
yes,
of
if we're removing the owner from the conversation.
And even the GM from the conversation. I'm saying because they're 2-5.
People in uniform.
Because they are 2-5, and I think what would you realistically say they could be? 5-2? They led in every single one of the first 4 games.
They got walked off
3
times.
Inning. Yeah, they led in the 7th inning of each one of those games. They could be 5-2 right now. I think most people see him as like the chief reason, now that Bednar's not with the team, that they're not.
Which is the same thing that happened last year. When you say it's time to win, and then you talk about winning in the margins, up until today they didn't do that. And it's just hollow, empty promises or guarantees or, this is how we're going to do things. And when you fail to deliver on that and you look ridiculous because you're losing games for those reasons. You're losing games on the margins. You're not just running into buzzsaw teams like, holy crap, we'll see if that happens Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Can't handle this because they just have way more good players.
Right. So it's interesting. I don't think any players, there's no Rowdy Tellez or, Bednar's not here now. I mean, even I think that would have been interesting to see if he drew the ire of fans just because he's been so erratic and so up and down, even though he's from here. I don't think anybody else really is a lightning rod or whipping boy type player for them at the moment. It's the manager of the team. And I think it could get ugly. I mean, it won't last for a long time because it's like a 20-second thing. But I think when they announce Derek Shelton, there's everyone who's in their seats at that point, the 25,000. Well, maybe it won't be as bad because I think there'll be a lot of Yankees fans there. But it's not like they're going to be saying anything. And they're not going to cheer in that situation. So I think you'll hear a lot of boos for Shelton. And you know what? In that respect, I can't blame fans for that.
Well,
they're hacked off. It's the one way.
That's like basic fan anger, though. That's typical fan anger for any team. If you feel like your team's field manager is not doing the right things game in and game out, like that's sports fandom 101. That's the stuff you get mad about.
Donnie, I know you thought it was a bad look for Steelers fans when they were booing Mason Rudolph during preseason games. Would you feel that way if Derek Shelton, having not lost a game in Pittsburgh yet this year, gets booed on Friday?
Well, just because he hasn't lost a game in Pittsburgh doesn't mean he hasn't lost a game. I think it's way more justified. Like, I felt like if you compare the Rudolph situation, that was a guy, we knew why he was getting booed. Because the Steelers had just drafted a quarterback in the first round that played college football here, that had a Heisman-type season here, that won Pitt an ACC championship game. And all because Mike Tomlin said, Mason, you're the second quarterback going in. The moment that guy trotted in between the lines at Acrisure Stadium on that August night, he got booed for really no reason other than the coach telling him to enter the game. This guy has not given us good results, and I think even saying good is kind of ridiculous. He's still, even with today's win, he has one of the worst winning percentages by any living manager in baseball history.
Yeah, that's not hyperbole or an exaggeration. That's fact. I know our boss says, let's not do hyperbole. That's not exaggerating.
I think Mark Kotsay is the only guy below him.
The numbers back that up.
Active guys.
Numbers don't lie, and they do spell disaster.
Among guys who were given 6 years with one franchise, there are few worse in the history of the game. So I get it. Like, he is the personification or the face of their struggles right now for a lot of fans.
The YouTube commenters do not agree with this.
Really?
Here, I'm going to give you a couple from Naf Scub, which is just Bucks fans spelled backwards. I hope they don't boo. It's terribly uncomfortable. It's not the place for it. Please don't encourage it. We're not. We're just saying we think it's going to happen. They could be 0-7. I don't think booing an opening day introductions is appropriate. Shelton is doing his best, says Keep America Great.
Oh, my God.
It just isn't very good. Save your boos for Tomlin. I don't think Shelton's doing his very best. I think his stated reasoning for some of the decisions he's made is the opposite of his very best. Like giving Tommy Pham an opening day start for no reason when that goes against platoon splits, that's not doing your best. Like, and you've said this, we've all said it, not doing anything with Bednar, continuing to put him out there in situations that he wasn't geared for, then just abruptly, he and Charrington deciding he's going to AAA. There's no ramp down period. There's no we're going to try something else. It's just pull the ripcord. That's not doing your best.
412-928-9370 if you want to jump on that. Full-fledged Pirates reaction after they win today. Paul Skeens was brilliant, as you would expect, his best start of his first two this season. ERA under 2 through 25 starts. He's put up historic, never-seen-before numbers. Love to get your thoughts on that Shelton topic, too, at 412-928-9370. Does he deserve to get booed on opening day? He said he can't wait to get back to Pittsburgh. Should there be a rude awakening when he gets here? 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. You'll hear Paul Skeens next hour. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is sponsored by Bid My Listing. Selling your home? With Ready, the best real estate agents will pay you up front for your listing. 2, 5, as much as $10,000 just for the chance to sell your home. So when you're ready to sell, give us a call and give us the basic information about your property. We'll notify all those smart agents who signed up with Ready, and within 48 hours, they'll be competing to sell your home. Pick the best one, get thousands up front. Call Ready, 888-551-READY. That's 888-551-REDY.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport one-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And we know FanDuel is the place to bet on sports, people, and it has been for so long, America's #1 sportsbook. Sports calendar is chock full of big-time things going on right now. Check out FanDuel and some of the great promotions they have going on. When you open an account, you are going to find things that make you say, oh, wow, that is... Ooh, I got to jump on that. Can't wait for this weekend. The Yankees coming to town to take on the Pirates. Great betting options there. Going to be a lot of home runs. Their nickname isn't the Bombers for nothing. And you got that short right field porch for some of the great power hitters in baseball. A chance to put in some home run prop bets. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. But you got to get on to FanDuel right now to make every moment more. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.